A prosecutor discovers a billionaire's healing centers systematically erase witnesses from trials. Is it compassion or the perfect crime? Let's get it started. Prologue. The courtroom smelled like floor polish and recycled air. It was 6:47 a.m., too early for the building's heating system to have kicked in properly, and Elise Morgan could see her breath as faint mist under the fluorescent lights. She stood at the prosecution table, hands flat against the scarred wood, staring at the empty witness box. Sophia should have been here by now. The trial was set to begin at 9 a.m. sharp. Judge Miriam Holt didn't tolerate delays, and the defense, 3 lawyers in $1,000 suits representing 3 men who'd built a trafficking pipeline through 6 states, would pounce on any weakness. Elise had spent 4 months preparing for this moment. 4 months coaxing a terrified 17-year-old girl to trust the system that had failed her twice before. And now nothing. No text. No call. The U.S. Marshals assigned to transport Sophia from the safe house had reported the address empty at 5:30 a.m. No signs of struggle. No note. Just gone. Elise walked to the witness stand and ran her fingers along the wooden rail. Sophia had sat here during the pretrial hearing 3 weeks ago, hands trembling, so badly she'd knocked over the water glass twice. But she'd answered every question. She'd looked those men in the eye and named what they'd done to her, what they'd done to 11 other girls whose faces Elise had memorized from case files. On the stand's small shelf, where witnesses sometimes left tissues or notes, Elise found something. A court-issued ID badge on a lanyard. Sophia's photo stared back, dark eyes too old for her face, hair pulled into a tight ponytail secured with 2 elastic bands, one black, one blue. She always wore 2, said it kept her hair from slipping during the day. Elise picked up the badge. The bottom corner was bent, creased from nervous handling. She turned it over. Nothing written on the back. Just the federal seal and a barcode that would never be scanned again. A sound behind her. Footsteps. She turned to see Marcus, the bailiff, standing in the gallery doorway. He was holding a small envelope, the kind used for interoffice mail. His face told her everything before his mouth opened. "This was taped to the courtroom door when I arrived," he said quietly. "Your name's on it." Elise took the envelope. Her name, handwritten in block letters. No return address. She tore it open. Inside, a single piece of paper, folded once. The handwriting was careful, practiced, like someone who'd been taught penmanship in a different era. She's safe now. Don't look for her. Some battles aren't meant to be won in courtrooms. Consider this a mercy. No signature. No fingerprints she could lift. The paper felt commercial, the kind sold in bulk at any pharmacy. But there was something else in the envelope. Elise shook it gently, and a small object fell into her palm. A blue elastic hairband. The match to the black one still wrapped around Sophia's ponytail in the ID photo. Elise's throat tightened. She looked at Marcus, who was watching her with the patient sadness of a man who'd seen too many cases fall apart. "Do we postpone?" he asked. "No," Elise said, her voice steadier than she felt. "We wait. She might still come." But even as she said it, she knew. The kind of disappearance that came with a note wasn't impulsive. It was planned, orchestrated. Someone had convinced Sophia that vanishing was safer than testifying. Or someone had made that choice for her. Elise sat in the front row of the gallery, the badge and the hair elastic resting on the bench beside her. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her messages. The last text from Sophia had come 2 days ago. "I'm ready. I promise I won't run." At 8:15 a.m., her supervisor, Martin Reese, arrived. He took one look at her face and the empty witness box and exhaled slowly. "Tell me she's in the bathroom," he said. "She's gone." "Gone where?" "I don't know." Martin closed his eyes. "Elise, we have 60 men and women in that jury pool. We have a judge who's already annoyed we pushed this trial back twice. We have 3 defense attorneys who are going to eat us alive if we don't produce our star witness." "I know. Do we have anything? Any lead on where she went?" Elise held up the envelope. Martin read the note, his jaw tightening with each word. "This is a threat," he said finally. "It's a confession," Elise corrected. "Someone took her, and they want me to know they did it as a favor." "A favor to who?" That was the question, wasn't it? Sophia had no family left. Her mother had died of an overdose when she was 12. Her father was serving 15 years in Attica for armed robbery. The trafficking ring had picked her up at a bus station in Syracuse when she was 14, promised her work and a place to stay, and instead sold her to men who didn't care that she was a child. The only people who benefited from Sophia's silence were the 3 defendants. But they were in custody, monitored around the clock. Their communications were logged. Their visitors were screened. There was no way they could have orchestrated this, which meant someone else was involved. Someone with reach. At 8:45 a.m., the courtroom began to fill. Journalists, victim advocates, families of the other girls, the ones who hadn't survived long enough to testify. Elise felt their eyes on her, felt the weight of their expectations. Judge Holt entered at 8:58 a.m., black robe swishing, expression unreadable. She took her seat, surveyed the room, and her gaze landed on the empty witness box. "Ms. Morgan," she said, her voice carrying the particular coldness of a judge who already knew the answer. "Where is your witness?" Elise stood. "Your Honor, Sophia Reeves has not arrived. I'm requesting a continuance to locate her and ensure her safety." One of the defense attorneys, a silver-haired man named Brennan, rose smoothly. "Your Honor, this is the 3rd delay in as many months. The prosecution has had ample time to prepare. If they cannot produce their witness, we move for dismissal." Judge Holt's fingers tapped the bench. Once. Twice. A metronome of impatience. "Ms. Morgan, do you have any evidence that your witness intends to appear?" Elise thought of the note. "Don't look for her." She thought of the hair elastic, still warm in her pocket. She thought of Sophia's voice during their last meeting. "I'm not afraid anymore. I want them to pay for what they did." "No, Your Honor," Elise said. "But I have evidence she was coerced into disappearing. Evidence you can present now." Elise hesitated. The note wasn't signed. There were no fingerprints, no clear threats. In court, it would read like speculation. Paranoia. "Not at this time," she admitted. Judge Holt nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something she'd already suspected. "Then I'm granting the defense motion. Without the primary witness, the prosecution's case lacks foundation. The charges are dismissed without prejudice. The defendants are free to go." The courtroom erupted. Families shouting. Journalists typing frantically. The defense attorneys shaking hands, barely concealing their smiles. Elise stood frozen, watching the 3 men who had bought and sold children, walk out of the courtroom as free men. One of them, the oldest, caught her eye as he passed. He didn't smile. He didn't need to. His expression said it all. "You can't touch us." By 9:30 a.m., the courtroom was empty again. Just Elise and the fluorescent hum and the ghost of a girl who trusted her. She walked back to the witness stand and placed the ID badge where she'd found it. Then she bent down and picked up something she'd noticed earlier, a second hair elastic, black this time, wedged between the baseboard and the floor. It must have fallen during the pretrial hearing. Sophia always wore 2. Black and blue. Now Elise had both. She looked at the empty gallery, at the judge's vacant bench, at the table where 3 monsters had sat and smiled. And she made a promise. Not to the courtroom. Not to the system. To Sophia, wherever she was. "I will look for you," Elise whispered. "And I will find out who made you disappear." Outside, the November wind bit through her coat. The sky was the color of old concrete. Elise stood on the courthouse steps, watching the city move around her. Taxis honking, tourists snapping photos, businessmen shouting into phones, and felt the weight of the elastic bands in her pocket like evidence she couldn't yet name. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Some people are safer buried. Let her rest." Elise stared at the message until her screen dimmed. Then she saved the number, flagged the text, and walked toward the subway. She had work to do. Behind her, carved into the courthouse facade, the words glinted in weak sunlight. "Equal justice under law." Elise didn't turn around. She already knew how much those words could lie. Chapter 1. The empty chair. The office felt smaller than usual. Elise sat across from Martin Reese in his corner suite on the 14th floor of 26 Federal Plaza, watching him massage his temples with the practiced weariness of a man who delivered bad news too many times. The AG's office called, Martin said without preamble. "They want a full accounting by end of day. How we lost a protected witness. How the case collapsed. Who's responsible? We didn't lose her, Elise said quietly. Someone took her. The marshals found no evidence of forced entry. No signs of struggle. Her belongings were gone. Clothes, toiletries, the backpack she carried everywhere. The neighbors saw her leave voluntarily at 4:47 a.m. with a woman in a dark sedan. Elise leaned forward. What woman? Description was vague. 30s, maybe 40s. Professional looking. The neighbor thought it was a social worker. At 4 a.m, Martin spread his hands. The point is, Sophia left willingly. Packed her things. Got in a car. That reads like flight, not abduction. She wouldn't run. Not after everything we went through to get her ready. Elise. Martin's voice softened in the way that meant he was about to say something she wouldn't like. You've been doing this long enough to know. Witnesses get cold feet, especially kids who've been through trauma. The pressure, the media attention, having to face those men again, it breaks people. Elise thought of Sophia during their prep sessions. The way she'd flinched at sudden sounds. The way she'd asked, over and over, if testifying would actually keep other girls safe. The way she'd finally, painfully, decided that her story mattered enough to tell. She wasn't cold feet, Elise said. She was determined. 2 days ago, maybe. But something changed. Exactly. Something changed. Someone got to her. Martin sighed and slid a folder across the desk. The defendant's communications logs. Every phone call. Every visitor. Every piece of mail for the past 6 months. All monitored. All clean. There's no connection between them and Sophia's disappearance. Elise opened the folder and scanned the pages. He was right. The 3 men had been in federal custody since their arrest. Their lawyers visited. Their families visited. Every conversation was recorded. Every letter was screened. Nothing suggested they'd orchestrated anything. What about their associates? Elise asked. The people who ran the pipeline with them? Already under investigation. FBI's been building a RICO case for 2 years. If there was a connection, they'd have flagged it. So we're just supposed to accept that she vanished on her own? We're supposed to accept that we don't have enough evidence to proceed. The case is dismissed. The defendants walked. It's over. Elise closed the folder carefully, keeping her hand steady. What about the note? What note? She pulled the envelope from her bag and handed it to him. Martin read it, his expression darkening. When did you receive this? This morning. Before the trial. It was taped to the courtroom door. And you didn't think to mention this earlier? I mentioned it to you in the courtroom. You said you had evidence of coercion. You didn't say you had a direct threat. It's not a threat, Elise said. It's a confession. Someone is admitting they took her and calling it a mercy. Martin read the note again, slower this time. Then he set it down between them like something contaminated. This doesn't prove anything, he said finally. No signature. No identifiable handwriting characteristics. No explicit admission of a crime. For all we know, Sophia wrote this herself. With her non-dominant hand. In block letters. Come on, Martin. I'm telling you what a defense attorney would say. What a judge would say. This is not actionable evidence. Elise felt the familiar frustration rising, the sense of shouting into a void that absorbs sound without echo. She'd felt it before, early in her career, when she'd lost a case because a key witness recanted on the stand. Later, she'd learned the witness had been paid off. By then it was too late. Someone is erasing witnesses, Elise said carefully. Sophia isn't the first. I've been looking at similar cases. Stop. Martin held up a hand. Whatever you're about to say, don't. You're already on thin ice with the AG. If you start chasing conspiracy theories instead of focusing on cases we can actually win. This isn't conspiracy. It's pattern recognition. It's paranoia. He softened again, the stern supervisor giving way to something closer to concern. Elise, I know how much you invested in this case. I know what it means to you. But you need to let it go. Move on to the next one. We have 17 active prosecutions, and your lead on 4 of them. That's where your energy needs to be. Elise stood, picking up the note and folding it back into the envelope. I'd like to take a few personal days. Martin studied her. How many? 3. Maybe 4. To do what? Process this. Clear my head. It was the answer he wanted to hear, even if they both knew it was a lie. Martin nodded slowly. Take the week. Come back fresh. And Elise? He waited until she met his eyes. Let the marshals handle finding Sophia. That's their job, not yours. Of course, she said. She left his office and walked through the maze of cubicles and filing cabinets that made up the Southern District's prosecution wing. Colleagues glanced up as she passed, their expression somewhere between sympathy and relief that it wasn't their case that had imploded on live television. At her desk, Elise sat down and opened her laptop. She had 43 unread emails, most of them from reporters asking for comment on the trial's collapse. She deleted them all without reading. Then she opened a different folder. One she'd started building 3 weeks ago, when something about Sophia's case had started to feel wrong. Not wrong in the sense of weak evidence or unreliable testimony. Wrong in the sense of invisible resistance, like trying to push a door that looked unlocked but wouldn't budge. The folder was titled Witness Anomalies. Inside were 7 cases from the past 3 years, all from different jurisdictions: Boston, Philadelphia, D.C., Atlanta, Chicago, Los Angeles, and now New York, all involving witnesses who had vanished before trial. Some were never found. Others resurfaced months later with no memory of where they'd been, claiming they'd left voluntarily. The cases had nothing obvious in common. Different crimes: gang violence, corporate fraud, sexual assault, immigration violations. Different demographics: men, women, teenagers, elderly. Different outcomes. Some prosecutions collapsed, others proceeded with secondary witnesses. But there were similarities if you looked closely enough. In each case, the missing witness had been considered essential to the prosecution. Without them, the case either fell apart completely or became significantly weaker. In each case, the witness had been under some form of protection: safe houses, witness relocation, U.S. Marshal supervision. In each case, there were no signs of struggle or coercion. The witnesses appear to have left willingly. And in each case, there was a gap in the timeline. A period of hours or days where the witnesses' movements couldn't be accounted for, followed by their disappearance or sudden recantation. Elise had started collecting these cases almost by accident. A conversation with a prosecutor in Boston who'd complained about a frustrating dismissal. A news article about a Chicago witness who'd vanished from protective custody. A sealed file she'd accessed while researching a different case. She told herself it was just professional curiosity, pattern recognition, like she told Martin. But the truth was darker and more personal. She'd never forgotten the case she'd lost 7 years ago. The witness who'd recanted. The defendant who'd walked free and killed again 6 months later. That witness, a woman named Teresa Moss, had later died of an overdose in a Las Vegas motel room. The official report called it accidental. Elise had never believed it. Now she pulled up Sophia's intake file and began cross-referencing it with the other cases. The intake coordinator, the safe house location, the transportation protocols, the assigned marshals. Most of it was standard, routine. But one detail caught her attention. Sophia's emergency contact information had been updated 48 hours before her disappearance. The original contact, a social worker from the advocacy group that had first connected Sophia with law enforcement, had been replaced with a new number. No name attached, just a number with a 917 area code. Elise had tried calling it that morning after receiving the note. The number rang twice and went to a generic voicemail. No greeting, no instructions, just a beep. She'd left no message. Now she pulled up the intake logs for the other 6 cases and began searching for similar anomalies. It took 20 minutes of scrolling through bureaucratic documentation, but she found it. In 4 of the 7 cases, the witnesses' emergency contact information had been changed within 72 hours of their disappearance. Different numbers, different area codes, but the same pattern: a sudden, unexplained update to a critical piece of administrative data. Elise sat back, staring at her screen. This wasn't random. This was systematic. Someone with access to witness intake systems was making targeted changes. Someone who knew how protective custody worked. Someone with enough clearance or skill to alter federal databases without raising flags. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You're looking in the wrong places. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Elise's pulse quickened. She screenshot the message, saved it, then replied. Who is this? 3 dots appeared, indicating someone typing. Then they stopped. No response. She tried calling the number. It rang once and disconnected. Elise stood and walked to the window. 14 floors below, the city moved in its usual chaos. Delivery trucks. Pedestrians. A hot dog vendor arguing with a traffic cop. Normalcy built on 10,000 invisible transactions, most of them legal, some of them not. Somewhere in that city, Sophia was alive. Elise felt it with the certainty of someone who'd spent 15 years learning to distinguish truth from performance. The girl hadn't run. She'd been taken, convinced, buried under a new identity, or a new story or a new fear. And someone wanted Elise to stop looking. She returned to her desk and opened a new document. At the top, she typed, "Threshold questions." Beneath it, she began to list what she knew. 7 witnesses, 3 years, 6 jurisdictions. All cases involve protected witnesses essential to prosecution. Emergency contact data altered before disappearance. No signs of struggle. Witnesses appear to leave willingly. Someone is monitoring my investigation. And then, the question that mattered most. Who benefits from witnesses disappearing? The obvious answer was the defendants. But the defendants in these cases had no clear connections to each other. Different criminal enterprises, different regions, different legal teams. Unless the connection wasn't between the defendants, unless it was between the cases themselves. Elise pulled up the court records and began noting the presiding judges. Different names, different districts, nothing connected. Defense attorneys. She made a list. Again, no overlap. She tried a different angle, the advocacy groups and social services that had initially connected the witnesses with law enforcement. Here, something emerged. 3 of the 7 witnesses had been referred through organizations that received funding from the same source, a private foundation called the Renewal Trust. Elise had never heard of it. She ran a search. The Renewal Trust was a New York-based philanthropic organization focused on crisis intervention and life reconstruction services. It funded shelters, counseling programs, legal aid clinics, and witness advocacy groups across the country. The foundation's website was polished and professional, full of testimonials and impact reports. The founder and primary donor was a man named Maxwell Crane. Elise clicked on his biography. Age 52. Harvard Business School. Former management consultant turned venture capitalist. He'd made his fortune in tech acquisitions during the early 2000s and had since dedicated himself to second-chance initiatives for vulnerable populations. His photo showed a handsome man with silver temples and the kind of smile that belonged on a book jacket. He was photographed at charity galas, ribbon cuttings, and panel discussions on criminal justice reform. Nothing about him suggested anything sinister. He looked like exactly what he claimed to be, a wealthy philanthropist trying to do good. But Elise had learned long ago that people who looked harmless were often the most dangerous. She ran Maxwell Crane's name through the federal case database. Nothing. No criminal record. No lawsuits. No red flags. Then she tried a different search, Crane's business ventures. That's when things got interesting. Before founding the Renewal Trust, Crane had owned a company called Threshold Solutions. It was described as a crisis management and strategic consulting firm that helped high-profile clients navigate reputation threats, legal exposure, and media scrutiny. The company still existed, though its operations were largely private. Its client list wasn't public, but a few names appeared in archived news articles. A Hollywood producer accused of assault whose charges mysteriously evaporated. A politician whose corruption scandal died without explanation. A pharmaceutical executive whose whistleblower case collapsed when the key witness recanted. Elise felt something click into place. Not proof, not evidence, just the shape of a possibility. What if Threshold Solutions didn't just manage crises? What if it eliminated them? What if Maxwell Crane had built a business around making problems disappear, and those problems included witnesses? Her phone rang. Not a text this time. An actual call. She checked the screen. Ben Cartwright, her ex-husband. Elise hesitated, then answered. Ben, I saw the news about the trial, he said without preamble. His voice carried the particular mix of concern and professional curiosity that had defined their marriage. "You okay?" "I'm fine. Elise." "I'm fine," she repeated, softer this time. "I've been covering the trafficking case for 6 months. I know how much it meant to you. And I know Sophia. I interviewed her twice. She wasn't the kind of kid who runs." Elise closed her eyes. This was why their marriage had ended. Not infidelity or cruelty. Just two people who couldn't stop investigating, couldn't stop pushing, couldn't stop trying to fix a world that didn't want fixing. They'd loved each other and exhausted each other in equal measure. "What do you want, Ben?" "I want to help. I have contacts you don't have. Access to sources who won't talk to a prosecutor. If you're going to look for her, and I know you are, you shouldn't do it alone." "I'm not looking for her. The marshals are handling it." "Right. And I'm writing a puff piece about the mayor's new recycling initiative." He paused. "I already started digging. The woman who picked up Sophia? I found the neighbor who saw her. Got a better description. I can send you a sketch artist's rendering if you want." Elise felt the door opening. The door Martin had warned her not to walk through. "Send it," she said. "I will. On one condition." "What?" "When you find out what happened to her, I get the story. Exclusive." It was so perfectly Ben, turning tragedy into journalism, love into leverage, that Elise almost laughed. "Deal," she said. After they hung up, she sat in the growing darkness of her office and thought about Sophia, about the 7 other witnesses, about Maxwell Crane and his foundation and his crisis management firm that made problems disappear. Martin had told her to let it go. The system had told her the case was over. But Elise had made a promise on the courthouse steps, and she'd learned long ago that the system only worked when someone cared enough to push back against the people who thought they could bury the truth. She opened her laptop and created a new secure folder. Then she began transferring everything she had: the intake logs, the witness files, the information about the renewal trust and threshold solutions, the screenshots of the anonymous texts. At the top of the folder, she typed a single word: buried. Her desk phone rang. Internal extension. She answered. "Elise Morgan." "Ms. Morgan, this is reception. There's a package for you. Hand-delivered. No return address." Elise's chest tightened. "I'll be right down." The package was a small padded envelope, her name written in the same block letters as the note from that morning. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a bracelet, silver chain with a small charm, a bird in flight. Elise recognized it immediately. She'd noticed Sophia wearing it during their first meeting. The girl had touched it constantly while talking, the way some people worry prayer beads. Tucked in with the bracelet was a small card, 3 words printed in the center. "She's flying now." Elise looked at the bracelet in her palm, at the delicate bird frozen mid-escape, and felt something harden in her chest. This wasn't just a case anymore. This was war. And whoever had taken Sophia had just made their first mistake. They'd underestimated the prosecutor who wouldn't let go. Chapter 2. Artifacts. Elise's apartment in Brooklyn was exactly what you'd expect from someone who spent 14 hours a day at the office. Functional, sparse, and slightly neglected. A galley kitchen with takeout menus magnetized to the fridge. A living room dominated by bookshelves sagging under the weight of legal texts and case files. A bedroom she used mostly for sleeping, when she remembered to sleep at all. It was 9:47 p.m. when she finally got home, the bracelet still in her pocket, wrapped in the tissue paper like something fragile enough to break if handled wrong. She'd spent the afternoon at her desk running searches, building timelines, mapping connections that felt substantial in her mind but would look like conspiracy boards to anyone else. She needed more than intuition. She needed evidence. The apartment was cold. She turned up the heat and made tea she wouldn't drink, then settled at her dining table, a scarred oak piece inherited from her grandmother, and spread out everything she had. On the left, printed files for all 7 witness cases, each in its own folder, labeled with the witness's name and jurisdiction. In the center, a yellow legal pad where she'd been sketching connections, circles for witnesses, squares for cases, diamonds for organizations like the Renewal Trust. On the right, her laptop, open to a spreadsheet tracking emergency contact changes, disappearance dates, and case outcomes. And in front of her, in a small evidence bag she'd requisitioned from the office, Sophia's bracelet with the silver bird. Elise picked up the first folder. Teresa Moss, The case that had haunted her for 7 years. Teresa had been 23, a grad student at Columbia who'd witnessed a murder outside a bar in Hell's Kitchen. She'd been walking home from the library when she saw 2 men drag a third into an alley. One of them had pulled a gun. Teresa had called 911 from inside a bodega, given a statement, picked the shooter out of a lineup. The case should have been straightforward. But 2 weeks before trial, Teresa recanted, said she'd been mistaken about what she saw, about the lighting, about the faces. The defense had paraded expert witnesses who talked about the unreliability of memory under stress. The jury acquitted. 6 months later, the shooter killed again. And 3 months after that, Teresa died in Las Vegas. Elise had never worked that case directly. It belonged to a colleague, but she'd watched it unravel and felt something fundamentally wrong about the way Teresa had changed her story. The woman's voice on the recantation video had been flat, rehearsed, like someone reading lines they didn't believe. Now Elise pulled up the case file on her laptop and searched for details she'd glossed over before. Teresa's emergency contact had been her mother in New Jersey. But 2 days before her recantation, the file showed an update, new contact information for a crisis counselor with a 646 number. The counselor's name was listed as Dr. Owen Tate. Elise wrote the name down and circled it. She moved to the next folder. Marcus Webb, Boston. An accountant who discovered fraud at a hedge fund and agreed to testify. He disappeared from a safe house 3 days before the trial. Found 2 weeks later in Providence, Rhode Island, confused and disoriented, claiming he'd left voluntarily but unable to explain where he'd been. Elise checked his intake file. Same pattern. Emergency contact changed 72 hours before disappearance to a number with a 617 area code. No name listed this time, just legal advocate. She worked through the remaining 5 cases, and the pattern held. Not every case showed the contact change. Some of the files were incomplete or the records had been purged, but 4 out of 7 did. And in 3 of those 4, the witnesses had either recanted or disappeared completely. By midnight, her legal pad was covered in notes and arrows. She'd identified 3 common threads. Emergency contact changes within 72 hours of recantation or disappearance. Witnesses who'd been referred through renewal trust-funded organizations, 3 confirmed, 2 probable based on service locations. A recurring name, Dr. Owen Tate, listed variously as crisis counselor, trauma therapist, and victim advocate. Elise ran a search on Owen Tate. He had a website, clean, professional, specializing in trauma recovery and identity reconstruction. His credentials were impressive. PhD in clinical psychology from Yale, fellowships at 2 major hospitals, published research on memory and stress responses. His client testimonials were vague but glowing. People describing how he'd help them move forward, or find peace, or start fresh. Nothing specific enough to be verifiable. She clicked on his services page. Most of it was standard therapeutic language, PTSD treatment, cognitive processing therapy, EMDR. But one section caught her attention. Specialized consultation. For clients facing exceptional circumstances requiring discretion and comprehensive support, Dr. Tate offers personalized intervention protocols in partnership with crisis management professionals. Crisis management professionals. Like Threshold Solutions. Elise opened a new browser tab and searched for connections between Owen Tate and Maxwell Crane. Nothing direct. No shared board memberships, no co-authored papers, no photos at the same events. But when she searched for Threshold Solutions listed services, she found something, an archived page from 2019 describing their holistic crisis intervention approach, which included psychological support from licensed specialists to ensure client well-being during reputation restoration. Not proof, but a door opening. Her phone buzzed. A text from Ben. Sketch attached. Woman who picked up Sophia. Neighbor says she looked, official but kind. Thoughts? Elise opened the attachment. The sketch showed a woman in her late 30s or early 40s. Professional features, shoulder-length dark hair, the kind of face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. She could have been a social worker, a lawyer, a corporate consultant, or someone who worked for Maxwell Crane. Elise texted back, "Can you find out if this woman works for Threshold Solutions or the Renewal Trust? Access to employee photos?" Ben's response came quickly, already on it. Foundation has staff directory but no photos. Threshold is private, harder to crack. Give me 24 hours. Elise set down her phone and returned to her files. She needed to understand how this worked. Not just who was involved, but the mechanism. How do you make a witness disappear without kidnapping them? How do you convince someone to abandon their own testimony, their own sense of justice? She thought about Sophia. The girl had been terrified but determined. She'd wanted those men punished. She'd wanted to protect other girls from what had happened to her. What could change that calculus? What would make her willing to walk away? Fear was the obvious answer. Threaten the witness or their family, and many would fold. But the marshals had found no evidence of threats. Sophia's safe house had been secure. Her few relatives, an aunt in Florida, a cousin in Ohio, were safe and unaware of any contact. Money was another option. Pay someone enough, and they might reconsider their moral stance. But Sophia had no bank accounts, no sudden deposits, no evidence of financial incentive, which left the third option: convince the witness that disappearing was in their own best interest, that testifying would cause more harm than good, that safety lay in silence. Elise had seen this before, but usually it was clumsy. Defense attorneys implying that cross-examination would be traumatic, that media attention would ruin the witness's privacy, that the defendant would likely be acquitted anyway, so why put yourself through it? This felt more sophisticated, more psychological. She pulled up Dr. Owen Tate's published research and began reading. Most of it was academic, dense papers on trauma response and memory consolidation. But one article stood out, published in the Journal of Forensic Psychology 3 years ago. Therapeutic Reframing of Traumatic Testimony, Ethical Considerations in Victim-Centered Justice. The abstract argued that forcing trauma victims to testify could cause secondary victimization, and that in some cases, therapeutic withdrawal from legal proceedings might better serve the witness's long-term mental health. It was a legitimate argument, one that victim advocates made regularly. But the paper went further, proposing a framework for helping witnesses reconstruct their narrative in ways that prioritize healing over retribution. Reconstruct their narrative. That phrase stuck with Elise like a splinter. She skimmed through the methodology section. Tate described working with victims who'd initially committed to testifying but later experienced severe anxiety, depression, and PTSD symptoms. Through a combination of cognitive restructuring and identity protective interventions, he'd help them reassess their role in the justice process. The results: 12 participants, 10 of whom withdrew from legal proceedings. All reported improved mental health outcomes 6 months later. Elise sat back, her tea now cold. On the surface, this looked like ethical therapeutic practice. But read a different way, it was a manual for convincing witnesses to disappear. She checked the papers, funding disclosure. The research had been supported by a grant from the Renewal Trust. Of course it had. Her phone rang. Not Ben this time, an unknown number. She almost didn't answer, but something made her pick up. Elise Morgan. Silence on the other end. Not dead air, but the kind of quiet where someone is actively choosing not to speak. "Hello," Elise said. A woman's voice, soft and measured. "You're looking for Sophia." Elise's pulse jumped. "Who is this?" "Someone who wants you to understand. She's safe. She's healing. She doesn't want to be found." "Let me talk to her." "That's not possible." "Then this conversation is over." Elise kept her voice level, professional. "If you're holding her against her will." "No one is holding anyone." The woman sounded genuinely offended. "We gave Sophia a choice. We showed her what testifying would cost, the cross-examination, the media scrutiny, the trauma of reliving everything in front of strangers. We showed her there was another path, a way to be safe without being brave. You manipulated a child. We helped a child who'd already been hurt enough. The men who trafficked her are facing other charges in other states. They'll serve time. Sophia doesn't have to destroy herself to achieve that." Elise gripped the phone tighter. She wanted to testify. She told me herself. People change their minds. It's allowed. Not when someone changes it for them. The woman was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her tone had shifted, less defensive and more direct. "Ms. Morgan, you seem like someone who genuinely cares about justice. So let me ask you, is justice worth destroying the person you're trying to protect?" Justice is what protects future victims. Maybe. Or maybe it's just revenge dressed up in legal language. The woman paused. Sophia's alive. She's healthy. She's starting a new life somewhere safe. If you care about her, you'll let her have that. I want proof she's okay. I want to hear her voice. You'll have to trust me. I don't trust people who hide behind anonymous phone calls. Then we're at an impasse. The woman's voice softened. I'll give you this. She asked me to return the bracelet. She said you'd understand the bird. Elise looked at the silver charm on her table, the wings frozen mid-flight. She's free now, the woman continued. Isn't that what you wanted for her? The line went dead. Elise sat motionless, staring at her phone. She'd just spoken to someone directly involved in Sophia's disappearance. Someone who believed, or wanted Elise to believe, that they were helping, not harming. It was persuasive, she had to admit. The kind of argument that would sway a jury if framed correctly. Who could argue against protecting a traumatized child from further trauma? Except the law didn't work that way. Witnesses didn't get to be selectively protected. If someone committed a crime, society had a right to prosecute. That right depended on testimony, on evidence, on people willing to stand up and speak truth. And children like Sophia deserved to know that speaking truth mattered, that it could create consequences, that their voices had power. Someone had taken that away from her, had convinced her, or coerced her, into believing silence was safety. Elise pulled up the call log on her phone. The number was blocked, untraceable. But the woman had given her something, confirmation that there was a system, an organization, people who saw themselves as helpers, as saviors, as ethical actors providing a service. And that meant there were records, protocols, others who'd gone through the same process. She opened a new document and began transcribing the conversation while it was fresh in her memory. Every word, every pause, every inflection. Then she added her own analysis. Caller presented as therapeutic advocate, not criminal actor. Language emphasized choice, healing, protection. Defensive when accused of manipulation. Genuinely believes she's helping. Question: what if she is? What if Threshold Solutions started as legitimate crisis management and evolved into something else? What if Maxwell Crane actually believes he's providing a necessary service? Counter question: does intent matter if the outcome is obstruction of justice? Elise looked at the clock. 1:33 a.m. She should sleep. She had 3 personal days left before she had to return to the office and face Martin's expectation that she'd moved on. Instead, she opened her laptop and searched for property records associated with Maxwell Crane. If Threshold Solutions was helping witnesses disappear, they needed somewhere to put them. Safe houses, transitional facilities, somewhere off the grid but comfortable enough to feel like sanctuary. The search took 20 minutes, but she found it. A property in upstate New York, registered to a subsidiary of Threshold Solutions called New Horizon Residential Services. The listing described it as a therapeutic retreat center with capacity for 12 residents. Elise pulled up satellite images. The property sat on 40 acres of forested land, 2 hours north of the city. The main building looked like a renovated farmhouse, with several smaller cottages scattered across the grounds. High fence around the perimeter. Gated entrance. Security cameras, visible even from the aerial view. It looked like a healing center. It also looked like a very comfortable prison. She saved the address and added it to her growing file. Her phone buzzed again. This time, an email from Ben. Subject line: you're going to want to see this. The email contained a single attachment, a staff photo from a renewal trust fundraiser held 18 months ago. The image showed Maxwell Crane at a podium, mid-speech, with several people standing behind him on stage. One of them was the woman from the sketch. Ben had highlighted her face and added a caption: Rachel Voss, Director of Operations, Threshold Solutions. Former social worker, joined Crane's organization in 2018. No criminal record, no red flags. But neighbor's description matches perfectly. Elise stared at the photo. Rachel Voss looked exactly like someone you'd trust in a crisis. Professional, composed, genuinely warm. The kind of person who could walk into a safe house at 4:47 a.m. and convince a frightened teenager to get in a car. She forwarded the photo to her personal email, then texted Ben. How did you get this? His response: Foundation's annual report. Publicly available if you know where to look. You owe me dinner. Elise allowed herself a small smile. Despite everything that had gone wrong between them, Ben was still the best investigator she knew. She pulled up the Renewal Trust's annual report and began reading. Most of it was standard nonprofit language, mission statements, impact metrics, donor acknowledgments. But buried in the financial disclosures, she found something interesting. The Renewal Trust had made a $2.3 million grant to New Horizon Residential Services for trauma recovery programs and life reconstruction support. $2.3 million for a facility that supposedly served 12 residents. That was roughly $200,000 per person. Either the therapeutic care was extraordinarily expensive, or the money was paying for something else. Like new identities, documentation, relocation costs, the infrastructure of making someone disappear. Elise began calculating. 7 witnesses over 3 years. If each one cost $200,000 to process, she stopped herself. This was speculation, not evidence. But it felt right in a way that facts sometimes did before you could prove them. At 2:15 a.m., exhausted but too wired to sleep, she made a list of next steps. Identify other residents of New Horizon facility. Find financial connections between Threshold Solutions, Renewal Trust, and Dr. Owen Tate. Determine if Rachel Voss can be connected to other missing witnesses. Locate Sophia, even if just to confirm she's safe. The last item was the hardest. If Sophia was at New Horizon, Elise couldn't just drive up there and demand entry. The facility was private property. Without a warrant, without probable cause, she had no legal authority. But she had something else. The certainty that what Maxwell Crane was doing, however well-intentioned, was wrong. Her phone lit up with another text from the blocked number. Stop digging. You're only going to hurt people who've already been hurt enough. Elise stared at the message, then typed back. Tell Sophia I'm not giving up. Tell her she doesn't have to be afraid. Tell her someone is still fighting for her. The response came after a long pause. She knows. That's why she left. Elise set down the phone and looked at the bracelet again, at the silver bird that Sophia had worn every day as a reminder of something. Hope, maybe, or the promise of escape. Freedom could look like a lot of things. For some people, it meant flying away from pain. For others, it meant standing your ground and forcing the pain to account for itself. Sophia had chosen flight, or someone had chosen it for her. Either way, Elise wasn't ready to let go. She opened her case file and added a new document, Working Theory. At the top, she wrote, Maxwell Crane runs an organization that makes witnesses disappear under the guise of therapeutic intervention. Witnesses are convinced, not coerced, that testifying will cause more harm than good. They're given new identities, relocated to safe facilities, and supported financially through the Renewal Trust. The operation appears legal on the surface but constitutes systematic obstruction of justice. Evidence needed. Direct testimony from someone who went through the program, financial records showing payment for identity services, communication between Crane, Voss, Tate, and missing witnesses, proof that choices were manufactured rather than genuine. She saved the document and finally allowed herself to close the laptop. Tomorrow, she'd start building the case that would bring down Maxwell Crane's empire of mercy. Tonight, she'd sleep with Sophia's bracelet on her nightstand, the silver bird catching moonlight through the window. A reminder that some people fly because they choose to, and some people are pushed. Chapter 3, Sanctuary. The Renewal Trust's annual gala was held at the Morgan Library and Museum, a Beaux-Arts landmark on Madison Avenue that smelled of old money and older books. Elise arrived at 7:08 p.m., wearing a black dress she'd bought specifically for events she didn't want to attend, and carrying a clutch that contained her phone, a business card, and a small voice recorder disguised as a lipstick tube. She debated whether this was the right approach. Walking directly into Maxwell Crane's world felt reckless, the kind of move Martin would call career suicide if he found out. But after 3 days of searching public records and coming up empty on anything actionable, Elise needed a different strategy. If she couldn't find hard evidence, maybe she could provoke Crane into revealing something himself. The invitation had been surprisingly easy to obtain. Ben had a contact at a PR firm that handled the foundation's donor relations, and within 6 hours, Elise Morgan, described as a criminal justice reform advocate, was on the guest list. The great hall was transformed into something between a cocktail party and a TED Talk. Round tables draped in cream linens, a stage with a podium, and a screen showing looped footage of smiling people in various states of recovery, a woman learning to paint, a young man in a chef's whites, a teenager laughing with a therapy dog. The message was clear: we help people rebuild. Elise accepted a glass of wine from a passing waiter and positioned herself near the edge of the room, watching the crowd. Donors in designer suits, nonprofit executives, a few recognizable faces, a city councilman, a news anchor, a retired federal judge. And at the center of it all, holding court near the stage, was Maxwell Crane. He looked exactly like his photos. Tall, impeccably dressed, silver hairstyle just carefully enough to suggest confidence without vanity. He moved through conversations with practiced ease, touching elbows, laughing at jokes, making everyone around him feel like the most important person in the room. Elise had met men like him before, the kind who believed their wealth gave them wisdom, their success gave them moral authority, the kind who thought money could solve problems better than laws could. She watched him for 20 minutes, studying his patterns. He spent roughly 3 minutes per conversation, never lingering too long, always leaving people wanting more. He deflected personal questions with self-deprecating humor and redirected attention to the foundation's work. And he was surrounded by staff, assistants with clipboards, photographers capturing moments, security personnel trying to look casual. Getting him alone would be impossible. But Elise didn't need him alone. She just needed him engaged. At 7:45 p.m., the lights dimmed and a woman in a burgundy dress took the stage. She introduced herself as Victoria Lang, the foundation's executive director, and launched into a presentation about the year's accomplishments. The numbers were impressive. 847 people served, 23 partner organizations funded, $4.2 million distributed in grants. The screen showed graphs and testimonials, all carefully curated to suggest systematic success. Then Victoria introduced Maxwell Crane. The applause was warm, genuine. Crane took the stage with the comfortable authority of someone who'd given this speech 100 times, but still managed to make it feel spontaneous. "Thank you all for being here tonight," he began, his voice carrying easily through the hall. "When I started the Renewal Trust 8 years ago, I had a simple question. What do we owe to people who've already lost everything?" He paused, letting the question settle. "Our justice system is built on the idea that truth and accountability serve the greater good. And they do. But sometimes, in our pursuit of justice, we forget about the individuals caught in that machinery. The witnesses who have to relive their trauma in court. The victims who become symbols instead of people. The families torn apart by legal processes that take years to resolve." Elise felt her jaw tighten. He was good. Better than she'd expected. "The Renewal Trust exists to offer an alternative," Crane continued. "Not to replace justice, but to supplement it. To ask, what if we prioritized healing over retribution? What if we gave people permission to choose peace instead of punishment?" The audience was nodding. Several people had pulled out their phones to take notes. "This year, we've expanded our work with trauma survivors who've been asked to participate in legal proceedings. Through our partnership with licensed therapists and victim advocates, we've helped dozens of people navigate impossible choices. Some chose to testify. Others chose to step back and focus on their own recovery. Both choices are valid. Both deserve our support." He was framing it perfectly, not as obstruction, but as empowerment. Not as making witnesses disappear, but as giving them agency. "Because here's what I've learned," Crane said, his voice dropping to something more intimate. "Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is walk away. Sometimes survival looks like saying no. And sometimes, justice for one person means freedom from the system entirely." The applause was thunderous. Elise set down her wine glass and moved toward the front of the room. She had maybe 10 minutes before Crane would be swarmed by admirers. She needed to time this perfectly. As the crowd began to mingle again, Elise positioned herself near the stage, close enough to catch Crane's attention, but not so close as to seem aggressive. She waited until he'd finished a conversation with an elderly donor, then stepped forward. "Mr. Crane, that was a compelling speech." He turned, and up close, she could see the calculation behind his warmth. His eyes assessed her in the half-second before his smile engaged. "Thank you." I don't think we've met. He extended his hand. Maxwell Crane. Elise Morgan. She shook his hand firmly. I work in criminal justice reform. Wonderful. What area? Victim advocacy. Specifically, witness protection and support. Something shifted in his expression, not alarm but interest. Then you understand the challenges. The system asks so much of witnesses and provides so little in return. It does, Elise agreed. Though I wonder about the line between supporting witnesses and influencing their decisions. Crane's smile didn't waver, but his eyes sharpened. That's a fair question. The key is informed consent. We never pressure anyone. We simply ensure they understand all their options, including the option not to testify. Of course, testifying is voluntary. People forget that. Not in all cases. Some witnesses are compelled by subpoena. True. But even then, the quality of testimony matters. A traumatized witness who's been pushed beyond their capacity doesn't serve justice. They serve prosecution statistics. Elise recognized the deflection, turning her question into an indictment of the system rather than his organization. She shifted tactics. I'm actually researching patterns in witness withdrawal, she said casually. Cases where witnesses initially commit to testifying but later change their minds. I've identified several where your foundation provided support services. Crane's expression remained pleasant, but his posture changed subtly. More alert. We're proud of that work, helping people make decisions that prioritize their well-being, even when those decisions collapse criminal prosecutions. Justice and healing aren't always aligned, Ms. Morgan. Sometimes we have to choose which one matters more. Before Elise could respond, a woman appeared at Crane's elbow. She was in her late 30s, dark hair pulled into a professional chignon, wearing a navy dress that suggested authority without calling attention to itself. Rachel Voss. Maxwell, I'm sorry to interrupt, she said smoothly. The councilman wants a word before he has to leave. Crane nodded, then turned back to Elise. It was lovely meeting you, Ms. Morgan. If you're interested in our work, Rachel can provide more information. He gestured to the woman beside him. Rachel Voss, our director of operations. She's the one who makes everything actually happen. Rachel extended her hand, and Elise took it, maintaining eye contact. This was the woman who'd picked up Sophia, the woman from the sketch. The voice on the phone. Ms. Morgan, Rachel said pleasantly. What brings you to the gala? Professional curiosity. I'm interested in how therapeutic intervention intersects with legal proceedings. A complex topic. Perhaps we could schedule a time to talk in more detail. It was a polite dismissal, professionally executed. But Elise wasn't ready to be dismissed. Actually, I was hoping to learn more about New Horizon, your residential program upstate. Rachel's expression didn't change, but Elise caught the micro-pause before she responded. New Horizon is a therapeutic retreat center. We work with individuals recovering from severe trauma, including trauma from legal proceedings. Among other sources, yes. How does someone get referred to New Horizon? Through our partner organizations or directly from therapists we work with. Why do you ask? Elise smiled. Just trying to understand your model. It's quite comprehensive. We believe in holistic care. Rachel glanced at Crane, who was now deep in conversation with the councilman. If you'll excuse me, I should. I'd love to visit the facility, Elise said. See your work firsthand. Would that be possible? Rachel's smile remained fixed, but her voice cooled by a degree. We're very protective of our residents' privacy. Tours aren't typically available. Of course. I understand completely. Elise pulled a business card from her clutch, one she'd had printed yesterday with her personal cell number, no mention of the DA's office. In case you'd like to continue this conversation. Rachel took the card, glanced at it, then slipped it into her own pocket. I'll be in touch. She walked away, and Elise watched her cross the room to where a small group of staff members stood near the back exit. Rachel spoke quietly to them, and one of them, a man in a dark suit who'd been hovering near Crane all evening, looked directly at Elise. Security, or something close to it. Elise finished her wine and moved toward the exhibition hall, where the museum's permanent collection provided cover for thinking. She needed to process what she just learned. Crane's speech had been revealing, even if he hadn't intended it that way. He genuinely believed he was doing good work. He'd convinced himself that helping witnesses disappear was a form of justice, not an obstruction of it. And Rachel Voss was the operational brain behind the compassionate face. She was the one who actually extracted the witnesses, who convinced them to leave, who managed the logistics of their disappearance. Elise pulled out her phone and texted Ben, at the gala. Met Crane and Voss. Both confirmed they support witnesses in making informed choices. Need financial deep dive on New Horizon. Can you access tax filings? His response came within seconds. Already have them. Sending now. Also, you're being watched. Guy in dark suit by the east exit hasn't taken his eyes off you since you talked to Crane. Elise didn't look. Instead, she moved deeper into the exhibition hall, pretending to admire a medieval manuscript behind glass. Her phone buzzed with an incoming email from Ben, tax documents for New Horizon Residential Services. She skimmed the attachments. The facility reported expenses of $2.8 million annually, with revenue primarily from program fees and grants from the Renewal Trust. But the expense breakdown was vague: client services, facility operations, professional development. Nothing that would hold up as evidence of criminal activity. Everything carefully structured to look legitimate. Her phone buzzed again. This time, a text from an unknown number. You should leave. Now. Elise looked up. The man in the dark suit was moving toward her, his approach unhurried but deliberate. She pocketed her phone and walked toward the museum's main exit, not running but not dawdling either. As she reached the coat check, she heard footsteps behind her. Ms. Morgan! She turned. The man had stopped a respectful distance away, his expression neutral. Yes. I wanted to make sure you knew where the exit was. These old buildings can be confusing. It was a warning disguised as courtesy. Elise smiled. Thank you. I was just leaving. Good. Enjoy the rest of your evening. She collected her coat and stepped out into the November night. Madison Avenue was bright with traffic and streetlights, the kind of public space where nothing could happen without witnesses. Elise walked 2 blocks before allowing herself to stop and breathe. Her hands were shaking, not from fear, but from adrenaline. She pushed, and Crane's organization had pushed back, which meant she was onto something. She pulled out her phone and called Ben. You okay? He answered immediately. Fine. They escorted me out. Politely. You rattled them. Good. Elise flagged down a cab. I need you to find out everything you can about Dr. Owen Tate. Where he works, who he treats, any connection to specific witnesses, and see if you can get a list of New Horizons residents, current and former. That's going to be sealed medical information. HIPAA violations territory. I'm not asking you to hack anything. Just see what's publicly available. Property records, tax filings, maybe someone who worked there and filed a complaint. I'll see what I can do. Where are you headed? Home. I need to think. But as the cab pulled away from the curb, Elise gave the driver a different address. The one she'd been avoiding for 3 days. Sophia's last known residence before she'd entered protective custody. The apartment building in the Bronx looked tired in the way that buildings do when they've absorbed too many hard lives. Chipped paint, flickering hallway lights, the smell of old cooking grease and mildew. Sophia's apartment had been on the 3rd floor. Elise had been here twice before, both times to pick the girl up for prep sessions. The landlord had told her last week that the unit was being cleared out. Sophia's few belongings would be donated or discarded. Elise stood in the hallway outside 3C, staring at the door. She didn't have a key. She didn't have legal authority to be here. But the super knew her, and when she called from the cab, he'd agreed to let her in for 10 minutes. Nothing much left, the super said, unlocking the door. He was a short man with kind eyes and a wedding ring worn thin from decades of work. Social services came through, took most of it, but I saved a box. Thought maybe someone would come looking. The apartment was bare. Furniture gone. Walls patched and repainted. Just an empty shell waiting for the next tenant. The super handed Elise a cardboard box. Her stuff. Not much. Inside, a few books, a spiral notebook, some art supplies, a framed photo of Sophia with a woman who must have been her mother. Elise lifted the notebook carefully. It was the kind teenagers use for school, the cover decorated with doodles and stickers. She opened it. Most of it was homework. Math problems. English essays, sketches in the margins. But toward the back, she found something else. A letter, unfinished, dated 3 days before Sophia's disappearance. Dear Mom, I know you can't read this. I know you're gone. But I need to tell someone what I'm about to do, and I can't tell anyone who's still alive because they try to stop me. I'm going to testify. I know it's scary. I know it's going to hurt. But if I don't, those men are going to keep doing this to other girls. And I can't live with that. Ms. Morgan says I'm brave. I don't feel brave. I feel like I'm about to throw up every time I think about sitting in that courtroom. But you always said being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. So I'm doing it anyway. I wish you were here to tell me I'm doing the right thing. The letter stopped mid-sentence, as if Sophia had been interrupted. Elise read it twice, then carefully photographed each page with her phone. This was evidence, not of a crime, but of Sophia's state of mind. The girl had been committed, determined, ready to testify, and then something had changed. Find what you were looking for? The super asked from the doorway. Yes, Elise said quietly. Thank you. She placed the notebook back in the box and stood, taking one last look at the empty apartment. Somewhere, Sophia was starting over. New name, new life, new story that didn't include the truth of what had been done to her. Elise's phone buzzed. A text from Rachel Voss. Ms. Morgan, I appreciate your interest in our work, but I don't think we're a good fit for your research. Please don't contact us again. Formal. Final. The kind of message that suggested lawyers had been consulted. Elise texted back, I'm not doing research. I'm looking for a missing witness. If Sophia wants me to stop, I need to hear it from her. Not from you. The response came after a long pause. Some people don't want to be found. Respect that. Elise stood in the empty apartment, the box of Sophia's belongings in her arms, and made a decision. Tomorrow, she'd drive to New Horizon. She wouldn't have a warrant. She wouldn't have legal authority. But she'd have the truth. Sophia had wanted to testify. Someone had convinced her otherwise. And Elise was going to find out exactly how they'd done it. She thanked the super and carried the box down to the street. The night was cold, the kind of November wind that cut through layers and reminded you winter was coming. Her phone rang. Martin Reese. She let it go to voicemail. Whatever he wanted could wait. She had work to do. And somewhere upstate, in a facility that called itself a sanctuary, a 17-year-old girl was learning to forget the person she'd been brave enough to become. Elise wasn't going to let that stand. Chapter 4. Threshold. The drive to New Horizon took 2 hours and 17 minutes. Elise left Brooklyn before dawn, the city still dark except for the glow of early delivery trucks and all-night diners. By the time she crossed into upstate New York, the sun was rising behind bare trees, turning the frost-covered fields into something that looked almost peaceful. She told no one where she was going. Not Ben. Not Martin. Not even Claire, her younger sister who still called once a week to make sure Elise was eating properly and not working herself into an early grave. This was reconnaissance, not confrontation. She just needed to see the place, understand the layout, maybe catch a glimpse of the residence, and confirm what she already suspected, that Sophia was there, hidden behind therapeutic language and good intentions. The GPS led her off the highway and onto progressively smaller roads until she was on a Tulane County route bordered by farmland and dense forest. At mile marker 47, she found the turn, a paved driveway marked by a discreet wooden sign that read New Horizon, private property. Elise drove past without slowing. A quarter-mile down the road, she pulled onto a gravel shoulder and parked behind a cluster of pine trees that obscured her car from the main road. She sat for a moment, considering her options. The smart move would be to turn around, go home, and wait for Ben to dig up something actionable. The legal move would be to get a warrant based on probable cause. Except she didn't have probable cause, just patterns and suspicions. The right move, according to every professional instinct she'd honed over 15 years, was to stay in her lane and trust the system. Elise got out of the car. She'd worn hiking boots and dark clothing, nothing that screamed federal prosecutor conducting an unauthorized investigation, but practical enough for moving through woods. She pulled a camera from her bag, checked the battery, and started walking back toward the New Horizon entrance. The fence was visible from the road, 8 feet of dark metal, professional but not institutional. The kind of barrier that suggested security rather than imprisonment. Through the bars, she could see the main building, a renovated farmhouse, exactly as the satellite images had shown, with several smaller cottages arranged in a loose semicircle behind it. The gate was closed, monitored by a camera mounted on a stone pillar. A call box offered the option to announce yourself. Elise photographed the setup from a distance, then continued along the road, looking for weak points. 50 yards past the main entrance, the fence curved into the woods. The tree line was thick here, providing natural cover. Elise glanced back toward the road, no cars in either direction, then stepped into the forest. The ground was uneven, carpeted with dead leaves that crunched under her boots despite her attempts at stealth. She moved parallel to the fence, staying far enough back to avoid the camera sight lines she assumed existed every few hundred feet. Through gaps in the trees, she caught glimpses of the property, a garden dormant for winter, a walking path, a structure that might have been a greenhouse or a workshop, and people. She stopped, crouching behind a fallen log, and raised her camera. Through the telephoto lens, she could see 2 women walking the path, both dressed in casual clothing, jeans, sweaters, sneakers. They were talking, one of them gesturing animatedly while the other listened. Neither of them was Sophia. Elise photographed them anyway, then continued her circuit of the property. The fence ran for what felt like half a mile, enclosing the entire 40-acre parcel. At the back of the property, farthest from the main road, she found what she was looking for. A maintenance gate, secured with a chain and padlock but lower than the main fence, maybe 6 feet instead of 8. She could climb it, probably, if she was willing to risk trespassing charges and whatever consequences came with that. Elise stood there, weighing the decision. Breaking into a private facility without a warrant was illegal. It would compromise any evidence she found. It could cost her career if she was caught. But standing outside, watching from a distance, wasn't going to get Sophia back. She was reaching for the fence when she heard voices. Elise dropped behind a thick oak tree, her heart hammering. 2 people were approaching from inside the property, walking the perimeter path. She pressed herself against the bark and held perfectly still. Told her it would take time. A man's voice was saying, "You can't just erase trauma. The brain doesn't work that way." "I know that." A woman's voice, younger. Familiar. But she keeps asking about the trial. About what happened to the men who... That's normal. We're not trying to make her forget. We're trying to help her reframe the experience in a way that doesn't define her entire identity. Elise carefully leaned around the tree. The man was middle-aged, wearing glasses and a fleece jacket, carrying a tablet. The woman beside him was in her 20s, dressed in scrubs like a medical professional. They stopped near the maintenance gate, close enough that Elise could hear their breathing. "Dr. Tate wants to increase her sessions to 3 times a week," the man continued. "He thinks she's ready for the next phase." Which is? Helping her construct a narrative where leaving was her choice. Where she gets to own the decision instead of feeling like she abandoned something important. The younger woman frowned. "That feels like manipulation." "It's therapy," the man corrected gently. "We're giving her the tools to heal. Sometimes that means helping people rewrite their own stories. But what if the story they're rewriting is true? What if she really did want to testify and we talked her out of it?" The man sighed. "Rachel explained this. We don't talk people out of anything. We present options. We explain consequences. We support whatever decision they make. After we've spent 3 weeks telling them how traumatic testifying would be. Because it would be traumatic. You've seen the research. Witness testimony in sexual assault and trafficking cases often causes secondary victimization. We're preventing that. By preventing them from testifying at all. By letting them choose not to." The man's voice had hardened slightly. "I know you're new here, Sarah, but you need to understand our mission. These people have been hurt by the system. We're offering them a way out." Sarah was quiet for a moment, then said, "What about the other victims? The ones who don't get a choice because the case collapses? That's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to the person in front of us." They started walking again, their voices fading as they continued their rounds. Elise stayed frozen behind the tree, processing what she'd just heard. Dr. Owen Tate was here. He was personally working with residents, including, based on the pronouns, at least one young woman who'd been involved in a trial. It could be Sophia, or it could be someone else. Either way, the conversation confirmed what Elise had suspected. New Horizon wasn't just providing therapy. It was systematically convincing witnesses to abandon legal proceedings under the guise of trauma recovery. She waited until the voices were completely gone, then carefully photographed the maintenance gate and the surrounding area. The lock looked commercial grade. She wouldn't be able to pick it without tools. But she'd learned something valuable. The staff questioned what they were doing. Sarah, whoever she was, had doubts, which meant there might be someone inside willing to talk. Elise marked the location on her phone and began making her way back through the woods. She'd gone about 100 yards when she heard an engine. She ducked behind a cluster of birch trees and watched as a dark SUV rolled up the main driveway and stopped at the gate. The driver leaned out to use the call box, and even from this distance, Elise recognized her. Rachel Voss. The gate swung open, and the SUV drove through. Elise raised her camera and zoomed in, catching the license plate and several shots of Rachel's profile as she passed. Then she noticed something else. Rachel wasn't alone. There was someone in the passenger seat. A girl, young, dark hair. Elise's breath caught. She zoomed in further, trying to get a clear shot of the passenger's face, but the angle was wrong, and the SUV was already moving toward the main building. She couldn't be sure, but the build was right. The age was right. It could have been Sophia. Elise lowered the camera, her hand shaking. If that was Sophia, if she was here willingly, what was Elise supposed to do? Storm the facility and drag her out? Convince her she'd made a mistake? And what if Sophia looked at her and said she didn't want to be convinced? Elise stood in the cold woods, hidden among the trees, and felt the weight of every choice she'd made to get here. She'd pushed past her supervisor's warnings. She crashed a gala. She'd driven 2 hours to spy on a private facility. All because she believed Sophia deserved justice, deserved the chance to hold her traffickers accountable, deserved to know her voice mattered. But what if Sophia had decided her voice mattered more when she wasn't using it in a courtroom? Elise's phone buzzed, breaking her spiral. A text from Ben. "Where are you? Martin called me looking for you. Said you didn't show for a meeting this morning. He's pissed." Elise checked the time. 10:43 a.m. She'd completely forgotten about the check-in Martin had scheduled to discuss her personal days and when she'd be ready to return to work. She texted back, "Taking a mental health day. I'll call him later." Ben's response, "He knows you're not taking a mental health day. He knows you're working the Sophia case, and he's about to shut you down if you don't back off." Elise pocketed her phone. She'd deal with Martin later. Right now, she needed to get back to her car before someone spotted her trespassing on private property. She made it back to the road without incident, but as she approached her car, she noticed something that made her stop cold. A piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. Elise looked around. The road was empty. The woods were silent. No sign of anyone nearby. She pulled the paper free and unfolded it. Block letters. Same handwriting as the note from the courthouse. "You're not welcome here. This is your only warning." Elise's pulse quickened. Someone had known she was here. Someone had watched her park, watched her walk into the woods, and left this message, which meant the property was more heavily monitored than she'd realized. She got in her car and locked the doors, her mind racing. The security wasn't just cameras at the gate. There were probably motion sensors throughout the woods, perimeter alarms, maybe even guards doing regular patrols. She'd been lucky not to get caught. Or maybe they'd let her see, just enough to deliver their warning. Elise started the car and drove back toward the highway, checking her rearview mirror every few seconds to make sure she wasn't being followed. Her phone rang. Not Ben this time. Not Martin. Rachel Voss. Elise answered. "Hello, Ms. Morgan." Rachel's voice was calm, almost gentle. "I'm calling as a courtesy. We know you were on our property this morning. We have you on camera." Elise said nothing. "I'm not going to press charges," Rachel continued, "because I understand. You care about Sophia. You want to make sure she's safe. That's admirable. Is she there? That's not information I can share. Then we have nothing to talk about." "We have everything to talk about," Rachel said, "because you're about to make a choice that will affect more than just your career. If you continue investigating us, if you try to obtain a warrant or subpoena records, you're going to force us to defend ourselves legally. And that defense will include exposing every person we've helped over the past 5 years. Exposing them how? Their names, their locations, their new identities, everything we've worked so hard to protect. Rachel paused. We don't want to do that, Ms. Morgan. But we will if you force our hand. And the people who'll suffer most won't be us. It'll be the victims you're claiming to help. Elise gripped the steering wheel tighter. It was an elegant threat, perfectly calibrated. If she went after New Horizon legally, Crane's organization would leak information about the people they'd hidden, putting them all at risk. You're holding them hostage, Elise said quietly. We're protecting them. There's a difference. Not from where I'm sitting. Rachel sighed. I know what you think of us. I know you see this as obstruction of justice. But have you considered that maybe justice isn't what these people need? Maybe what they need is safety, peace, a chance to rebuild without having to prove their trauma in front of strangers. And what about the people who don't get that choice? The future victims who suffer because you help the perpetrators walk free. Those perpetrators are walking free because of us. They're walking free because the system failed to build strong enough cases without relying on traumatized witnesses. If the justice system worked the way it's supposed to, you wouldn't need Sophia's testimony to convict those men. Elise wanted to argue, but there was truth in Rachel's words. The case had been weak without Sophia. 3 men who destroyed lives had been released because the prosecution couldn't meet its burden without a single witness. Let me talk to her, Elise said. Put Sophia on the phone. If she tells me she's okay, if she tells me this is what she wants, I'll back off. She doesn't want to talk to you. She asked me to tell you that. Then she can tell me herself. She's healing, Ms. Morgan. Every time someone from her old life makes contact, it sets her back. You have to let her move forward. By pretending the past didn't happen. By choosing which parts of the past define her future. Rachel's voice softened. I know you mean well. But sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let go. The line went dead. Elise drove in silence for 20 minutes before pulling into a rest stop. She sat in the parking lot, staring at nothing, trying to organize her thoughts. Rachel's threat was real. If Elise pursued this legally, New Horizon would burn its own operation to the ground and take all the people they'd saved down with them. Names, locations, new identities, all exposed. It was mutually assured destruction, and Rachel was betting that Elise cared too much about the victims to pull that trigger. She was right. Elise couldn't live with herself if her investigation put Sophia or any of the others at risk, which meant she needed a different approach, something that wouldn't require warrants or subpoenas, something that wouldn't give Crane and Rachel an excuse to burn everything down. She pulled out her phone and called Ben. Tell me you're not in jail, he answered. I'm not in jail, but I need your help with something that might get me there. Now you're speaking my language. I need to find someone who used to work at New Horizon. Someone who left on bad terms. Someone who might be willing to talk. That's going to take time. HR records for private facilities aren't exactly public. How much time? A day. Maybe 2. Make it 1. And Ben. Elise paused. This has to be off the record until I say otherwise. No articles. No sharing with your editors. Elise. I'm serious. If this goes wrong, I don't want to trace back to you. He was quiet for a moment. Okay. Off the record. But you owe me more than dinner now. Put it on my tab. After they hung up, Elise opened her photo app and scrolled through the pictures she'd taken that morning. The fence. The cottages. The 2 people walking the perimeter. And Rachel's SUV with the unidentified passenger. She zoomed in on the passenger window, trying to enhance the image, but the resolution wasn't good enough. The face was just a blur of pixels. It might have been Sophia. It might have been someone else entirely. Either way, Elise was running out of options. She thought about the letter she'd found in Sophia's apartment. Being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. Sophia had written those words 3 days before she disappeared. 3 days before someone had convinced her that being brave meant running. Elise looked at the note on her passenger seat. You're not welcome here. This is your only warning. She thought about turning back. About calling Martin and apologizing. About returning to work and drowning herself in cases she could actually win. Instead, she started the car and drove back toward the city, already planning her next move. Because if Maxwell Crane thought one warning would be enough to stop her, he'd underestimated the prosecutor who'd spent 7 years waiting for another chance to get it right. Sophia had wanted to be brave, and Elise wasn't going to let anyone take that away from her, not even Sophia herself. Chapter 5. Fractures. Martin Reese's office always felt smaller when he was angry. Elise sat across from him at 4:30 p.m., her coat still on, her phone buzzing with messages she couldn't check because Martin had made it clear this conversation was happening now, whether she was ready or not. 3 days, he said, not looking up from the file on his desk. You took 3 days of personal leave and spent them conducting an unauthorized investigation into a closed case. The case isn't closed. It's dismissed without prejudice, which means it can be refiled if new evidence emerges. Not that you can go rogue playing detective. He finally looked at her, and the disappointment in his eyes hit harder than anger would have. You trespassed on private property. You harassed a philanthropic organization. You ignored direct orders from your supervisor. I was following a lead. You were following an obsession. Martin leaned back. And I would have let it slide because I know how much this case meant to you, but then I got a call this morning from Maxwell Crane's attorney. They're threatening to file a formal complaint. Harassment. Stalking. Interfering with a therapeutic facility. Elise felt her stomach drop. They're bluffing. Are they? Because they have time-stamped security footage of you on their property. They have records of you questioning their director at a private event. They have phone logs showing you've been researching their organization extensively. He pushed a folder across the desk. They sent this over. Take a look. Inside were printed screenshots. Elise's car at the rest stop near New Horizon. Timestamps from the gala showing when she'd arrived and how long she'd spoken to Crane and Rachel. Call records, not the content, but the metadata showing when Rachel had phoned her and how long they'd spoken. It was thorough. Professional. Exactly what you'd expect from people who specialized in crisis management. They're not filing anything, Martin continued. Yet, their attorney made that very clear. This is a courtesy warning. If you leave them alone, they'll drop it. If you continue, they'll bury you in civil litigation and ethics complaints. They're hiding witnesses, Martin. Systematically. Multiple cases across multiple jurisdictions. That's a serious allegation. Do you have proof? Elise hesitated. She had patterns, coincidences, circumstantial connections. Nothing that would survive a defense challenge. Not yet. Then you have a theory. And theories don't justify breaking the rules. Martin closed the folder. I'm putting you on administrative leave. 2 weeks. Paid. Non-negotiable. You're benching me. I'm protecting you from yourself. You go near Maxwell Crane or his foundation again, and I won't be able to help you. The AG's office is already asking questions. If they decide to make an example of you, your career is over. Elise stood. So I'm supposed to just let it go? Pretend Sophia didn't want to testify? Pretend those men didn't walk free because someone convinced her to disappear? I'm saying you need to ask yourself, what are you actually fighting for? Justice for Sophia or redemption for Teresa Moss? The name hung in the air between them like an accusation. That's not fair, Elise said quietly. Fair or not, it's the question that matters. Martin's voice softened. You couldn't save Teresa. I know that haunts you. But destroying your career won't save Sophia either. What if she's in danger? Is she? Or is she in a therapeutic facility recovering from trauma? He held up a hand before she could argue. I'm not saying Crane's organization is perfect. I'm not even saying they're entirely ethical. But from where I'm sitting, you're seeing conspiracy where there might just be complicated people making complicated choices. Elise picked up her bag. I'll take the 2 weeks. Use them to rest. See your sister. Take a real break. Of course. They both knew she was lying. Ben met her at a coffee shop in the West Village, a place with exposed brick and overpriced espresso where conversations disappeared into ambient noise. He was already at a corner table when she arrived, a laptop open and 3 empty sugar packets beside his cup. Administrative leave, he said as she sat down. You heard. I have sources. He closed the laptop. For what it's worth, I think Martin's wrong. You're onto something. Being onto something doesn't matter if I can't prove it, which is why you called me. Ben slid a flash drive across the table. Sarah Chun, 26, worked at New Horizon as a psychological associate for 8 months. Quit 6 weeks ago. Elise picked up the drive. How did you find her? Employment records from the New York State Office of Professions. She filed a complaint about unpaid overtime. It was dismissed, but the paperwork is public. He pulled up a photo on his phone. This her? The woman in the photo was young, Asian American, with tired eyes and a professional smile. She matched the woman Elise had seen walking the perimeter at New Horizon. That's her. Where is she now? Queens, working at a community mental health clinic. I haven't made contact yet, wanted to check with you first. Elise thought about Rachel's threat. If she approached Sarah directly, Crane's people would know. They'd find a way to discredit her testimony or intimidate her into silence. Can you reach out? Elise asked. Journalist to source. Tell her you're writing about therapeutic ethics in witness support programs. See if she'll talk off the record. And if she will, set up a meeting. Somewhere public but private. I'll listen from a distance. Ben studied her. You're really going to keep pushing this, even though it could cost you everything. Wouldn't you? He smiled. Already am. My editor killed my pitch on witness disappearances because our legal team said it was too speculative. So now I'm working it on my own time. Why? Because Teresa Moss gave me my first interview when I was a junior reporter. She trusted me to tell her story fairly. And then she recanted, and I never understood why. He paused. I owe her the truth. Same as you. They sat in silence for a moment. 2 people bound by a 7-year-old case and a shared need to make it right. I'll reach out to Sarah tonight, Ben said finally. Give me 48 hours. Elise spent the next 2 days in a strange limbo. Officially on leave, officially resting, but actually sitting at her dining table surrounded by files she wasn't supposed to be reading, making connections she wasn't supposed to be making. She'd started mapping every witness disappearance she could find, not just the 7 from her original list, but dozens of cases going back a decade. Any time a witness failed to appear, recanted testimony, or mysteriously withdrew from legal proceedings. Most were dead ends, legitimate cold feet, protective family members, witnesses who'd been threatened in obvious, documented ways. But 14 cases stood out, all within the past 8 years, all involving witnesses who'd been referred through organizations funded by the Renewal Trust, all involving sudden changes of heart that came after contact with therapeutic professionals. And in 6 of those cases, Dr. Owen Tate's name appeared somewhere in the documentation. Elise created a timeline, color-coded by jurisdiction. The pattern was clear. Crane's operation had started small, maybe even legitimately. A few high-profile cases where traumatized witnesses genuinely needed an exit, but over time it had scaled, systematized, become something closer to a business than a charitable intervention. The question was why? What did Maxwell Crane get out of this? Money was the obvious answer. If desperate defendants were willing to pay to make witnesses disappear, Threshold Solutions could charge premium rates. But Crane was already wealthy. His legitimate businesses were profitable. Why risk everything for witness tampering? Unless it wasn't about money. Elise pulled up Crane's biography again, reading more carefully this time. Most of his charitable work focused on criminal justice reform, reducing incarceration, supporting rehabilitation, advocating for restorative justice over punishment. He'd given speeches about the failures of the adversarial legal system. He'd written op-eds arguing that trauma victims shouldn't be forced to testify. He'd funded research into alternative dispute resolution. He genuinely believed the system was broken. And he decided to fix it himself, not through legislation or advocacy, but through direct intervention. By giving witnesses the power to say no. By protecting them from what he saw as institutional violence. It was ideological, which made it more dangerous than simple corruption. You couldn't bargain with someone who thought they were saving the world. Her phone buzzed. Ben, Sarah agreed to meet. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., Prospect Park. Says she'll talk but won't go on record. I'll be there as journalist. You should stay at a distance. Elise texted back, understood. Send me the exact location. That night, she barely slept. She kept thinking about Sophia's letter. About Teresa Moss. About all the witnesses who'd been convinced their voices didn't matter as much as their safety. And she thought about Rachel Voss's question, is justice worth destroying the person you're trying to protect? Elise didn't have a good answer. Because the truth was, justice did destroy people sometimes. Witnesses who testified were cross-examined, their credibility attacked, their trauma dissected in public. Some of them never recovered. But silence destroyed people too. It destroyed their sense of agency, their belief that speaking truth had value, their ability to hold perpetrators accountable. There were no clean choices, just difficult ones. At 1:30 p.m. the next day, Elise sat on a bench 300 yards from where Ben was meeting Sarah Chen. She wore sunglasses and a baseball cap, trying to look like just another person enjoying an unseasonably warm November afternoon. Through binoculars, she watched Ben arrive, coffee in hand, casual and non-threatening. 5 minutes later, Sarah appeared, younger in person, nervous, checking over her shoulder as she sat down. Elise couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could read body language. Sarah was tense at first, arms crossed, responding in short sentences. Ben kept his posture open, non-aggressive, asking questions that made Sarah lean forward instead of pulling back. After 10 minutes, Sarah started talking more freely, gesturing. At one point, she pulled out her phone and showed Ben something. Elise's phone buzzed. A text from Ben, recording this. She's confirming everything. Tate runs the therapy sessions. Rachel does the recruitment. Crane funds the whole operation. She says they don't see it as criminal, they genuinely believe they're helping. Another text, she's scared. Says Crane's people made her sign an NDA when she quit. If she talks publicly, they'll sue her into bankruptcy. Elise watched Sarah stand abruptly, shaking her head. Ben said something, gesturing calmly. Sarah hesitated, then sat back down. A third text, she wants immunity before she goes further. Can you arrange that? Elise's chest tightened. Immunity would require bringing in the FBI or the state AG's office. It would require making this official. And it would give Crane the excuse he needed to burn down his entire operation and expose everyone he'd helped. She texted back, not yet. Ask her if there's anyone currently at New Horizon who might want to leave. Anyone who's having second thoughts. She watched Ben show Sarah the message. Sarah read it, thought for a long moment, then nodded. Ben typed, she says there's a girl. 17. Been there about a week. She asks about her old life constantly. Asks if she made the right choice. Sarah thinks she's close to breaking. Elise's heart raced. Name. Ben showed Sarah the question. Sarah shook her head. She won't say. Too risky. But she says the girl's therapist is pushing hard to consolidate her new narrative before she changes her mind. Elise stood, pacing behind her bench. It could be Sophia, or it could be someone else entirely. But either way, there was a 17-year-old girl in that facility who was questioning her choice. That was the opening Elise needed. She texted, ask her how we could get a message to the girl. Something that would remind her she has options. Ben showed Sarah the message. Sarah's response was immediate and emphatic, shaking her head, standing again. Ben typed, she says absolutely not. If Crane finds out she helped communicate with a resident, the NDA is the least of her problems. She's done. Elise watched Sarah walk away, disappearing into the park's autumn trees. Ben stayed on the bench for a few minutes, then gathered his things and walked in the opposite direction. Elise's phone rang. Ben. I got what I could, he said without preamble. She confirmed the operation exists. Confirmed that witnesses are being systematically convinced to withdraw. But she won't testify. She's too afraid. Did she record anything while she was there? Messages, notes, anything we could use. She deleted everything when she quit. Part of the exit agreement. Elise closed her eyes. So we have verbal confirmation, but no evidence. Not exactly. Ben paused. She gave me something. Said if I ever decided to write the story anyway, this might help. What? A phone number. Burner phone. Says it's how Rachel communicates with clients when they're in the recruitment phase, before they officially become residents. Elise felt her pulse quicken. Can we trace it? Probably not to a specific person. But if someone were to call it, if someone were to pretend to be a potential client, they might be able to get Rachel on record discussing the process. That's entrapment. Not if you're a journalist asking questions. And not if the person answers voluntarily. Elise thought about it. about all the rules she'd already bent, all the lines she was willing to cross. "Send me the number," she said. That night, Elise sat at her dining table with the burner number written on a notepad in front of her. She'd run it through every database she had access to. Nothing. It was clean, untraceable, which meant Rachel was careful, professional. But everyone made mistakes when they thought they were talking to someone who needed help. Elise picked up her phone, then set it down. Picked it up again. If she made this call, if she pretended to be someone seeking threshold services, she'd be creating evidence through deception. It might not be admissible in court. It might backfire completely. But it was the only move she had left. She dialed the number. It rang 3 times before a woman answered. "Yes." Not Rachel's voice. Someone younger. "I was given this number," Elise said carefully. "I'm looking for help with a difficult situation." "What kind of situation?" "Legal. I'm supposed to testify in a case, but I don't think I can go through with it." Silence on the other end. Then, "How did you get this number?" "A friend. Someone who said you help people in situations like mine." "I'm going to need more information." "What's your name?" Elise had prepared for this. She pulled a real case from another jurisdiction. A witness who disappeared 2 years ago and was never found. "Angela Reese," she said, using the woman's name. "I witnessed a robbery in Philadelphia. The DA wants me to testify next month." More silence. The sound of typing. "Ms. Reese, I'm going to transfer you to someone who can help. Please hold." The line clicked. Soft music played. Elise's hands were shaking. This was it. If Rachel came on the line, if she started explaining the process, Elise would have something concrete. The music stopped. A new voice. Calm. Professional. Rachel Voss. "Ms. Reese, I'm told you're feeling uncertain about an upcoming testimony. Is that correct?" Elise took a breath. "Yes." "That's completely understandable. Can you tell me about the circumstances? What makes you hesitant?" "The defense attorney. He's been asking questions about my background. Things that don't have anything to do with what I saw. I feel like they're trying to destroy my credibility." That's a common tactic, unfortunately. The adversarial system prioritizes winning over truth. Rachel's voice was gentle, empathetic. "Have you spoken to the prosecutor about your concerns? She says it's normal, that I just have to get through it. But you don't think you can?" "I don't think I should have to." Elise let emotion creep into her voice. "I was trying to do the right thing, and now I'm being punished for it." "You're not being punished, Angela. You're being asked to carry a burden you didn't choose. And that's not fair." Rachel paused. "I work with an organization that helps people in your situation. We provide support for witnesses who are being traumatized by the legal process." "What kind of support?" "Therapeutic services, primarily. We help you understand all your options, including the option to prioritize your own well-being over the prosecution's agenda." "You mean not testifying?" "I mean making an informed choice about what's best for you. The prosecutor works for the state. We work for you." Elise's heart was racing. This was it. Rachel was describing the exact process Sarah had outlined. "How does it work?" Elise asked. "First, we'd need to meet in person. Assess your situation more thoroughly. Then, if you decide you want our help, we can provide counseling, legal guidance, and if necessary, relocation support." Relocation. In cases where witnesses fear retaliation or simply need to start fresh. We have residential facilities where people can heal in safety. That sounds expensive. We're a nonprofit. Our services are provided at no cost to you. We're funded by people who believe the justice system should serve victims, not victimize them further. Elise closed her eyes. It was perfect. Rachel had just described witness tampering in language that sounded like humanitarian work. "Can I think about it?" Elise asked. "Of course. Take all the time you need." "But Angela," Rachel's voice softened, "I want you to know that you don't owe anyone your trauma. You don't owe the prosecutor a conviction. You only owe yourself healing. Whatever you decide, make sure it's your choice." "Thank you," Elise said. "I'll text you my direct number. If you want to talk more, just reach out." The line went dead. Elise sat in silence, staring at her phone. She recorded the entire conversation. It wasn't proof of criminal activity, not technically. Rachel hadn't offered to pay Angela. She hadn't threatened anyone. She'd simply offered support. But combined with Sarah's testimony, with the pattern of disappearances, with the financial records linking Crane to New Horizon, it was a foundation. The beginning of a case. Her phone buzzed. A text from the burner number. "This is Rachel. I'm here if you need me. You're not alone. R." Elise stared at the message. Rachel genuinely believed she was helping. She probably sent hundreds of texts like this, convinced she was rescuing people from a cruel system. That made her dangerous in a way simple corruption never could be. Because how do you fight someone who thinks they're the hero? Elise saved the recording, backed it up 3 different ways, and sent a copy to Ben with a single message. "We're building something. Keep digging." Then she poured herself a glass of wine she wouldn't drink and stood at her window, looking out at the Brooklyn lights. Somewhere in those lights was Claire, probably calling to check on her. Somewhere was Martin, probably filing paperwork about her administrative leave. Somewhere was Sophia, maybe looking at the same sky, maybe wondering if anyone was still fighting for her. Elise pulled out the silver bracelet from her pocket. The bird's wings caught the light. "I'm still here," she whispered. "And I'm not done yet." Chapter 6, Inside Voice. The text came at 2:17 a.m., 3 days after Elise's phone call with Rachel. "This is Sophia. Please don't try to find me. I'm okay. I made my choice." Elise was awake, had been for hours, sitting at her dining table with case files spread around her like evidence of obsession. She stared at the message, her pulse quickening. The number wasn't one she recognized. Not Sophia's old phone. Not the burner number Rachel had texted from. Something new. She called it immediately. It rang once and went to a generic voicemail. Elise texted back, "I need to hear your voice. I need to know this is really you." No response. She tried again. "If you're safe, if this is really your choice, tell me why you left. Tell me what changed." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then, everything changed. "I realized testifying wouldn't protect anyone. It would just make me a victim all over again." Elise's chest tightened. The words sounded like Sophia, but also like something someone had taught her to say. Like a script she'd memorized. "Who told you that?" "Nobody told me. I figured it out myself. With help from Dr. Tate." A longer pause this time. "He helped me see things clearly. That's not the same as telling me what to think." Elise stood and paced her apartment, the phone gripped tight. This could be Sophia. Or it could be Rachel, pretending. Or it could be Sophia, texting under supervision, saying what she'd been coached to say. "I found your letter. The one you wrote to your mom. You said being brave means doing it anyway." No response for a full minute. Then, "I was wrong. Being brave means knowing when to walk away." Elise felt something crack inside her. Either Sophia had genuinely changed her mind, had been convinced through therapy that silence was strength, or she was being held in a gilded cage and had learned to call it freedom. "Can we meet? Just you and me. Somewhere public. I won't try to change your mind. I just need to see that you're okay." "No. I don't want to see you. I don't want to remember that person anymore." What person? The girl who thought her pain could fix anything. Elise sat down, the weight of those words crushing her. Because there was truth in them. She had pushed Sophia to testify, convinced her that speaking truth would create justice. But justice had failed. The case had collapsed. And Sophia had been left with nothing but the trauma of preparing to relive her worst experiences in front of strangers. Maybe Rachel was right. Maybe the system had failed Sophia long before Elise ever met her. "I'm sorry," Elise typed. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you the way I promised." The response came quickly. "You can protect me now by letting me go." Then, "Please, Ms. Morgan, if you ever cared about me, stop looking." The phone went dead. When Elise tried to call back, the number was disconnected. She sat in her dark apartment, staring at the conversation, reading it over and over, looking for signs of coercion. But every word could be genuine. Every sentiment could be Sophia's own. Or none of it could be. At 9 a.m., Elise met Claire for breakfast at a diner in Park Slope. Her sister was already in a booth when she arrived, pregnancy visible now at 5 months, glowing in the way people always said pregnant women did, but Elise had never quite believed until seeing it on Claire. "You look terrible," Claire said as Elise slid into the booth. "Thanks. I'm serious. When was the last time you slept more than 4 hours? I sleep. Lying in bed thinking about cases doesn't count. Claire poured coffee from a carafe that had been sitting too long on the burner. Martin called me. Said you're on leave. Of course he did. He's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Elise wrapped her hands around her coffee cup, letting the heat ground her. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're disappearing into this case the same way you disappeared into the Teresa Moss case. The same way you disappear into every case where you think you can fix something that's already broken. This isn't about fixing things. It's about finding the truth. Why? So you can sleep better at night? So you can prove you're not the prosecutor who lost a case 7 years ago. Claire leaned forward. Elise, I love you. But you have to stop using other people's pain to punish yourself for things that weren't your fault. Teresa Moss died because I didn't see the pattern. Because I accepted her recantation without questioning it. Teresa Moss died because she was in an impossible situation. Not because you failed her. I could have done more. You always think you could have done more. Claire's voice softened. That's what makes you a good prosecutor. It's also what's going to destroy you if you don't learn to let go. Elise looked at her sister, younger by 3 years but somehow wiser about the things that mattered. Claire had always known when to stop fighting, when to accept that some problems didn't have solutions. Elise had never learned that skill. What if Sophia is being held against her will? Elise asked quietly. Is she? I don't know. She texted me this morning. Said she made her choice. Asked me to stop looking. Then maybe you should. What if someone made her send that text? Claire was quiet for a moment, studying her sister. What if they didn't? What if she really does want to move on, and you're the one who won't let her? The question hit harder than any of Martin's warnings or Rachel's threats. I can't just abandon her, Elise said. You're not abandoning her. You're respecting her agency. There's a difference. Not when her agency has been manipulated. And how do you know it's been manipulated? Because she made a choice you don't agree with. Claire paused. Elise, I know you mean well. But sometimes caring about someone means trusting them to make their own mistakes. Elise wanted to argue, wanted to explain that this was different, that Sophia had been systematically convinced to betray her own courage. But the words wouldn't come. Because what if Claire was right? What if Elise was projecting her own guilt onto Sophia's situation? What if the girl had genuinely decided that healing mattered more than justice? I don't know how to let go, Elise admitted. I know, but you have to try. For your sake, not just hers. They ate in silence for a while, Claire working through pancakes while Elise pushed eggs around her plate without eating them. How's the baby? Elise asked finally, changing the subject. Claire's face lit up. Active. David swears he can feel kicks already, but I think it's just wishful thinking. You decided on a name yet? We're down to 3. Want to hear them? Elise listened as her sister described the debate over names, the nursery they were painting, the crib they couldn't figure out how to assemble. Normal life. The kind Elise had given up somewhere along the way in favor of case files and late nights at the office. When they parted outside the diner, Claire hugged her tighter than usual. Promise me you'll think about what I said. I will. And call me if you need to talk. About anything other than work. I promise. But as Elise walked toward the subway, she was already thinking about the text from Sophia. About the words that sounded rehearsed. About the disconnected number and the careful timing. She couldn't let go. Not yet. Ben called at noon. I found something. Can you meet? They met at the New York Public Library, in the Rosemain reading room where conversations disappeared into the cathedral acoustics and rows of researchers. Ben had a laptop and 3 folders spread across a desk in the far corner. Property records, he said, keeping his voice low. New Horizon isn't the only facility Threshold Solutions operates. There are 2 others. One in Vermont, one in Northern California. Elise pulled the folders closer. Each contained the same basic information. Residential properties, registered to subsidiaries of Threshold Solutions, funded by grants from the Renewal Trust. Same setup, she asked. Identical. 12-person capacity. Therapeutic services. Privacy protections. But here's the interesting part. Ben pulled up a spreadsheet. I cross-referenced the facility opening dates with witnessed disappearance patterns in those regions. Vermont facility opened in 2021. 6 months later, 2 high-profile witnesses in Massachusetts cases withdrew testimony. California facility opened in 2022. 4 witnesses disappeared in Northern California within a year. That's not coincidence. No. That's infrastructure. Ben zoomed in on a document. And there's more. I pulled tax filings for all 3 facilities. They're reporting similar expenses, around $2.8 million annually per location. But the reported resident numbers don't add up. What do you mean? New Horizon reports an average of 8 residents per year. If each costs $200,000 in care, that's only $1.6 million. Where's the other $1.2 million going? Elise studied the numbers. Administrative costs. Staff salaries. Maybe. Or maybe they're running more people through than they're reporting. Maybe the 12-person capacity is just for show, and they're actually processing dozens of witnesses per year, keeping them for shorter periods, moving them through quickly. Like a pipeline. Exactly. Elise leaned back, processing. If Threshold was operating 3 facilities and processing witnesses at scale, this wasn't just a few isolated interventions. This was systematic. Industrial. How many cases total? She asked. Ben pulled up another document. I've identified 47 witness withdrawals or disappearances over the past 8 years that fit the pattern. Timing, location, circumstances. Not all of them are connected. Some are legitimate. But at least 20 have links to organizations funded by the Renewal Trust. 20 witnesses. 20 collapsed prosecutions. 20 that I found. There could be more. Elise felt the scope of it settling on her shoulders. This wasn't about Sophia anymore. This was about dozens of cases, hundreds of victims who'd been denied justice because key witnesses had been systematically removed from the legal process. We need to go public, Elise said. This is too big to handle quietly. With what evidence? Everything I have is circumstantial. Patterns and coincidences. No smoking gun. Sarah Chen's testimony. Won't testify. I tried again yesterday. She's terrified. Elise thought about the recording of her conversation with Rachel. About Sophia's texts. About the facility tours she couldn't take and the records she couldn't access. We need someone on the inside, she said. Someone currently at one of the facilities who's willing to talk. How do we find them? We don't. They find us. Elise pulled out her phone and opened a new email. She addressed it to the general contact address listed on New Horizon's website. To the residents of New Horizon, my name is Elise Morgan. I'm a prosecutor in New York. If you're questioning the choice you made to leave your previous life, if you're wondering whether you made the right decision, I want you to know you have options. You can still change your mind. You can still choose to speak. And if you need help getting out, I will help you. You're not alone. She included her personal email and cell number, then showed the draft to Ben. That's bold, he said. It's desperate. But if there's anyone in those facilities who's having doubts, who's feeling trapped, this might reach them. Or it might get you sued for harassment. They're already threatening that. Might as well make it count. Ben smiled. You know what? Send it. Worst case, nothing happens. Best case, someone responds. Elise hit send. The response came faster than expected. At 4:47 p.m., her phone buzzed with a new email from an address she didn't recognize. Temporary shelter 847@protonmail.com. The subject line, I want out. Elise's hands trembled as she opened it. Ms. Morgan, I don't know if you're real or if this is a test. But I'm at New Horizon and I made a mistake. They told me leaving would protect me. They told me testifying would destroy me. I believe them. But now I've been here 3 weeks and I can't leave. They say I can, but every time I try, Dr. Tay convinces me to stay just a little longer. To work through just one more thing. I want to go home. I want to finish what I started, but I don't know how to get out without them stopping me. Can you help? No name. No identifying details. But the desperation was real. Elise typed back immediately, I can help. But I need to know, are you being held against your will? Are they preventing you from leaving? The response came within minutes. It's complicated. They don't lock doors. But they've convinced me I'll be in danger if I leave. That the people I testified against will find me. That I'm only safe here. Are you safe there? I don't know anymore. I thought I was. But now it just feels like a different kind of prison. Elise's heart raced. This was it. This was the opening she'd been waiting for. What's your name? A long pause. Then I'm scared to say. What if they're monitoring this? Use a fake name. Something I can call you. Another pause, Jay. Okay, Jay. Are you under 18? Yes. Then you have rights. They can't keep you there without parental consent. Do your parents know where you are? I don't have parents. I'm in state custody. They said the facility has guardianship while I'm here. Elise closed her eyes. That complicated things. If New Horizon had temporary guardianship, removing Jay would require legal challenges, court orders, proof of harm. But it wasn't impossible. Jay, I'm going to help you. But I need you to do something for me. Can you document what's happening there? Write down what Dr. Tate says in your sessions. Keep track of when you ask to leave and what reasons they give for convincing you to stay. Don't let them know you're doing this. Okay. And Jay, I need you to be honest with me. Are you doing this because you genuinely want to testify, or because you think that's what I want to hear? The response took longer this time. Both, maybe. I wanted to testify before I came here. I wanted those men punished for what they did. But Dr. Tate made me see how hard it would be, how much it would hurt. And I got scared. Being scared is normal. But now I'm scared of something else. I'm scared of becoming someone who runs from hard things. I'm scared I'm learning to hide instead of fight. Elise felt tears prick her eyes. This could be Sophia. The age was right. The timeline was right. The voice, even through text, sounded like the girl who'd written that letter to her dead mother. Jay, were you supposed to testify in a trafficking case? A very long pause. Then yes. In New York? Yes. Is your real name Sophia? The typing indicator appeared and disappeared several times. Finally, I can't answer that. I'm sorry. Elise understood. Admitting her identity was a line Jay, or Sophia, wasn't ready to cross. Not yet. That's okay. You don't have to tell me anything you're not ready to share. But I want you to know, whoever you are, whatever case you were part of, I believe you have the right to make your own choices. Real choices. Not ones influenced by people who think they know better than you. How do I know you're not doing the same thing? Trying to convince me to choose what you want. It was a fair question. The kind of question a smart teenager would ask. You're right, Elise typed. I do want you to testify. I think justice matters. But more than that, I want you to have the power to decide for yourself. If you choose to stay at New Horizon, if you genuinely believe that's what's best for you, I'll respect that. But if you're staying because you're afraid, or because someone has convinced you that you don't have another option, then I want to give you that option. What if I testify and those men still go free? That's possible. The system isn't perfect. But at least you'll know you tried. At least you'll know your voice mattered. Dr. Tate says my voice matters more when I use it to heal myself instead of hurt others. And what do you think? Another long pause. I think I'm tired of other people telling me what I think. Elise smiled. That was Sophia. That defiance. That clarity. Then let's get you out of there. But we have to be careful. If Crane or Rachel realize you're in contact with me, they'll move you to a different facility. Or convince you to delete these emails. We need a plan. What kind of plan? First, I need to know the facility layout. Where's your room? Where are the exits? Is there a time of day when staff presence is lighter? Jay sent a detailed description. A cottage at the back of the property, one roommate, shared bathroom, main building about 200 yards away. Staff did rounds every 2 hours from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quietest time was around 3 a.m. Can you walk to the maintenance gate at the back of the property? I think so. But there are cameras. I know. But if you left at 3 a.m., by the time someone noticed, you'd already be gone. Where would I go? Elise thought carefully. She couldn't bring Jay to her apartment. That would be kidnapping. She couldn't take her to the police without proof that she was being held improperly. But there were other options. There's a women's shelter in Kingston, about 40 minutes from New Horizon. It's independent, not connected to Threshold. If you can get to the road, I'll have someone pick you up and take you there. From there, we can figure out next steps. Who would pick me up? A friend. Someone I trust. His name is Ben. He's a journalist, but he won't publish anything without your permission. I don't know if I can do this. You don't have to decide now. Think about it. But Jay, whatever you decide, save these emails somewhere safe. Back them up. They're evidence that you wanted to leave. Evidence of what? That you weren't there voluntarily. That your consent was manufactured, not genuine. The response came after a long pause. Okay, I'll think about it. And Ms. Morgan? Yes. Thank you for not giving up on me. Elise wiped her eyes. I never will. The email thread went quiet. Elise sat at her dining table, staring at the screen, reading the conversation over and over. She'd made contact. She'd offered a way out. But she'd also put Sophia, in danger. If Crane's people found these emails, the consequences could be severe. She forwarded the entire thread to Ben with a message. We have an inside contact. Potentially Sophia. She wants out, but she's scared. We need an extraction plan. Ben's response, Jesus. Okay, I'm on it. But Elise, if we do this, if we help her leave, Crane will come after us with everything he has. I know, but we can't leave her there. Agreed. Give me 24 hours to set it up. Elise stood and walked to her window, looking out at the city lights. Somewhere upstate, a 17-year-old girl was lying in a cottage room, staring at the ceiling, trying to decide whether running toward truth was braver than running from it. And somewhere in Manhattan, Maxwell Crane was sitting in his office, convinced he was protecting people from the violence of justice. Both of them believed they were right. Only one of them could be. Elise pulled out Sophia's bracelet and turned it over in her hands. The silver bird, wings spread, frozen mid-flight. Tomorrow, if everything went according to plan, that bird would fly for real. And Elise would finally have the chance to make things right. Chapter 7, Extraction. The plan was simple, which meant it had 1,000 ways to fail. Ben would drive upstate and park on the county road near the maintenance gate at 2:45 a.m. Jay would leave her cottage at 3 a.m., walk through the woods to the back fence, climb over, and meet Ben on the road. Total exposure time, 12 minutes. By the time New Horizons staff noticed she was missing during the 4 a.m. rounds, Jay would be at the women's shelter in Kingston with a lawyer Elise had arranged, pro bono, trustworthy, specializing in youth advocacy. Simple. Except for the cameras. The motion sensors Elise suspected existed but couldn't confirm. The possibility that Jay would lose her nerve. The possibility that this was a trap and Crane's people were monitoring the emails, waiting for Elise to incriminate herself by helping a minor leave a therapeutic facility. But at 11:30 p.m., Elise sat in her apartment, phone in hand, watching the clock tick toward the moment when everything would either work or collapse. Her phone buzzed. Ben, heading out now. 2 hours to location. You should try to sleep. Not likely. Me neither. I'll text when I'm in position. Elise had wanted to go herself, but Ben had talked her out of it. If something went wrong, if Crane's people called the police, having a prosecutor on scene would make everything worse. Ben could claim journalistic inquiry. Elise would have no excuse. So she waited, and thought about all the ways this could go sideways. At 1:47 a.m., her phone lit up with an email from Jay. I'm scared. Elise typed back immediately. That's normal. Being scared doesn't mean you're making the wrong choice. What if they're right? What if leaving makes everything worse? What does your gut tell you? A long pause. Then, my gut says I need to finish what I started. But my brain says that's just pride talking. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's okay to be proud of your courage. Dr. Tate says courage is knowing when to surrender. Elise felt anger flare. Tate had spent 3 weeks redefining every virtue Sophia possessed. Courage became surrender. Strength became silence. Justice became healing at the cost of accountability. Jay, listen to me. Courage is doing what you believe is right even when it scares you. Surrender is giving up because someone convinced you that fighting is pointless. Only you know which one you're doing. How do I know? Ask yourself. If no one had ever told you what to think, if you'd made this choice in complete silence, what would you have done? The response took 5 minutes. I would have testified. I wanted those men to pay for what they did. I still do. Then that's your answer. I'm ready. I'll be at the fence at 3 o'clock. Elise closed her eyes, relief and terror mixing in equal measure. Ben will be there. He'll take you somewhere safe. And Jay. Yes. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for not forgetting about me. The email stopped. Elise stood and paced her apartment, checking her phone every 30 seconds, even though there was nothing to check. At 2:38 a.m., Ben texted, in position. Road is empty. No sign of security patrols. At 2:52 a.m., still clear. This might actually work. At 3:01 a.m., no sign of her yet. Elise's heart hammered. She stared at the screen, willing another message to appear. 3:04 a.m., still nothing. 3:07 a.m., movement. Someone's coming through the woods. Elise held her breath. 3:09 a.m., it's her. She's at the fence. 3:11 a.m., she's over. We're moving to the car. 3:13 a.m., in the car. Heading to Kingston. She's shaking but okay. Elise sat down, the relief so overwhelming she felt dizzy. They'd done it. Sophia was out. Her phone rang. Ben, voice low and urgent. We're clear of the facility. She's in the back seat. She wants to talk to you. Rustling. Then a voice Elise hadn't heard in weeks, small and trembling. Ms. Morgan. Sophia. Elise's voice cracked. Are you okay? I don't know. I don't know if I just did something brave or something stupid. You did something honest. That's what matters. They're going to be so angry when they find out I'm gone. Let them be angry. You have rights. They can't force you to stay. Dr. Tate said I was making so much progress. He said I was learning to reframe my narrative in healthier ways. What do you think? Sophia was quiet for a long moment. I think he was teaching me to lie to myself. Elise felt tears on her cheeks. I'm so proud of you. For running away. Again. For running toward something this time. Toward your own voice. Ben's voice in the background. We're 10 minutes from the shelter. Lawyers meeting us there. Sophia, you're going to be safe, Elise said. The shelter is secure. The lawyer will explain your options. And I'll be there first thing in the morning. What if I change my mind? What if I wake up tomorrow and realize I should have stayed? Then we'll deal with that tomorrow. But tonight, you made a choice that was yours. Nobody coached you. Nobody convinced you. That's worth something. Okay. Sophia's voice was steadier now. Okay. I can do this. I know you can. After they hung up, Elise sat in the dark, processing. Sophia was out. She was safe. But the hard part was just beginning. Because now Crane would know his operation had been compromised. He'd know Elise was actively working against him. And he'd respond. Her phone buzzed. An email, not from Jay's Proton mail address, but from Rachel Voss's official Threshold Solutions account. Subject line, we need to talk. Elise opened it. Ms. Morgan, I know what you did tonight. I know you helped one of our residents leave without proper authorization. What you see as rescue, I see as kidnapping. But I'm not calling the police. Not yet. Because I want to give you a chance to understand what you've just done. Sophia, yes, I'm using her real name because you've already destroyed any semblance of confidentiality, was not a prisoner. She was a client receiving therapeutic care. She came to us voluntarily. She stayed voluntarily. And now you've convinced a traumatized child that running from healing is the same as running toward justice. You think you saved her. You didn't. You just reset her trauma clock to 0. Everything we accomplished over the past 3 weeks, teaching her to separate her identity from her victimhood, helping her build a future that isn't defined by what was done to her, you've erased it. And for what? So you can parade her in front of a courtroom and watch her get torn apart by defense attorneys? So you can feel like you won? This isn't about Sophia. It's about you. Your need to prove you're not the prosecutor who lost Teresa Moss. Your need to believe that justice matters more than the people it destroys. I'm giving you 24 hours to bring Sophia back. Voluntarily. If you do, we'll consider this a momentary lapse in judgment on her part. Understandable, given her fragile state. We'll resume her care, and no one has to know about your interference. If you don't, I'll have no choice but to pursue every legal avenue available. Interference with therapeutic care. Custodial interference. And I'll make sure every journalist in the city knows how a prosecutor with a vendetta manipulated a vulnerable teenager to serve her own agenda. The choice is yours. But make it quickly. Because the longer Sophia is out there, the more danger she's in, from the men she testified against, from the media circus you're about to create, and from herself. We both care about that girl, Ms. Morgan. We just disagree about what caring looks like. Rachel. Elise read the email 3 times, her anger building with each pass. Rachel had framed the entire extraction as manipulation, as Elise's pathology rather than Sophia's agency. And the worst part was, some of it would sound plausible to people who didn't know the full story. She typed a response. Sophia left because she wanted to. Because you spent 3 weeks convincing her that her voice didn't matter. That's not therapy. That's coercion. And I have proof. She attached the recording of her conversation with Rachel posing as Angela Reese, along with screenshots of her emails with Jay. You told Angela that witnesses don't owe prosecutors their trauma. You offered relocation support. You described a system designed to help witnesses disappear. That's not therapeutic care. That's obstruction of justice. Sophia is safe. She's with a lawyer who specializes in youth advocacy. She's making her own choices, real ones, not ones filtered through your therapeutic framework. And Rachel, if you come after her, if you try to discredit her or me, I'll make sure every case connected to New Horizon gets reopened. Every witness you helped over the past 8 years. I'll make sure the FBI investigates threshold solutions for systematic witness tampering. You wanted to give me 24 hours. Here's my counter. You have 24 hours to shut down New Horizon and the other facilities. Release every resident in your care. Let them make genuine choices about their futures. Or I go public with everything I have. She hit send before she could second-guess herself. The response came within minutes. You're bluffing. You don't have enough to make charges stick. And even if you did, the damage you'd cause to the people we've helped would be catastrophic. You're not willing to hurt them to hurt us. Elise stared at the screen. Rachel was right. Going public would expose everyone Crane had hidden, putting them at risk from the people they testified against, from media attention, from the collapse of the identities they built. It was the same stalemate as before. Mutually assured destruction. Unless Elise could find a way to expose the operation without exposing the individuals. Her phone rang. Not Ben. Not Rachel. Agent Nora Finch, FBI. Elise answered, her pulse quickening. Agent Finch. Ms. Morgan, I'm calling because your name came up in an investigation we've been conducting. I understand you've been looking into witness disappearances connected to an organization called Threshold Solutions. Elise's mind raced. Who had contacted the FBI? Sarah Chen. Someone else. I've been researching patterns, yes. Off the clock. Personal interest. Well, your personal interest aligns with our professional one. We've been building a case against Maxwell Crane for the past 18 months. Witness tampering, obstruction of justice, fraud. But we've had trouble getting anyone to talk. People are scared, or they genuinely believe Crane helped them. Why are you telling me this? Because we could use a cooperating witness. Someone who went through Crane's program and is willing to testify about what really happens at those facilities. Finch paused. I heard you help someone leave New Horizon tonight. That someone might be very valuable to our investigation. Elise closed her eyes. The FBI had been watching. Waiting. And now they wanted Sophia. She's 17. She's been through hell. I'm not putting her in front of a grand jury unless she chooses it herself. I respect that. But Ms. Morgan, this is bigger than one case. We're talking about potentially hundreds of witnesses who were systematically removed from legal proceedings. Criminal enterprises that went unpunished because key testimony disappeared. This is the kind of corruption that undermines the entire justice system. I know what's at stake. Then help us. Bring Sophia in. Let her tell her story. We'll protect her. Full immunity, witness protection if needed. But we need her testimony to make this case. Elise thought about Sophia, shaking in the backseat of Ben's car, asking if she'd done something brave or something stupid. Thought about her sitting in another office, being asked to be brave again, to testify again. This time not against her traffickers, but against the people who'd convinced her she didn't have to. I'll talk to her, Elise said, but I won't pressure her. This has to be her choice. Fair enough. I'll send you my contact information. When she's ready, we'll talk. Finch paused. Ms. Morgan, what you did tonight took guts. Not everyone would risk their career for a witness. She's not just a witness. She's a kid who deserved better from all of us. After they hung up, Elise sat in the pre-dawn darkness, processing. The FBI had a case. They needed Sophia. And in a few hours, Elise would have to explain to a traumatized 17-year-old that the system was asking her to be brave one more time. At 4:17 a.m., Ben texted, Sophia's at the shelter. Lawyer's with her. She's exhausted but stable. You should get some sleep. Is she okay? She's scared. Keeps asking if she made the right choice. But yeah, I think she's okay. Better than she was anyway. Elise looked at the clock. In 2 hours, the sun would rise. Crane's people would discover Sophia was gone. The quiet war Elise had been waging would become very loud, very quickly. She pulled up Rachel's last email and reread it. We both care about that girl, Ms. Morgan. We just disagree about what caring looks like. Maybe that was true. Maybe Rachel genuinely believed she was protecting people. Maybe Maxwell Crane had started with good intentions and convinced himself that rewriting witnesses' narratives was a form of justice. But good intentions didn't excuse systematic obstruction. And protecting people from their own courage wasn't the same as giving them choices. Elise opened a new email and typed a message to Agent Finch. I'll bring Sophia in when she's ready. But she gets to hear the full truth. What testifying means, what it costs, what it accomplishes. And then she decides. No pressure. No manipulation. Just facts in her own voice. That's all I've ever wanted. She sent it, then finally allowed herself to lie down on the couch, fully clothed, phone in her hand. Sleep didn't come, but something close to peace did, because for the first time in weeks, Sophia was somewhere she'd chosen to be. And that had to count for something. At 6:43 a.m., Elise's phone exploded with notifications. News alert! Prosecutor under investigation for kidnapping teenager from therapeutic facility. Another. Maxwell Crane accuses ADA of interfering with witness care. And another. Ethics complaint filed against Southern District prosecutor. Elise sat up, her stomach dropping. Crane hadn't waited 24 hours. He'd gone nuclear. She opened the news articles. They all told the same story. Maxwell Crane had held a press conference at 6 a.m., flanked by lawyers, accusing Elise Morgan of manipulating a vulnerable teenager into leaving a therapeutic facility against medical advice. He presented a timeline of Elise's harassment of his organization, the gala, the emails, the trespassing at New Horizon. And he'd leaked Sophia's name. Sophia Reeves, a 17-year-old survivor of trafficking, had been making tremendous progress at our residential facility, Crane was quoted as saying. She was learning to heal, to build a life beyond her trauma. And then Ms. Morgan, a prosecutor with a personal vendetta, convinced her to run. Not because it was in Sophia's best interest, but because Ms. Morgan needed a witness to salvage a failed case. The article included a statement from Rachel Voss. We're heartbroken. Sophia was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now she's back in the same system that failed her in the first place, being pressured to relive her trauma for a legal process that has already proven it can't protect her. Elise's phone rang. Martin Reese. Tell me this isn't true, he said, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. Sophia left voluntarily. I didn't kidnap her. I didn't manipulate her. She wanted out and I helped her. While on administrative leave. While under explicit orders to stay away from this case. Martin's voice rose. Do you have any idea what you've done? The AG's office is demanding your immediate suspension. The ethics board wants a formal hearing. And Maxwell Crane's lawyers are drafting a civil suit that will bankrupt you even if they don't win. I have evidence. Recordings, emails, witness testimony. I don't care. You crossed every line. You trespassed. You interfered with a therapeutic facility. You helped a minor leave custodial care without proper authorization. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was colder. You're fired, Elise. Effective immediately. Clean out your desk by end of day. The line went dead. Elise sat on her couch, staring at her phone, processing the implosion of her career. 15 years. Gone. But when she looked at the news alerts, at Crane's smug face in the photos, at Rachel's carefully worded statements, she felt something other than despair. She felt clarity, because Crane had made a mistake. He'd gone public. He'd put this in the spotlight, and now everyone would be watching. Elise opened her contacts and called Ben. Have you seen the news? Yeah. It's bad. It's perfect. Crane just declared war in public. That means we can fight back in public. Elise, you just lost your job. I know. Which means I have nothing left to lose. She stood, adrenaline replacing exhaustion. Set up a press conference. This afternoon. I'm going to tell my side of the story. Are you sure? Once you go public, there's no walking it back. Elise thought about Sophia, about Teresa Moss, about all the witnesses who'd been convinced their voices didn't matter. I'm sure. It's time to stop fighting quietly. Okay. I'll make the calls. After they hung up, Elise showered, dressed in her most professional suit, and sat down to write the statement that would either vindicate everything she'd done or destroy what little remained of her reputation. At the top of the page, she wrote, "Some battles aren't meant to be won in courtrooms, but they still need to be fought." And then she began to write the truth. Chapter 8. Public record. The press conference was held in a community center in downtown Brooklyn, a neutral space that Ben had secured within 3 hours of Elise's call. By 2 p.m., the room was packed, reporters from every major outlet, cameras on tripods, the low hum of anticipation that preceded either vindication or public execution. Elise sat at a folding table with a microphone, Ben to her left, and a lawyer named David Kern to her right. Kern was a criminal defense attorney who'd built his reputation defending whistleblowers and took Elise's case pro bono after a single phone call. He'd spent the morning coaching her on what she could and couldn't say without getting sued. "Keep it factual," he'd said. "No speculation. No accusations you can't prove. You're not prosecuting Crane here. You're defending yourself." But as Elise looked out at the assembled press corps, at the cameras that would broadcast this to thousands of people, she knew this was about more than self-defense. This was about putting Maxwell Crane on trial in the court of public opinion. At 2:03 p.m., Ben stood and called the room to order. "Thank you all for coming. My name is Ben Cartwright with the New York Times. I'm here as a journalist, but also as someone who's been investigating the patterns Ms. Morgan will describe today. I'll make a brief statement, then turn it over to her." He pulled out his notes. Over the past 8 years, at least 47 witnesses in criminal cases across 6 states have either disappeared or recanted testimony under circumstances that follow a distinct pattern. Many were connected to organizations funded by the Renewal Trust, a foundation run by Maxwell Crane. Many received therapeutic services from facilities operated by Threshold Solutions, Crane's crisis management firm. And many described being convinced that testifying would cause them more harm than good. A reporter's hand shot up. Ben shook his head. Questions after Ms. Morgan's statement. He sat down, and Elise leaned toward the microphone. Her hands were steady. Her voice was clear. "My name is Elise Morgan. Until this morning, I was an assistant district attorney with the Southern District of New York. I was fired for helping a 17-year-old witness leave a therapeutic facility operated by Threshold Solutions. Maxwell Crane has accused me of kidnapping, manipulation, and interfering with witness care. I'm here to tell you what actually happened." She paused, letting the cameras focus. 3 months ago, I was prosecuting a trafficking case. The key witness was Sophia Reeves, a 17-year-old girl who'd been sold to men who didn't care that she was a child. Sophia was brave. She wanted to testify. She wanted those men held accountable. But the night before trial, she disappeared from protective custody. No signs of struggle. No coercion. Just gone. Elise pulled out a folder and held up Sophia's ID badge, the one she'd found on the witness stand. "I found this in the courtroom. And I found something else." She held up the letter Sophia had written to her mother. "This is a letter Sophia wrote 3 days before she disappeared. In it, she talks about being scared but determined to testify. She talks about wanting to protect other girls from what happened to her. This was not a person who wanted to run. This was a person who'd made a choice." She set the letter down carefully. "So I started asking questions. Where did Sophia go? Who convinced her to leave? And what I found was a pattern. Dozens of witnesses, across multiple jurisdictions, all disappearing or recanting under similar circumstances, all connected to organizations funded by Maxwell Crane." A reporter interrupted. "Are you saying Crane's organization kidnaps witnesses?" "No. That's not what I'm saying. What Crane does is more sophisticated than kidnapping. He convinces witnesses that they don't have to be brave. He provides therapy that reframes courage as trauma, that teaches people their voices don't matter as much as their safety. And he offers them a way out, comfortable facilities, financial support, new identities if needed, all under the guise of therapeutic care." Another reporter, "But isn't that helping them? If witnesses are traumatized by testifying, Isn't protecting them from that trauma a good thing? Elise had expected this question. It was the same argument Rachel had made, the same logic that made Crane's operations seem benevolent. It would be, she said carefully, if the choice was truly theirs. But when you spend 3 weeks telling someone that testifying will destroy them, when you isolate them from everyone who believes in them, when you create an environment where silence is presented as strength, that's not giving someone a choice. That's manufacturing consent. She pulled out her phone and played the recording of her conversation with Rachel, the one where she'd posed as Angela Reese. The room went silent as Rachel's voice filled the space. We help you understand all your options, including the option to prioritize your own well-being over the prosecution's agenda. We're a nonprofit. Our services are provided at no cost to you. We're funded by people who believe the justice system should serve victims, not victimize them further. Elise stopped the recording. That was Rachel Voss, Threshold Solutions Director of Operations. She's describing a system designed to help witnesses withdraw from legal proceedings. And before you ask, yes, I obtained this recording through deception. I posed as a potential client, because it was the only way to understand how the system actually works. Crane leaned toward his own microphone. Ms. Morgan recognizes that the recording may not be admissible in court, but it demonstrates a pattern of behavior that the public has a right to know about. A reporter from the back, what about Sophia? Where is she now? Sophia is safe. She's with a youth advocacy lawyer, making her own decisions about her future. And here's what's important. After 3 weeks at New Horizon being told that testifying would destroy her, after 3 weeks of therapy designed to convince her to stay silent, Sophia reached out to me. She said she wanted to finish what she started. She said she wanted out. Elise held up her phone. I have emails proving this. Emails where Sophia explicitly says she made a mistake, that she wants to leave, that she feels trapped. I can't share them publicly. They contain privileged information, but they've been provided to the FBI, which is conducting its own investigation into Threshold Solutions. The room erupted. Reporters shouting questions, cameras flashing. Crane held up his hands for quiet. One at a time, please. A woman from CNN, Ms. Morgan, Maxwell Crane held a press conference this morning accusing you of manipulating Sophia. He said you have a personal vendetta because of a case you lost 7 years ago. How do you respond? Elise had known this was coming. She took a breath. 7 years ago, I worked on a case involving a witness named Teresa Moss. She recanted her testimony, and the defendant was acquitted. 6 months later, that defendant killed again. 3 months after that, Teresa died of an overdose in Las Vegas. For years, I blamed myself for not seeing that something was wrong, for accepting her recantation without questioning it. She paused, choosing her words carefully. So yes, I think about Teresa Moss every time I work with a witness. And yes, when Sophia disappeared, I couldn't help but see the pattern. But this isn't about my guilt or my need for redemption. This is about a systematic operation that removes witnesses from criminal proceedings and calls it therapy. A reporter from the Post. But you were fired. Your supervisor said you violated protocol, trespassed on private property, interfered with a therapeutic facility. How do we know you're not just a rogue prosecutor with an axe to grind? You don't, Elise said simply. You'll have to decide for yourselves whether the evidence I'm presenting is credible. But I'll ask you this. If a 17-year-old girl emails you saying she wants to leave a facility but feels trapped, saying she's scared to make her own choices, what would you do? Would you ignore her because following protocol is easier? Or would you help her? Silence in the room. Then a different reporter. What do you want, Ms. Morgan? What's the goal here? Elise leaned forward. I want the FBI to complete its investigation. I want every case connected to Threshold Solutions to be reviewed. I want witnesses who were convinced to disappear to know they can still come forward, that their voices still matter. And I want Maxwell Crane to answer a simple question. If your operation is truly about helping people, why do you need to hide it? Why the NDAs? Why the threats of litigation? Why the press conference this morning trying to destroy my credibility before I could tell my side? She stood, gathering her papers. One more thing. Mr. Crane says I manipulated Sophia, that I convinced her to leave against her own interests. So I have a proposal. Let Sophia speak for herself. Put her in front of cameras with no lawyers, no prosecutors, No therapist telling her what to say. Let her tell the world, in her own words, why she left. Let her explain whether she feels manipulated by me or liberated by having a choice. Elise looked directly at the cameras. Mr. Crane, if you're so confident that your organization helps people, prove it. Let Sophia speak freely. Because right now, the only person trying to silence her is you. She stepped away from the microphone. The room erupted again, reporters shouting questions, but Kern was already guiding her toward a side exit where Ben had a car waiting. As they pushed through the crowd, Elise heard fragments of shouted questions. Will you testify if there's a grand jury? Does Sophia want to prosecute Crane? What about the other witnesses? And then they were outside, in the cold November air, and Ben was opening the car door. That was intense, he said as they pulled away from the curb. How did it play? You held your ground, didn't make accusations you couldn't support, challenged Crane to let Sophia speak. Ben glanced at her. But you know he won't take that challenge. No way he puts her in front of cameras. I know. But now everyone will wonder why. Elise's phone was already buzzing with notifications. News alerts, emails, texts from former colleagues, some supportive, most confused or angry. One text stood out. From Agent Finch. Well played. We need to talk. Can you come to Federal Plaza tomorrow morning? Elise texted back, what time? 9 a.m. Bring everything you have. Another text, this one from a number she didn't recognize. This is Sarah Chun. I saw your press conference. I want to help. I'll testify. Elise felt something shift in her chest. Sarah had been too scared before, but now, with the story public, with the FBI involved, she was willing to come forward. The dam was breaking. That evening, Elise sat in her apartment watching the news coverage. Every channel was running segments about her press conference, about Maxwell Crane, about the ethics of witness protection versus witness manipulation. Some commentators defended Crane. This is a man who's dedicated his life to helping trauma victims. One prosecutor's accusations shouldn't destroy that work. Others questioned him. If the operation is legitimate, why the secrecy? Why threaten litigation instead of transparency? And a few recognized the deeper issue. This case raises fundamental questions about consent, agency, and who gets to decide when a witness's voice matters. At 7:34 p.m., Elise's phone rang. Claire, I just watched the news, her sister said. Are you okay? I'm unemployed and possibly about to be sued into bankruptcy. But other than that, great. Elise. Claire's voice was gentle. I'm proud of you. That caught Elise off guard. You are. You did what you thought was right. You took a stand. That takes courage. Or stupidity. Sometimes they're the same thing. Claire paused. Is Sophia really okay? I think so. She's scared, but she's making her own choices now. That's what matters. And you? What happens next? Tomorrow I meet with the FBI. After that, I don't know. Maybe I lose everything. Maybe Crane sues me and wins. Maybe the ethics board finds I've violated every rule that exists. But you do it again. It wasn't a question. Elise thought about it anyway. Yeah, I would. After they hung up, Elise opened her laptop and started going through emails. Most were from reporters requesting interviews. A few were from former colleagues offering quiet support. And one was from Maxwell Crane himself. Subject line, a final offer. She opened it. Ms. Morgan, I watched your press conference with great sadness. Not because you attacked me, I expected that, but because you genuinely seem to believe you're helping Sophia. You're not. You've thrust a traumatized child back into the spotlight, made her a pawn in a public battle, and convinced her that her value lies in her willingness to testify rather than in her inherent worth as a human being. But I'm not here to argue philosophy. I'm here to make you an offer. Drop this crusade. Publicly acknowledge that Sophia left New Horizon voluntarily and that my organization provides legitimate therapeutic services. In return, I'll withdraw the ethics complaint, the civil suit, and the criminal referral I'm considering. I'll even provide a reference for your next employment opportunity. I know you think I'm the villain in this story, but I've helped hundreds of people rebuild their lives. I've given them permission to choose healing over retribution. That's not obstruction, it's compassion. You have 48 hours to decide. After that, the offer expires and I pursue every legal avenue available to ensure you never practice law again. Regards, Maxwell Crane. Elise read the email twice, then forwarded it to Agent Finch with a single line. He's scared. People who aren't worried don't make offers like this. She closed the laptop and walked to her window, looking out at the Brooklyn lights. Somewhere in those lights, Sophia was trying to sleep, probably wondering if she'd made the right choice. Somewhere, Maxwell Crane was sitting in his office, calculating his next move. And somewhere, Teresa Moss's ghost was finally getting to rest. Elise pulled out the silver bracelet and held it up to the light. The bird's wings cast shadows on the wall, frozen mid-flight, but somehow still full of motion. Tomorrow, she'd give the FBI everything she had. Tomorrow, the real investigation would begin. Tomorrow, Maxwell Crane would learn what it felt like when someone fought back. But tonight, she allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. Because she'd kept her promise. She'd looked for Sophia. She'd found her. And now Sophia had the one thing Crane's money couldn't buy, the freedom to choose her own voice. That had to count for something. Elise's phone buzzed one more time. A text from Sophia, sent through the lawyer's secure line. I saw the press conference. Thank you for believing in me. I don't know if I'm ready to speak publicly yet, but I'm working on it. And Ms. Morgan, I want those men to pay for what they did. I'm going to testify. Not because you want me to. Because I do. Elise read the message 3 times, tears streaming down her face. She typed back, take all the time you need. I'll be here when you're ready. Then she set down her phone, curled up on the couch, and finally, for the first time in weeks, slept without nightmares. Outside, the city hummed with its endless motion. Inside, a prosecutor who'd lost everything had found the one thing that mattered. Hope. Chapter 9, Federal Case. The FBI field office at 26 Federal Plaza felt different when you weren't walking in as a prosecutor. Elise passed through security at 8:47 a.m., surrendering her phone and signing in as a civilian, and felt the weight of her former identity slipping further away. Agent Nora Finch met her in the lobby, early 40s, sharp suit, the kind of competence that came from years of building cases that actually stuck. They'd met twice before on joint task force meetings, but always as colleagues. Now, Elise wasn't sure what she was. Ms. Morgan, Finch said, extending her hand. Thank you for coming. Agent Finch. Nora, please. We're not formal here. She gestured toward the elevators. Conference rooms on 7. My team's waiting. The conference room held 4 people. 2 other agents Elise didn't recognize, a Justice Department attorney named Patricia Hollis and a court stenographer. The table was covered in file boxes, laptops, and a digital recorder. Nora made introductions quickly, then got down to business. We've been investigating Maxwell Crane and Threshold Solutions for 18 months. Started with a tip from a witness in a Chicago fraud case who claimed Crane's organization had paid her to recant. We couldn't prove payment, but we found the pattern you identified. Witnesses withdrawing, facilities that didn't quite add up, therapeutic interventions that looked suspiciously like obstruction. She opened a file box and pulled out a thick folder. We have financial records showing $47 million moving through the Renewal Trust over the past 8 years. Most of it goes to legitimate programs, shelters, counseling services, legal aid. But approximately $12 million went to the 3 residential facilities. That's roughly $400,000 per resident if we use their reported numbers. Which means either the care is extraordinarily expensive, Elise said, or they're processing more people than they're reporting. Exactly. We think the actual number is closer to 60 residents over 8 years, which means they're hiding half their operation. Patricia Hollis leaned forward. The challenge is proving criminal intent. Crane can argue, and his lawyers absolutely will, that he's providing a legitimate service. Trauma counseling, life coaching, identity protection for people who genuinely fear retaliation. Unless we can show he's explicitly paying witnesses to disappear or coercing them to recant, we're looking at civil violations at best. What about the therapeutic sessions? Elise asked. Sarah Chin told Ben that Dr. Tate uses specific techniques to convince residents to reframe their narratives. That's coercion. It's also standard trauma therapy, Hollis said. Defense will argue it's within accepted clinical practice. Nora pulled up a document on her laptop. Which is why we need Sophia. We need her to testify about what happened at New Horizon, what Tate said in sessions, how Rachel recruited her, whether she felt free to leave or felt trapped. Her testimony puts a human face on the pattern. Elise felt protective instinct flare. She's 17. She's been through hell. I'm not putting her through a federal trial unless I'm certain it's going to accomplish something. It will accomplish justice, one of the other agents said. Justice for who? Sophia's traffickers already walked because the state case collapsed. A federal case against Crane doesn't undo that. Nora's expression softened. No, it doesn't. But it prevents him from doing this to anyone else. And it gives every witness he convinced to disappear the knowledge that someone held him accountable. Elise was quiet for a moment. What are the charges? Hollis opened her legal pad. Witness tampering under 18 U.S.C. 1512. Obstruction of justice. Wire fraud for the financial transfers. Possibly RICO if we can show the organization functions as a criminal enterprise. We're looking at potential sentences in the range of 10 to 20 years if convicted on all counts. And for Rachel Voss? Dr. Tate. Conspiracy. Accessory. Depends on how much they knew and how actively they participated. Elise thought about Rachel's phone call, her genuine belief that she was helping people. About Tate's published research on therapeutic reframing. They weren't criminals who'd stumbled into illegal activity. They were true believers who'd convinced themselves their mission justified their methods. What do you need from me? Elise asked. Nora slid a folder across the table. Everything you have. Recordings, emails, witness statements. The letter you found in Sophia's apartment. Your timeline of disappearances. We'll incorporate it into our case file. I also need you to walk us through how you identified the pattern, Hollis added. Your methodology. Because Crane's defense is going to argue you're a disgraced prosecutor with a vendetta, cherry-picking data to support a conspiracy theory. We need to show your analysis was sound. For the next 2 hours, Elise walked them through it, starting with Sophia's disappearance, the intake file anomalies, the emergency contact changes, the connection to the renewal trust, the financial discrepancies. Teresa Moss, the other 46 cases. She showed them the recording of her conversation with Rachel, played the relevant sections where Rachel described the support system, explained how she posed as Angela Reese to understand the recruitment process. That recording won't be admissible, Hollis noted. Single-party consent issue. New York requires all parties to consent. I know, Elise said, but it establishes the pattern, and it shows what Rachel says to potential clients. You can use it for investigative purposes, even if it doesn't come into court. Fair point. One of the agents asked. What about the other witnesses? The ones from your original list. Have any of them come forward? Sarah Chen agreed to testify. She's a former employee at New Horizon. She can speak to the internal operations, the therapeutic protocols, the pressure to keep residents from leaving. That's good, Nora said. But we need witnesses who went through the program. People who can say, this is what happened to me. This is how they convinced me to disappear. Most of them are scared, Elise said. Crane's NDAs threaten financial ruin if they talk. And the ones who genuinely believe he helped them aren't going to testify against him. Hollis made a note. We can offer immunity from NDA enforcement, and possibly witness protection if they're genuinely at risk. I'll reach out to the ones I identified, Elise said. See if anyone's willing to come forward now that the investigation is public. They broke for lunch at 12:30. Nora walked with Elise to the building cafeteria, both of them grabbing sandwiches that tasted like cardboard and coffee that had been sitting too long. Off the record, Nora said as they sat in a corner booth, you took a hell of a risk yesterday. That press conference could have backfired badly. It still might. Maybe. But you shifted the narrative. Before yesterday, this was about a rogue prosecutor harassing a philanthropist. Now it's about a pattern of witness disappearances and a billionaire who won't let victims speak freely. She paused. That challenge you made, telling Crane to let Sophia speak, that was smart. Puts him in an impossible position. He'll never do it. Exactly. Which makes everyone wonder what he's hiding. Elise picked at her sandwich. Do you think you can make the case stick? Honestly. Nora was quiet for a moment, considering. If we can get 3 or 4 witnesses to testify about their experiences at the facilities, If Sarah Chun can explain the internal operations, if we can show the financial transfers were tied to specific witness withdrawals, yes, we can make it stick. But it's going to be hard. Crane has resources. He'll hire the best defense team money can buy. He'll drag this out for years. I know. And there's something else you should know. Nora leaned forward, lowering her voice. We've been monitoring Crane's communications since we opened the investigation. He's been making calls. To judges, to politicians, to donors. Calling in favors. We think he's trying to get the investigation shut down before it gains momentum. Can he do that? Maybe. He's got friends in high places. But your press conference made it harder. Now that it's public, shutting it down looks like corruption. Which is probably why he made that offer to you last night. Elise had forwarded Crane's email to Nora that morning. You think it's a real offer? I think it's a Hail Mary. He's hoping you'll take the deal because you're tired, unemployed, and facing potential lawsuits. He's banking on you not having the resources to keep fighting. He's wrong. Nora smiled. I figured, which is why we're having this conversation. They returned to the conference room at 1:15 and spent the next 3 hours reviewing specific cases. Nora's team had files on 23 witnesses who disappeared or recanted under circumstances that suggested threshold involvement. Elise cross-referenced them with her own research, looking for overlaps. 12 cases had clear connections. Witnesses referred through renewal trust-funded organizations, therapeutic interventions by Dr. Tate or his associates, sudden changes in testimony after stays at residential facilities. These 12 are solid, Nora said, marking them with colored tabs. If we can get even half of them to cooperate, we have a pattern that's impossible to deny. At 4:47 p.m., Elise's borrowed phone, the FBI had returned it after scanning it for evidence, buzzed with a text from Ben. Turn on CNN. She excused herself and found a break room with a television. Ben had sent a link to a live segment. On screen, Maxwell Crane sat across from a sympathetic anchor, looking appropriately concerned and slightly wounded. I want to be clear, Crane was saying. I have nothing but compassion for Ms. Morgan. She's clearly under tremendous stress. Losing a case, seeing a witness disappear, that would affect anyone. But her accusations are simply not based in fact. She claims you run a systematic operation to remove witnesses from criminal proceedings, the anchor said. How do you respond? I run a foundation that helps trauma survivors heal. Some of those survivors have been asked to testify in legal proceedings. Some choose to testify. Others choose to prioritize their mental health. We support whatever decision they make. That's not obstruction, that's healthcare. What about the financial records showing millions of dollars going to your residential facilities? Those facilities provide intensive therapeutic care. Trauma treatment is expensive. We don't apologize for investing in quality care. And Sophia Reeves? Ms. Morgan claims she reached out asking to leave. Crane's expression shifted to something that looked like genuine sadness. Sophia is a deeply troubled young woman. She's experienced horrific trauma. When Ms. Morgan contacted her, against the explicit advice of her therapists, she was vulnerable to manipulation. Ms. Morgan convinced her that leaving New Horizon was an act of courage. In reality, it was an act of regression. He leaned forward, speaking directly to the camera. Sophia, if you're watching this, please know, we're here for you. Whenever you're ready to continue your healing journey, your place at New Horizon is waiting. No judgment. No pressure. Just support. The anchor wrapped up the segment, and Elise turned off the television. Ben called immediately. You saw it. Yeah. He's good. I'll give him that. He sounds completely reasonable. That's the problem. He genuinely believes what he's saying, which makes him dangerous. What now? Now we build the case. Find witnesses who'll testify. Document everything. Make it impossible for him to hide behind therapeutic language. After she hung up, Elise returned to the conference room. Nora looked up from her laptop, saw the CNN interview. Unfortunately, don't let it get to you. He's playing defense, which means he's worried. Nora pulled up a new document. I have something that might help. We subpoenaed Crane's personal emails this morning. He's been communicating with his lawyers about strategy. Most of it's privileged, but there's one thread that isn't. She turned the laptop toward Elise. The email was from Crane to Rachel Voss, dated 2 days ago. Rachel, The Morgan situation is escalating faster than anticipated. If she gets Sophia in front of a grand jury, the entire operation comes under scrutiny. We need to expedite the California facility's closure and relocate current residents before subpoenas arrive. Coordinate with legal on-document retention protocols. And Rachel, make sure Owen understands. No written records of therapeutic techniques. Everything verbal from here forward. Elise read it twice. That's consciousness of guilt. He's destroying evidence. Or preparing to, Nora said. We've already got agents en route to the California facility with preservation orders. But this email shows he knew what he was doing was legally questionable. That's huge for proving intent. Hollis leaned over to read the email. This changes things. If we can show he's actively concealing evidence, we can argue obstruction on top of everything else. The team worked until 7:30 p.m., building timelines, organizing evidence, identifying which witnesses to approach first. By the time Elise left Federal Plaza, she had a list of 12 names and contact information, along with a script for reaching out. She stood on the sidewalk outside the building, the November wind cutting through her coat, and called the first number. A woman answered on the third ring. Hello. Is this Jennifer Wade? Who's asking? My name is Elise Morgan. I'm calling because I believe you were a client at a facility called New Horizon in 2022. Silence on the other end. Then quietly, how did you get this number? I'm working with the FBI. They're investigating Maxwell Crane and Threshold Solutions. I know you signed an NDA, but I can't talk to you. I'm sorry. Please, just listen. You don't have to say anything. But I want you to know, if you were pressured to recant testimony or convinced to disappear from a legal case, what happened to you wasn't therapy. It was obstruction of justice. And you have the right to speak about it. They helped me, Jennifer said, her voice trembling. I was falling apart. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. Every time I thought about that trial, I wanted to die. And then Dr. Tate helped me see that I didn't have to go through with it. That I could choose to live instead of testify. And do you still believe that was the right choice? A long pause. I don't know anymore. The man I was supposed to testify against, he's still out there. Still doing what he did to me. Sometimes I see news stories about other victims, and I wonder if I could have stopped him. You still can. If you testify about what happened at New Horizon, if you help us prove that Crane's organization systematically removes witnesses from legal proceedings, you can make sure he never does this to anyone else. I'm scared. They said if I talked, they'd sue me for everything I have. The FBI can offer you immunity from the NDA. And if you genuinely fear retaliation, they can arrange protection. Jennifer was quiet for so long Elise thought she'd hung up. Then, can I think about it? Of course. Take all the time you need. Elise gave her contact information. When you're ready, call me. She made 11 more calls that night. 4 people hung up immediately. 3 were willing to listen but unwilling to testify. 2 agreed to think about it. And 1, a man named Marcus Webb from the Boston case, said yes on the spot. I've been waiting for someone to ask, he said. I've been carrying this guilt for 2 years. If I can make it right, I will. By 11 p.m., Elise was back in her apartment, exhausted but energized. She had 3 potential witnesses: Marcus, Jennifer, maybe, and Sarah Chun. It wasn't enough yet, but it was a start. Her phone buzzed. A text from Sophia, sent through the lawyer's secure line. Ms. Morgan, I saw Mr. Crane on TV. He said I'm welcome back anytime. He said you manipulated me. Is that true? Did you? Elise's chest tightened. She typed carefully. I gave you information. I told you that you had options. But the choice to leave was yours. Do you feel like I manipulated you? The response came after several minutes. I don't know. Sometimes I think I made the right choice. Sometimes I think I made everything worse. Dr. Tate used to tell me that doubt was part of the healing process. But now I don't know if the doubt is real or if he taught me to doubt myself. Elise felt the weight of that uncertainty. Because that was exactly what Crane's operation did. It didn't just change people's minds. It made them question whether their own thoughts were truly theirs. Sophia, here's what I know. You wrote a letter to your mother saying you wanted to testify. You emailed me from New Horizon saying you felt trapped. Those thoughts came from you, not from me. The question isn't whether I influenced you. The question is whether you're going to let someone else's version of healing define who you are. Another long pause. Then, I want to testify. Against the men who trafficked me and against Mr. Crane. But I'm scared I'll fall apart on the stand. You might. And that's okay. Falling apart doesn't mean failing. It means you're human. Will you be there? If I testify, every step of the way. Okay. Then I'll do it. Tell the FBI I'm ready. Elise read the message 3 times, tears streaming down her face. She forwarded it to Nora with a single line. She's in. We have our witness. Then she stood at her window, looking out at the Brooklyn lights, and thought about Teresa Moss. About all the witnesses who'd been convinced their voices didn't matter. About the system that asked so much of victims and gave so little in return. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't fair. But it was the only system they had. And tomorrow, with Sophia's courage and the FBI's resources and a growing coalition of people willing to fight, Elise was going to make that system work. For the first time in 7 years, justice felt possible. Not certain, but possible. And sometimes that was enough. Chapter 10, Grand Jury. The grand jury convened on a Tuesday morning in late November, in a windowless room on the 9th floor of the federal courthouse. 23 citizens, pulled from their ordinary lives to decide whether the evidence against Maxwell Crane was sufficient to warrant a criminal trial. Elise wasn't allowed inside. Grand jury proceedings were secret, closed to everyone except the prosecutors, witnesses, and the stenographer. But she sat on a bench in the hallway, waiting, along with Ben and David Kern, who'd stayed on as her lawyer despite her inability to pay him. How long do these usually take? Ben asked, checking his watch for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. Depends, Kern said. Could be a few hours. Could be all day. The prosecution has to present enough evidence to establish probable cause for each charge. Inside, Patricia Hollis and Nora Finch were presenting the case. They'd spent the past 2 weeks organizing evidence, interviewing witnesses, building a narrative that was both compelling and provable. The witness list was stronger than Elise had hoped. Sarah Chin would testify about the internal operations at New Horizon. Marcus Webb would describe how he'd been convinced to recant testimony in the Boston fraud case. Jennifer Wade had finally agreed to testify, though she cried through the entire prep session. And Sophia would tell her story, both her trafficking case and what had happened at the facility. For witnesses, dozens of documents, financial records showing suspicious transfers, emails showing consciousness of guilt, and the pattern Elise had identified linking 47 witness disappearances to Crane's organization. It should be enough, but Elise had learned long ago that should and would lived in different universes. At 10:47 a.m., the grand jury room door opened and Sarah Chin emerged, flanked by 2 FBI agents. She looked pale but steady. She caught Elise's eye and nodded once before disappearing down the hallway. First witness done. At 12:15 p.m., Marcus Webb came out, looking relieved. He walked directly to Elise. I told them everything, he said. How Rachel recruited me. How Dr. Tate convinced me that testifying would traumatize me beyond recovery. How they offered to relocate me to New Horizon if I felt unsafe. All of it. How did the jury react? Hard to tell. They listened, took notes. A few asked questions about whether I felt coerced or whether it was genuinely my choice. He paused. I told them it felt like my choice at the time. But looking back, I can see how carefully they'd constructed that feeling. That's good, Kern said. That's honest. Juries respond to honesty. Marcus left, and the waiting continued. At 2:30 p.m., Jennifer Wade finished her testimony. She came out crying, and Elise stood to meet her. I couldn't do it, Jennifer said, her voice breaking. They asked me if I blamed Mr. Crane for helping me, and I said no. I said he saved my life. I don't think I helped your case at all. Elise took her hands. You told the truth. That's all anyone can ask. But what if the truth is that he really did help me? What if you're wrong about him? It was the question Elise had been wrestling with for weeks. Because the truth was complicated. Some of Crane's clients probably had been genuinely helped. Some probably would have been destroyed by testifying. The system did traumatize victims. The adversarial process was brutal. But that didn't excuse systematic witness tampering. It didn't excuse making the choice for people instead of with them. Jennifer, Elise said gently, even if Crane helped you, Even if you believe you made the right choice, that doesn't change what happened to the people who didn't want to disappear. It doesn't change the cases that collapsed because witnesses were systematically removed. You can be grateful for what he did for you and still recognize that the operation as a whole was wrong. Jennifer nodded, wiping her eyes. I just don't want to be the reason an innocent man goes to prison. He's not innocent, but you're not the one sending him to prison. The evidence is. You're just one piece of a much larger picture. After Jennifer left, Elise sat back down on the bench. Ben handed her a coffee from the vending machine. That looked rough, he said. It was, but she testified. That's what matters. At 3:45 p.m., the door opened again, and Sophia emerged with her lawyer, a woman named Ellen Marquez who specialized in youth advocacy. Sophia looked exhausted, her eyes red, but there was something else in her expression, something that looked like relief. She walked straight to Elise and hugged her. How did it go? Elise asked. Hard. Really hard. They asked me about the trafficking. About the trial that didn't happen. About New Horizon. About you. Sophia pulled back. They asked if I thought you manipulated me into leaving. What did you say? I said you gave me information and choices. I said Dr. Tate gave me information and choices too. But the difference was, you told me the choice was mine and meant it. Dr. Tate told me the choice was mine, and then spent 3 weeks explaining why only one choice was acceptable. Elise felt her throat tighten. You did great. I also told them about the letter I wrote to my mom. About how I wanted to testify before I went to New Horizon. About how I still want to testify against the men who trafficked me, even though the state case is dismissed. Sophia's voice strengthened. I told them Mr. Crane didn't save me. He just convinced me to save myself by staying silent. And I'm done being silent. Ellen Marquez touched Sophia's shoulder. We should go. You need to rest. As they walked away, Sophia turned back once. Ms. Morgan, thank you for not giving up on me. Never. The grand jury deliberated for 3 more hours. Elise, Ben, and Kern sat in the hallway as the courthouse emptied around them, lawyers heading home, cleaning crews starting their rounds, the building settling into its evening quiet. At 7:23 p.m., Patricia Hollis emerged from the grand jury room. Her face was carefully neutral, but her eyes found Elise's and something passed between them. Relief. Hollis walked over, holding a folder. They voted to indict. Elise felt the words settle on her like absolution. All charges. All charges. Witness tampering, obstruction of justice, wire fraud, and conspiracy. 23 counts total. Hollis handed her the indictment. Maxwell Crane, Rachel Voss, and Dr. Owen Tate will be arrested tomorrow morning. The arraignment is scheduled for Thursday. Elise opened the folder and read the first page. There it was, in official legal language, the grand jury charges that 47 witnesses, 8 years, $12 million in hidden operations, all of it documented, organized, presented to 23 ordinary people who decided yes, this deserves a trial. What happens now? Ben asked. Now Crane's legal team files motions to dismiss, Hollis said. They'll argue the indictment is overreach, that the therapeutic services were legitimate, that there's no criminal intent. We'll fight each motion. Discovery will take months. And eventually, we'll get a trial date. How long? Realistically? 18 months to 2 years. Elise had expected that, but hearing it still felt deflating. 2 more years of fighting. 2 more years of Crane's lawyers attacking every witness, every document, every piece of evidence. But here's the thing, Hollis continued. Once the indictment is public, and it will be by tomorrow morning, the narrative shifts. Crane is no longer a philanthropist being harassed by a rogue prosecutor. He's a defendant facing 23 federal charges. The media will cover it differently. The witnesses who were too scared to come forward might reconsider. And the facilities, all 3 of them, will be under such scrutiny they won't be able to operate the way they have been. So even if the trial takes years, the operation stops now, Elise said. Exactly. Nora Finch joined them in the hallway, looking satisfied in the quiet way FBI agents did when cases went their way. Good work, everyone. Especially you, Ms. Morgan. This indictment wouldn't exist without your initial investigation. I lost my job over it. And you may have saved dozens of future witnesses from being systematically removed from the justice system. I'd say that's a fair trade. Elise wasn't sure if she agreed, but she appreciated the sentiment. The news broke at 6 a.m. the next morning. Elise woke to her phone buzzing with alerts. Breaking. Maxwell Crane, indicted on federal witness tampering charges. Philanthropist faces 23 counts related to witness disappearances. FBI arrests CEO of Threshold Solutions in alleged obstruction scheme. She turned on the television. Every network was running the story. Footage of FBI agents arriving at Crane's Upper East Side townhouse at dawn. Shots of Rachel Voss being led from Threshold Solutions headquarters in handcuffs. Dr. Owen Tate being arrested at his practice in Westchester. And in every segment, Elise's name appeared. The investigation was initiated by former prosecutor Elise Morgan, who lost her job after helping a teenage witness leave one of Crane's facilities. Ben called at 6:47. You seeing this? Yeah. How does it feel? Elise thought about it. She'd imagined this moment for weeks, vindication, satisfaction, the proof that she'd been right all along. But what she felt was more complicated. Relief, yes, but also exhaustion and a kind of hollow victory. Because Teresa Moss was still dead. Sophia's traffickers were still free. The system that had allowed Crane to operate for 8 years was still fundamentally broken. It feels like the beginning, she said finally. Not the end. Fair enough. I'm writing the story now. Should be front page tomorrow. You want to comment? Just say I'm grateful the grand jury saw the evidence for what it was, and that I hope this sends a message. Witnesses matter. Their voices matter. And anyone who tries to silence them will be held accountable. That's good. I'll quote you. After they hung up, Elise showered and dressed, unsure what to do with a day that had no job to go to, no case to work, no immediate crisis to manage. She'd been moving at full speed for so long that stopping felt disorienting. Her phone rang. Claire. I saw the news, her sister said. Are you okay? I think so. You did it. You actually did it. The grand jury did it. I just collected the pieces. Don't do that. Don't minimize what you accomplished. Claire's voice was fierce. You lost your job. You risked your career. You fought one of the most powerful men in the city, and you won. That matters. Elise felt tears on her cheeks. Thanks. Come over for dinner tonight. David wants to congratulate you, and I made lasagna. I'll be there. At 11 a.m., Elise received an email from Maxwell Crane. Sent from a personal account, not his official one. Subject line, you've made a terrible mistake. She almost deleted it without reading. But curiosity won. Ms. Morgan, congratulations. You've succeeded in destroying an organization that helped hundreds of people rebuild their lives. You've convinced a grand jury that compassion is a crime. And you've ensured that every traumatized witness who might have found refuge in our program will now have to face the brutality of the legal system alone. I hope you're proud of yourself, but let me tell you what's going to happen next. My legal team will dismantle your case piece by piece. We'll show that every victim you paraded in front of the grand jury made voluntary choices. We'll demonstrate that our therapeutic services followed accepted clinical standards. We'll prove that the only person who manipulated anyone was you. And when I'm acquitted, and I will be acquitted, I'll sue you for malicious prosecution. I'll sue the FBI for wrongful arrest. And I'll make sure everyone knows that a vindictive prosecutor with unresolved trauma destroyed a legitimate organization because she couldn't accept that some people choose healing over retribution. You think you've won. You haven't. You've just started a war you can't possibly win. But I'll give you one last chance. Drop your cooperation with the prosecution. Admit publicly that you were wrong about my organization. And I'll consider not pursuing civil action against you personally. This offer expires in 48 hours. Maxwell Crane. Elise read the email twice, then forwarded it to Nora Finch and Patricia Hollis with a note. He's rattled. This reads like desperation, not confidence. Hollis replied within minutes. Agreed. Save it. Could be useful at trial to show his mindset. Elise deleted the email from her inbox and made coffee she didn't drink. At 2 p.m., her phone rang from a number she didn't recognize. She answered cautiously. Ms. Morgan, this is Judge Miriam Holt. Elise's stomach dropped. Judge Holt had presided over dozens of cases in the Southern District. She was known for being fair but tough, and her opinion carried weight. "Judge Holt, how can I help you? I'm calling because I wanted you to hear this from me directly. The State Ethics Board has decided not to pursue disciplinary action against you. Given the federal indictment and the evidence of systematic witness tampering, they've concluded your actions, while unorthodox, were justified." Elise sat down, processing. Thank you for letting me know." "Don't thank me. Thank the grand jury for vindicating your instincts." Holt paused. "Off the record, Ms. Morgan, what you did took courage. A lot of prosecutors would have looked away. You didn't. That matters. I lost my job. You did. And between you and me, Martin Reese is already regretting firing you. The AG's office is getting calls asking why they terminated the prosecutor who uncovered a major federal case." She paused again. "If you want your job back, I suspect it could be arranged." Elise thought about walking back into that office, back into the routine of case files and plea negotiations and late nights. Thought about working for supervisors who doubted her, colleagues who'd watched her career implode without speaking up. "Thank you, Judge, but I think I need to figure out what comes next before I go back to what came before." "Fair enough. The offer stands if you change your mind." Holt's voice softened. "You're a good prosecutor, Ms. Morgan. Don't forget that." After they hung up, Elise stood at her window and looked out at the Brooklyn skyline. The city moved on, indifferent to her small victory. Somewhere, Maxwell Crane was sitting with his lawyers, planning his defense. Somewhere, Sophia was trying to build a life that wasn't defined by trauma. Somewhere, other witnesses were learning that their voices might matter after all. And here, in this quiet apartment, a former prosecutor was trying to figure out who she was when she wasn't fighting. Her phone buzzed. A text from Sophia. "I saw the news. They arrested him. Does this mean it's over?" Elise typed back, "It means the trial is beginning. It'll take time. But yes, he's been held accountable. The rest is up to the jury. Thank you for everything. You're the one who was brave enough to testify. I just opened the door. You walked through it. Can I ask you something?" "Of course. What happens to me now? Do I have to testify again? Do I go back to foster care? Do I just start over?" Elise stared at the question, feeling the weight of it. Because that was the part the justice system never addressed, what happened after. Where did witnesses go when the trials ended and the media moved on? "You have options," Elise typed. "Your lawyer can help you figure out next steps. But Sophia, here's what I want you to know. You get to decide what your story is. You get to decide whether you're defined by what happened to you or by how you survived it. Nobody else gets to write that for you anymore. Not even you. Especially not me. I can advise. I can support. But your life is yours. And it always should have been." A long pause. Then, "I think I want to go back to school. Finish high school. Maybe go to college." "Is that stupid? After everything that happened?" "It's not stupid. It's hope. And hope is never stupid." "Okay. Then that's what I'll do. I'll hope." Elise set down her phone and allowed herself to cry. Not from sadness or relief, but from something closer to gratitude. Gratitude that Sophia was still fighting. That the system had worked, however imperfectly. That Teresa Moss's ghost could finally rest. She pulled out the silver bracelet and held it up to the light. The bird's wings caught the afternoon sun, casting shadows that moved with Elise's breathing. Tomorrow, Maxwell Crane would be arraigned. His lawyers would file motions. The legal battle would begin in earnest. But today, Elise had done what she'd promised. She'd looked for Sophia. She'd found her, and she'd given her back the one thing Crane had tried to take away. The power to choose her own voice. That had to be enough. And somehow, finally it was. Chapter 11, Consequences. The arraignment took place on a cold Thursday morning in the federal courthouse. Elise sat in the gallery, 3 rows back, watching as Maxwell Crane, Rachel Voss, and Dr. Owen Tate were led into the courtroom in succession. No handcuffs, they'd been released on bond the day before. But the optics were unmistakable. 3 defendants, 3 separate defense teams, 3 people who'd convinced themselves they were saving the world now facing criminal charges. Crane wore an impeccable navy suit and maintained the same composed expression he'd worn at the gala. Rachel looked smaller somehow, younger, her professional armor replaced by uncertainty. And Tate appeared genuinely confused, like a man who couldn't understand how healing people had become a federal crime. Judge Andrew Foster presided, a no-nonsense jurist known for running a tight courtroom. He read the charges methodically, 23 counts across 3 defendants, and asked how each pleaded. "Not guilty," Crane's lead attorney said, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who'd never lost a case. "Not guilty," Rachel's lawyer echoed, though Rachel herself said nothing. "Not guilty," Tate's attorney added. Tate leaned toward the microphone and added, "Your Honor, I'd like to make a statement." "Save it for trial, Dr. Tate," Foster said curtly. "Bail conditions remain as set. Trial date will be scheduled after preliminary motions. Next case." It was over in 12 minutes. 12 minutes to formally begin a process that would take years to resolve. As the defendants were let out, Crane's eyes swept the gallery and found Elise's. For a moment, they stared at each other. His expression wasn't angry. It was disappointed, like she'd failed to understand something fundamental. Then he was gone, and the courtroom moved on to the next case. Outside, on the courthouse steps, a scrum of reporters waited. Elise had learned to avoid them, but Ben had convinced her that one statement was necessary. "Keep it short," he'd advised. "Acknowledge the indictment, express confidence in the process, and get out." But when Elise stepped into the cold November air and saw the cameras, saw the reporters who'd been covering this story for weeks, she felt the weight of what came next. A reporter from CNN pushed forward. "Ms. Morgan, now that the indictment is public, do you feel vindicated?" "I feel relieved that the grand jury saw the evidence and decided it warranted a trial. That's how the system is supposed to work." Maxwell Crane's attorney says you manufactured a case out of coincidences and circumstantial evidence. How do you respond? The evidence speaks for itself. Financial records, witness testimony, communications showing consciousness of guilt. The jury will decide what it means. What about Sophia Reeves? Will she testify at trial? That's her decision. But she's already shown tremendous courage by testifying to the grand jury. Whatever she chooses to do next, I'll support her. Do you regret helping her leave New Horizon? Elise paused, choosing her words carefully. I regret that she was put in a position where she felt she had to choose between her safety and her voice. But I don't regret giving her the information and support she needed to make that choice for herself. Another reporter. Critics say you crossed ethical lines. That you let your personal vendetta against Maxwell Crane override your professional judgment. What do you say to that? I say that every prosecutor has to decide what matters more, following procedures or following the truth. I chose the truth. The ethics board reviewed my actions and declined to pursue discipline. I'm at peace with the choices I made. A final question from the back. What's next for you? Elise looked at the cameras, at the reporters with their notebooks and recorders, and realized she didn't have an answer. I don't know yet, she said honestly, but I'm figuring it out. She stepped away from the microphones, and Ben guided her through the crowd to where his car was parked 2 blocks away. That was good, he said as they drove toward Brooklyn. Measured. Professional. I feel like I'm performing a role. Former prosecutor, defense investigation. Everyone plays their part. That's because you are performing. We all are. Crane performs the wounded philanthropist. His lawyers perform the zealous defenders. You perform the truth-seeking advocate. The jury eventually decides which performance is closest to reality. Elise stared out the window, watching the city pass. When did justice become theater? Probably around the time humans invented courts. But theater isn't always bad. Sometimes the performance is what makes people pay attention long enough to see the truth underneath. That afternoon, Elise met with Patricia Hollis and Nora Finch at a coffee shop in the West Village to discuss next steps. Crane's team filed a motion to dismiss this morning, Hollis said, sliding a thick brief across the table. They're arguing that therapeutic services can't constitute witness tampering because the witnesses made voluntary choices. They're also challenging the financial evidence, claiming legitimate business expenses don't prove criminal intent. What are our chances? The motion will be denied. Judge Foster doesn't dismiss cases at this stage unless the evidence is laughably weak. But it tells us their strategy. They're going to make this about consent and therapeutic ethics, not about systematic obstruction. Nora pulled up a document on her tablet. We've also identified 6 more witnesses who've come forward since the indictment. People who went through Crane's program and are now willing to talk. That brings our total to 10, possibly 12 if the others commit. That's good, Elise said. The more voices, the harder it is to argue they all made truly voluntary choices. Exactly. But there's a complication. Hollis leaned forward. Rachel Voss's attorney reached out this morning. She wants to cooperate. Elise felt her pulse quicken. Seriously. Seriously. She's willing to testify about the internal operations, the recruitment strategies, the therapeutic protocols. Everything. In exchange for immunity on the conspiracy charges and a recommendation of probation on the obstruction counts. What does she know? According to her lawyer, everything. She was Crane's operations director. She knows which cases they targeted, how they identified vulnerable witnesses, how they convinced them to disappear. She even has communications showing Crane explicitly discussing witness removal as a business strategy. Then we take the deal, Elise said. Hollis nodded. Probably, but I wanted to check with you first. Rachel Voss is the woman who recruited Sophia, the woman who picked her up at 4:47 a.m. and drove her to New Horizon. I know you have complicated feelings about her. Elise thought about Rachel's phone calls, her genuine belief that she was helping people. About the conversation in the park when Rachel had asked, "Is justice worth destroying the person you're trying to protect?" She believed in what she was doing, Elise said slowly. That doesn't excuse it, but it explains it. And if her testimony helps convict Crane and prevents this from happening to anyone else, then yes. We take the deal. Okay. I'll have the cooperation agreement drafted by end of week. Nora pulled up another document. There's something else. We executed search warrants on all 3 facilities yesterday. New Horizon, the Vermont location, and the California site. We seized computers, therapy session notes, financial records, intake files, thousands of documents. And we found a database, encrypted, hidden in a server that was supposed to be for administrative use only. It contains detailed records of every person who went through Crane's program over the past 8 years. Names, case details, therapeutic interventions, relocation information. Everything. Elise felt a chill. That's every witness, every identity, everything Crane promised to protect. Yes, which means 2 things. First, it proves systematic documentation of an operation Crane claims was just ad hoc therapeutic support. Second, it puts everyone in that database at risk if it's ever leaked or hacked. We need to secure it. Already done. It's in FBI custody, encrypted, accessible only to authorized investigators. But Elise, this database is evidence that Crane kept detailed records of witness suppression. It's devastating for his defense. Hollis added, it also shows he lied about the scope. The database has 127 entries. That's more than double what we estimated. Elise processed that. 127 people. 127 witnesses who'd been systematically convinced to disappear. 127 cases affected, some of which probably collapsed, some of which probably proceeded with weaker evidence. Have you cross-referenced the cases? Elise asked. We're working on it. So far, we've identified 42 that resulted in dismissals or acquittals after the witness withdrew. Another 30 where convictions were obtained but with significantly weaker evidence. 42 dismissals. 42 defendants who'd walked free because key witnesses had been removed from proceedings. Jesus, Elise said quietly. Yeah. Nora closed her tablet. This is bigger than we thought. Much bigger. That evening, Elise sat in her apartment, staring at the case files she'd compiled over the past 2 months. With Rachel's cooperation agreement and the database discovery, the prosecution's case had gone from strong to overwhelming. But she couldn't stop thinking about the 127 names. People who'd made choices, some genuine, some manufactured, to walk away from justice. People who now lived under new identities, in new cities, with new stories about who they were. What happened to them now? Did they deserve to know their information was in a federal database? Did they have a right to understand how their therapeutic care had been documented and weaponized? Her phone rang. Sophia, calling from Ellen Marquez's office. Ms. Morgan, I just heard about Ms. Voss. She's cooperating. Yes. She's going to testify about how the operation worked. So she's admitting she did something wrong. She's admitting the operation crossed legal lines. Whether she thinks it was morally wrong is a different question. Sophia was quiet for a moment. I don't know how to feel about that. She was nice to me. She really seemed like she cared. She probably did care. In her own way. People are complicated, Sophia. Someone can genuinely believe they're helping and still be causing harm. Is that true about Dr. Tate too? Probably. He published research on therapeutic reframing. He genuinely believes trauma victims shouldn't be forced to testify. But he took that belief and turned it into a system that removed people's agency while telling them it was giving them choice. That's kind of evil, isn't it? Like, worse than just being bad. It's being bad while thinking you're good. Elise smiled despite herself. That's a very wise observation. I've been thinking a lot about choices, about how many of mine weren't really mine. The men who trafficked me took away my choice about what happened to my body. Dr. Tate took away my choice about whether to testify. Even you, Sophia paused. Even you influenced my choices by giving me information and support. That's true. I did influence you. But here's the difference I figured out. You told me what my options were and let me pick. Dr. Tate told me what my options were and then spent 3 weeks explaining why only one option was acceptable. That's not the same thing. No, it's not. So I wanted to tell you something. Sophia's voice strengthened. I'm going to testify at the trial. Against Mr. Crane. I'm going to tell the jury exactly what happened at New Horizon. But I'm also going to tell them that part of me is grateful for the 3 weeks I spent there. Because it taught me something important. What's that? It taught me that I'm strong enough to question everything. Even things that feel good. Even things that promise safety. Sophia paused. And I'm going to use that strength to make sure no one else gets convinced their voice doesn't matter. Elise felt tears on her cheeks. You're remarkable, you know that. I'm just tired of being scared. And I figure the best way to stop being scared is to do the scary thing. After they hung up, Elise stood at her window and watched the sun set over Brooklyn. The city transformed in the fading light, harsh concrete softening to amber, sharp edges blurred by shadow. Her phone buzzed. An email from Martin Reese. Elise, I owe you an apology. I fired you because I thought you were compromising the office's integrity. I was wrong. You were uncovering systematic corruption while the rest of us were too busy following procedures to see the pattern. The AG's office has authorized me to offer you reinstatement. Same position, back pay for the time you were on leave, and a formal acknowledgement that your termination was unjustified. I know I don't deserve your trust after what I did, but the Southern District needs prosecutors like you. Prosecutors who care more about truth than career advancement. The offer stands for 30 days. I hope you'll consider it. Martin. Elise read the email twice. A month ago, she would have accepted immediately. Would have been grateful for the chance to return to the work she loved, the identity she'd built over 15 years. But now, staring at Martin's words, she felt something unexpected. Ambivalence. Did she want to go back to prosecuting cases within the boundaries of what supervisors approved? Did she want to return to a system that had required her to break its rules to expose corruption? She didn't have an answer yet, but she had 30 days to figure it out. 2 days later, Elise received a letter. Hand-delivered by courier, expensive stationery, Maxwell Crane's personal letterhead. She opened it carefully. Ms. Morgan, by the time you read this, you'll know that Rachel has betrayed everything we built together. She's chosen to save herself at the expense of the people we helped. I'm disappointed, but not surprised. Fear makes cowards of us all. But I'm not writing to discuss Rachel. I'm writing to make you understand something you seem incapable of grasping. I am not your enemy. You think I built this operation to obstruct justice. You think I manipulated vulnerable people for profit or power or ego. You're wrong. I built this operation because I watched the justice system destroy my sister. 23 years ago, Emily Crane was assaulted by her college professor. She reported it. She agreed to testify. And for 6 months, she was dragged through depositions, cross-examinations, and media scrutiny that turned her trauma into entertainment. The professor was acquitted. Emily took her own life 3 weeks later. I was a management consultant then. Successful. Comfortable. Completely powerless to protect the person I loved most. So I promised myself, never again. Never again would I watch someone be destroyed by a system that claims to serve justice, but actually serves spectacle. That's why I created Threshold Solutions. That's why I built the Renewal Trust. Not to obstruct justice, but to offer an alternative to people who were being asked to sacrifice themselves for a system that wouldn't protect them. You see me as a criminal. I see myself as someone who learned the hard way that sometimes the kindest thing you can do is give people permission to walk away. We're going to trial. My lawyers will dismantle your case. But regardless of the verdict, I want you to know this. I regret that Sophia suffered. I regret that other witnesses felt trapped. But I don't regret building a system that prioritized healing over punishment. And I never will. Maxwell Crane. Elise set down the letter and stared at it for a long time. Emily Crane. She pulled up a search on her laptop and found the story. A 2001 case at Columbia University. Sexual assault allegations. Acquittal. And 3 weeks later, a young woman's obituary in the Times. Everything Crane had said was true. His sister had been destroyed by the legal process, and he'd spent 2 decades trying to prevent it from happening to anyone else. It didn't excuse what he'd done. It didn't make systematic witness tampering legal or ethical. But it explained the ideology behind it, the genuine belief that he was saving people. Elise thought about Rachel's question, is justice worth destroying the person you're trying to protect? And Crane's question, implicit in every action he'd taken, what if the answer is no? She didn't have a clean answer. Because the truth was, sometimes justice did destroy people. Sometimes witnesses were traumatized by testifying. Sometimes the system asked too much. But silence destroyed people too. And systematic removal of witnesses destroyed the very concept of accountability. There had to be a better way. A system that protected witnesses without silencing them. That offered support without manufacturing consent. That acknowledged trauma without using it as an excuse to let perpetrators escape consequences. Elise didn't know what that system looked like. But she knew one thing. It wouldn't be built by people like Maxwell Crane, who thought they knew better than witnesses what witnesses needed. It would be built by people like Sophia, people who'd survived trauma and chose, despite everything, to use their voices anyway. That was the future worth fighting for. Elise folded Crane's letter carefully, filed it with the rest of the case materials, and opened her laptop to write her response to Martin Reese. Martin, thank you for the apology and the offer. I appreciate both more than you know. I need the full 30 days to decide. But I want you to know, if I come back, it won't be as the prosecutor I was before. It'll be as someone who's learned that following rules matters less than following the truth. I hope the Southern District can accept that version of me. I'll let you know. Elise. She hit send and closed the laptop. Tomorrow, Rachel Voss would give her first interview to federal prosecutors. In a week, Crane's defense team would file more motions. In a month, Elise would decide whether to return to the job she'd lost. But tonight, she allowed herself to rest. Because she'd done what she set out to do. She'd exposed the pattern. She'd given Sophia her voice back. And she'd proven that even when the system failed, even when powerful people tried to rewrite the rules, there were still prosecutors willing to fight for the truth. That had to be enough. And finally it was. Chapter 12, Preparing the Truth. Rachel Voss's proffer session took place in a secure conference room at FBI headquarters on a gray December morning. Elise wasn't technically allowed to attend. She was a witness, not a prosecutor, but Patricia Hollis had invited her to observe from behind one-way glass. She asked for you to be here, Hollis had explained. Said she wants you to understand why she did what she did. I told her that's not how proffer sessions work, but she was insistent. Now Elise stood in the observation room with Nora Finch, watching Rachel sit across from Hollis and 2 other federal prosecutors. Rachel looked different without her professional armor, jeans, a sweater, minimal makeup, smaller, more human. Before we begin, Rachel said, her voice carrying through the speakers, I need to say something, and I need Ms. Morgan to hear it. She looked directly at the one-way glass, as if she could see through it. I believed in what we were doing. I genuinely thought we were helping people. Every witness I recruited, every person I drove to New Horizon, I thought I was saving them from a system that would destroy them. Her voice cracked. I was wrong. Not about the system being brutal, it is, but about our right to make that choice for people. We didn't give them options. We gave them an illusion of choice while systematically removing their agency. Hollis leaned forward. Ms. Voss, for the record, you understand you're here under a cooperation agreement. Anything you say can be used as testimony in the trial against Maxwell Crane and Dr. Owen Tate. I understand. And you're prepared to testify truthfully about the operations of Threshold Solutions and the 3 residential facilities? Yes. Then let's start at the beginning. How did you become involved with Maxwell Crane's organization? Rachel took a breath. I was a social worker in 2017, working with domestic violence survivors. I met Maxwell at a fundraiser for a women's shelter. He told me about his sister, about how the justice system had failed her, about his vision for an organization that would protect witnesses instead of sacrificing them. What did that vision look like? At first, it was legitimate. We provided counseling, legal support, safety planning. We helped witnesses prepare for testimony. We made sure they understood their rights. It was good work. When did it change? Rachel was quiet for a moment, her hands clasped on the table. There was a case in 2018. A woman named Diana Pierce. She'd witnessed a murder, agreed to testify. But as the trial approached, she fell apart. Panic attacks. Nightmares. She attempted suicide 2 weeks before trial. Elise felt Nora shift beside her. Diana Pierce. That's one of the cases from your original list. On screen, Rachel continued. Maxwell visited her in the hospital. When he came back, he said, "We can't keep doing this. We can't keep asking people to destroy themselves for a system that won't protect them. We need to give them another option." What option? The option to disappear. Safely. With support. We provide therapy, relocation assistance, new identities if needed. We'd help them build lives where they didn't have to carry the weight of other people's crimes. And Miss Pierce? What happened to her? She was our first resident at New Horizon. She spent 6 months there. By the time she left, she had a new name, a new city, a job as a bookkeeper in Oregon. She sends Maxwell a card every Christmas thanking him for saving her life. Hollis made a note. So the operation began with someone who genuinely couldn't testify. When did it expand to people who could testify but were convinced not to? Rachel's shoulders slumped. Gradually. At first, we only approached witnesses who were clearly in crisis. But Maxwell started to see every witness as someone in crisis. He'd say, just because they're functional doesn't mean they're not suffering. Just because they say they want to testify doesn't mean they understand the cost. Did you agree with that assessment? I wanted to. I wanted to believe we were protecting people. But by 2020, we were actively recruiting witnesses before they showed signs of distress. We'd identify cases where testimony would be crucial, reach out to the witness, and offer our services before prosecutors even finish preparing them. How did you identify these cases? Maxwell had connections. Judges, lawyers, court administrators, people who'd give him information about upcoming trials, about witnesses who might be vulnerable. He framed it as early intervention, preventing trauma before it happened. And how did you convince witnesses to withdraw? Rachel looked at her hands. We used Dr. Tate's protocols. First, establish trust. Show them we understood their fear. Then gradually introduce doubt. Are you sure you're ready for cross-examination? Do you know what defense attorneys will ask about your past? Have you thought about how this will affect your family? We'd never explicitly tell them not to testify. We'd just make the alternative seem safer. What alternative? Coming to New Horizon. Taking time to heal. Learning to reframe their narrative. We'd tell them they could always change their minds, that the door was open. But once they were at the facility, Dr. Tate would work on consolidating their decision. By the time they left, most of them genuinely believed withdrawing had been their choice all along. Elise felt sick. It was exactly what she'd suspected, but hearing Rachel describe it so clinically made it worse. Hollis pulled up a document. We found a database on Threshold Solution servers. It contains detailed records of 127 individuals who went through your program. Did you maintain this database? Yes. Maxwell insisted on documentation. He said if we were going to run a professional operation, we needed professional records. Intake forms, therapy session notes, relocation plans, everything. And you didn't see how that contradicted your claim that this was just therapeutic support? I saw it. I told Maxwell it was risky, but he said we needed to track outcomes, to prove our methods worked. Rachel's voice hardened. That was the moment I should have left, when we started treating people like case studies instead of human beings. But I didn't. I told myself the work was too important. The session continued for 3 more hours. Rachel walked them through specific cases, explained recruitment strategies, described the financial arrangements that funneled money through the renewal trust to avoid scrutiny. She provided emails, text messages, recorded phone calls, everything she kept as what she called insurance, in case the operation ever collapsed. By the time they finished, the prosecution had enough evidence to bury Maxwell Crane. Elise met Rachel in the hallway afterward. Just the two of them. No lawyers, no agents. Rachel looked exhausted. "Thank you for watching," Rachel said quietly. "Why did you want me to?" "Because you were right. About everything. And I needed you to hear me admit it." Rachel's eyes filled with tears. "I recruited Sophia. I picked her up at 4:47 a.m. I drove her to New Horizon and told her she was making the brave choice. And all along, I was taking away the very thing that would have made her brave." "Why did you do it?" "Because Maxwell convinced me that protecting people from pain was more important than letting them choose it. And because it felt good to be part of something that seemed noble." She paused. "I'm going to testify. I'm going to tell the jury everything. And I know it won't undo what I did, but maybe it'll prevent him from doing it to anyone else." "It will," Elise said. "Your testimony will make the difference." "I'm scared. His lawyers are going to destroy me on cross-examination. They're going to make me look like a traitor who's lying to save herself." "Let them. The truth isn't about how you look. It's about what you know. And you know the truth." After Rachel left, Elise stood in the empty hallway, processing. Rachel's cooperation had transformed the case from strong to overwhelming. But it had also complicated the narrative. Because Rachel wasn't a villain. She was a true believer who'd taken idealism too far and was now trying to make it right. The world would have been easier if people fit into clean categories. But they never did. That weekend, Elise visited Sophia at the group home where she'd been placed after leaving the shelter. It was a converted brownstone in Queens, clean and well-maintained, with a social worker on staff and 6 other teenagers navigating their own complicated situations. Sophia met her in the common room, looking healthier than she had in weeks. She'd gained weight. Her eyes were clearer. She'd cut her hair short, which she said made her feel like someone new but in a good way. "How are you?" Elise asked. "Okay. Good, actually. I started school last week. It's weird being the new kid, but nobody knows my story, so I can just be normal." "That must be nice." "It is. But it's also weird. Like, part of me wants to tell people what I survived. Part of me wants to scream it from the rooftops, so they know I'm not just some quiet girl who sits in the back of English class. But then I remember that I get to choose who knows and who doesn't. And that's kind of powerful." They talked for an hour about school, about the trial preparation, about Sophia's plan to graduate high school and maybe go to community college. Normal things. Future things. As Elise was leaving, Sophia said, "Can I ask you something? About Ms. Voss?" "Of course. She's testifying against Mr. Crane. Does that mean she's good now?" Elise thought about it. "I don't think people are good or bad. I think they make choices, and sometimes those choices hurt people even when they're trying to help. Rachel made bad choices. Now she's trying to make better ones. That doesn't erase what she did, but it means something." "Do you forgive her?" "I'm not the one she needs forgiveness from." "You are." Sophia considered this. "I don't know if I can forgive her, but I think I understand her. And maybe that's enough for now." "That's very mature. Or maybe I'm just tired of being angry." Sophia smiled. My real therapist, not Dr. Tate, she says anger is exhausting. That it's okay to put it down sometimes." "Your real therapist sounds smart." "She is. She doesn't try to convince me of anything. She just asks questions and lets me figure out the answers. It's annoying, but it works." As Elise drove back to Brooklyn, she thought about Sophia's question. Was Rachel good now? Was Crane bad? Were there clean lines between helper and harmer, between justice and mercy? The law demanded clear categories. Guilty or not guilty. Legal or illegal. But people existed in the messy spaces between. 2 weeks before Christmas, Elise made her decision about Martin's offer. She called him from her apartment, watching snow fall over the city. "I'm coming back," she said when he answered. "But on my terms." "Which are?" "I want to work on cases like this. Cases where the pattern isn't obvious, where powerful people are using legal structures to do illegal things. I want to be the prosecutor who looks at what everyone else misses." "That's a tall order." "Most of our cases are straightforward. Fraud, drugs, assault. Then give me the ones that aren't. The ones that get dismissed as conspiracy theories or paranoia. Let me investigate them properly." Martin was quiet for a moment. "You know that's going to make you unpopular. People don't like prosecutors who see patterns everywhere." "I don't care about being popular. I care about being right." "Fair enough." She could hear him smiling. "Welcome back, Elise. When can you start?" "January 2nd. I'm taking the holidays to rest." "Good. You've earned it." After they hung up, Elise sat by her window and watched the snow accumulate. She'd gotten her job back. The trial was scheduled for March. Sophia was healing. Rachel was cooperating. The case against Crane was solid. Everything should have felt settled. But there was still one thing unresolved. Teresa Moss. Elise pulled out the old case file and read through it again. The recantation. The acquittal. The overdose. She'd spent 7 years wondering if she'd missed something, if there had been signs that Teresa was being pressured or manipulated. Now, with everything she'd learned about Crane's operation, she had a new question. Had Teresa been one of his? She cross-referenced the dates. Teresa's case was in 2017. Crane's operation had started in 2018 with Diana Pierce. Or had it? Elise searched through the database records that Nora had shared with her. 127 names, going back to 2018. But what if there were others before the database existed? What if Teresa had been a test case before Crane had systematized the process? She pulled up Teresa's recantation video and watched it again. The flat effect, the rehearsed language, the way she touched her collarbone nervously, the same gesture Elise had seen in other witnesses who were lying or being coached. And then she saw it, something she'd missed 7 years ago because she hadn't known to look for it. In the background of the video, barely visible through a doorway, was a reflection in a mirror. A man, standing just out of frame. Watching. Listening. Elise zoomed in on the image, enhanced it as much as her software allowed, and felt her stomach drop. The reflection was blurry, but the silver hair, the build, the posture, it could have been Maxwell Crane. She saved the screenshot and sent it to Nora with a message. "Can your forensic team enhance this? I think Crane was involved in the Teresa Moss case. If we can prove he's been doing this since 2017, it establishes a longer pattern." Nora's response came within minutes. "Sending it to the lab now." "If that's him, this changes everything." Elise leaned back in her chair, staring at the enhanced image of the man in the mirror. If it was Crane, if he'd been involved in Teresa's recantation, then everything Elise had blamed herself for, the failure to see the manipulation, the guilt over the acquittal, the weight of Teresa's death, had a different source. She hadn't failed Teresa. Maxwell Crane had taken her away. And finally, after 7 years, Elise might be able to prove it. Her phone rang. "Ben, I heard you're going back to the DA's office. News travels fast. It does when you have sources everywhere. Congratulations. Or condolences. I'm not sure which is appropriate." Elise smiled. "Congratulations. I think. I'm ready to go back." "Good. Because I'm going to need a source inside the Southern District for my next investigation." "What investigation?" "Remember those 42 cases that collapsed after witnesses withdrew? I'm looking into what happened to the defendants, where they are now, whether any of them reoffended, building a comprehensive picture of the consequences of Crane's operation. That's going to be a hell of a story. I know, which is why I need your help. Off the record, of course." "Of course. Send me the list, and I'll see what I can find." After they hung up, Elise stood at her window and looked out at the city. The snow had stopped, leaving everything clean and white and temporary. By morning, it would be gray slush, but for now it was beautiful. She thought about the trial ahead, about Sophia's testimony, about Rachel's cooperation, about the enhanced image that might finally connect Crane to Teresa. She thought about justice and mercy, about the messy space between them, about the fact that sometimes the right thing to do looked a lot like the wrong thing until you lived with it long enough to see the difference. And she thought about the silver bracelet in her pocket, the bird with frozen wings that somehow still suggested flight. Tomorrow, she'd start preparing for trial. She'd work with the prosecution team, help prep witnesses, organize evidence. But tonight, she allowed herself to rest. Because she'd done what 7 years ago seemed impossible, she turned grief into action, guilt into purpose, and a single case into systemic change. Teresa Moss could finally rest. And so could Elise. Chapter 13. The trial begins. The trial of United States versus Maxwell Crane began on a cold Monday in March, 15 months after Sophia's disappearance and 5 months after the indictment. The courtroom in the Southern District was packed. Reporters, legal observers, victims' advocates, and people who'd follow the case through its entire arc from a single missing witness to a federal prosecution of systematic witness tampering. Elise sat in the third row of the gallery, no longer a prosecutor but still essential to the case. She'd spent the past 3 months working with Patricia Hollis's team, helping organize evidence, prep witnesses, and build a narrative that would carry the prosecution through what everyone expected to be a brutal trial. Maxwell Crane entered the courtroom flanked by 4 defense attorneys, looking every bit the wrongly accused philanthropist. He wore a dark suit, an expression of dignified concern, and the confidence of someone who'd never lost a fight that mattered. Rachel Voss entered separately, seated with the prosecution's witness list, her eyes carefully avoiding Crane's. She'd lost weight. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened a bottle of water. Dr. Owen Tate sat alone at the far end of the defense table, looking more confused than confident, like a man who genuinely couldn't understand how therapy had become a crime. Judge Foster called the court to order at 9:02 a.m. "We're here for the trial of United States versus Maxwell Crane, Rachel Voss, and Owen Tate. All defendants have pleaded not guilty to all charges. Ms. Hollis, is the government ready?" Patricia Hollis stood. "Ready, Your Honor." "Mr. Brennan?" Foster looked at Crane's lead attorney, a silver-haired litigator named Richard Brennan, who commanded fees that could fund small nations. "Ready, Your Honor." "Then let's proceed with jury selection." Jury selection took 3 days. The defense tried to exclude anyone who'd followed the media coverage, anyone who'd been a crime victim, anyone who expressed skepticism about therapeutic interventions. The prosecution tried to exclude anyone with strong libertarian leanings, anyone who donated to criminal justice reform causes, anyone who seemed too sympathetic to the idea that the system traumatized victims. In the end, they seated 12 jurors and 4 alternates: a teacher, an accountant, 2 retirees, a nurse, a software engineer, a small business owner, a college student, and 4 others whose professions Elise didn't catch. 7 women, 5 men. Diverse ages, backgrounds, perspectives. Ordinary people who would decide whether Maxwell Crane's empire of mercy was actually an empire of obstruction. On Thursday morning, the trial began in earnest with opening statements. Patricia Hollis went first. She stood before the jury with quiet authority, no notes, speaking directly to them like she was sharing something they deserved to know. "This case is about choice," she began. "Real choice versus manufactured choice. The difference between someone deciding for themselves what to do with their voice and someone being convinced that silence is strength." She walked them through the basics: 127 witnesses over 8 years, 42 cases that collapsed, a database documenting every person who'd been systematically removed from legal proceedings, financial records showing millions of dollars flowing through supposedly charitable organizations. The defense will tell you this was therapeutic care, that Maxwell Crane built an organization to help traumatized people heal. And in some cases, that may even be true. Some people who went through his program may have genuinely needed to step back from testifying. She paused, making eye contact with each juror. "But here's what the evidence will show. Mr. Crane didn't just help people who couldn't testify. He actively recruited people who could testify and convinced them not to. He used licensed therapists to reframe courage as trauma. He built comfortable facilities that felt like sanctuary but functioned like silencing mechanisms. And he did all of this while telling himself and telling them that he was providing a service." Hollis pulled up a document on the courtroom screens. This is an email from Mr. Crane to Rachel Voss, his operations director. It's dated 2 days before a 17-year-old girl named Sophia Reeves was scheduled to testify against 3 men who trafficked her. Mr. Crane writes, "The Morgan situation is escalating. If she gets Sophia in front of a grand jury, the entire operation comes under scrutiny. We need to expedite facility closures and relocate residents before subpoenas arrive." She looked at the jury. That's not a man worried about therapeutic outcomes. That's a man worried about getting caught. She continued for another 20 minutes, outlining the testimony they'd hear from Rachel, from former residents, from FBI agents who'd investigated the financial records. She ended with Sophia. "You're going to hear from a remarkable young woman, a survivor who wanted to testify, who wrote to her deceased mother about being brave enough to hold her traffickers accountable. And you're going to hear how Mr. Crane's organization convinced her that running was braver than fighting, that silence was safer than speaking, that her voice mattered less than her comfort." Hollis returned to her table. "At the end of this trial, we'll ask you to answer one question. Did Maxwell Crane give people choices, or did he make choices for them? The evidence will show he did the latter. And that's called obstruction of justice." She sat down. Richard Brennan stood for the defense. He was everything Hollis wasn't: theatrical, passionate, larger than life. He didn't stand behind a podium. He walked directly to the jury box and leaned against the railing like he was sharing a secret. "My client is guilty," he said, and several jurors, visibly startled. "He's guilty of caring too much. He's guilty of believing that traumatized people deserve alternatives. He's guilty of spending his own fortune to build an organization that the prosecution now wants to criminalize." He gestured toward Crane. "Maxwell Crane's sister was destroyed by the legal system. You'll hear that story. You'll hear how Emily Crane reported an assault, agreed to testify, and was systematically destroyed by cross-examination that turned her trauma into entertainment. You'll hear how she took her own life 3 weeks after her assailant was acquitted." Brennan's voice dropped. "And you'll understand why Mr. Crane dedicated his life to making sure no one else suffered what Emily suffered. That's not a crime. That's compassion." He walked the jury through the defense theory that threshold solutions provided legitimate therapeutic services, that every person who withdrew from testimony did so voluntarily after being fully informed of their options, that the residential facilities were healing centers, not prisons. The prosecution wants you to believe that therapy is manipulation, that offering people choices is the same as making choices for them. But here's the truth. Every person who went through Mr. Crane's program was told repeatedly that they could change their minds, that they could leave, that they could still testify if they chose. He pulled up a different document. "This is a consent form signed by every resident at New Horizon. It explicitly states, 'I understand that I am free to leave at any time. I understand that choosing not to testify is my decision and mine alone. I understand that therapeutic support does not constitute legal advice or coercion.'" Brennan looked at the jury. "That's not obstruction. That's informed consent. And if the government wins this case, what they're saying is that you can't help trauma victims without risking federal prosecution. They're saying compassion is a crime." He continued for 30 more minutes, attacking each piece of the prosecution's case. The database wasn't evidence of systematic removal, it was professional record-keeping. The financial transfers weren't suspicious, trauma treatment was expensive. Rachel Voss's cooperation wasn't credible, she was a co-defendant saving herself by lying about her boss. "At the end of this trial," Brennan concluded, "we'll ask you a different question than the one Ms. Hollis posed. We'll ask, should a man be imprisoned for building an organization that gave traumatized people permission to heal? The answer, I'm confident, is no." He sat down, and Judge Foster called a recess. The first week of trial was procedural: FBI agents testifying about the investigation, forensic accountants explaining the financial records, database experts walking through the 127 names and the patterns they represented. It was necessary but dry, the kind of testimony that established foundation without creating drama. But in the second week, the witnesses began. First was Marcus Webb, the accountant from Boston, who'd been convinced to recant testimony in a fraud case. He described meeting Rachel Voss, being offered support services, spending 6 weeks at the Vermont facility. "They never told me not to testify," Marcus said on direct examination. But every therapy session focused on how traumatic it would be, how cross-examination would destroy my credibility, how the defense would dig into my past and make me look unreliable. After a while, I started to believe that testifying would be worse than letting the case go. "Did you want to recant?" Hollis asked. At the time, I thought I did. But looking back, I can see how carefully they constructed that desire. It wasn't my idea. It was theirs. They just convinced me it was mine. On cross-examination, Brennan was gentle but effective. "Mr. Webb, did anyone threaten you?" "No." "Did anyone physically prevent you from leaving the facility?" "No." "Did Dr. Tate or anyone else explicitly tell you not to testify?" "No, but—" "A simple yes or no, please. Did they explicitly tell you not to testify?" Marcus hesitated. "No." "So what you're telling this jury is that you made a choice, and now you regret it, and you're blaming my client for your own decision?" "Objection," Hollis said. "Argumentative." "Sustained. Rephrase, Mr. Brennan." "Mr. Webb, you made a voluntary choice to recant your testimony, correct?" "It felt voluntary at the time. But it was your choice." "Yes." Brennan had made his point, and the jury had heard it. The second witness was Sarah Chen, the former New Horizon employee. She walked the jury through the facility's operations, the therapeutic protocols, the subtle pressures that made leaving feel impossible. "We had a saying among staff," Sarah testified. "Every door is open, but every conversation is closed." Meaning residents could physically leave anytime. But every conversation with Dr. Tate reinforced why leaving would be a mistake. "Can you give an example?" Hollis asked. "There was a resident. I can't use her name because of privacy rules, but she'd been at New Horizon for 5 weeks. She kept saying she wanted to leave, that she'd made a mistake. Dr. Tate would sit with her and say things like, 'That's your fear talking, not your authentic self. The fear wants you to go back to a situation that will traumatize you. Your authentic self wants to heal.' How did the resident respond? She'd cry. She'd say she didn't know what she wanted anymore. And Dr. Tate would say, 'That's okay. We'll help you figure it out.' But what he meant was, 'We'll help you want what we think you should want.'" On cross, Brennan attacked Sarah's credibility. "Ms. Chun, you were fired from New Horizon, weren't you?" "I resigned. After filing a complaint about unpaid overtime that was dismissed as frivolous." "The complaint wasn't frivolous. They were violating labor laws. A complaint that 3 different agencies found without merit." Sarah's jaw tightened. "Yes. So you have a reason to be angry at Mr. Crane's organization. A reason to paint them in the worst possible light. I have a reason to tell the truth about what I saw. Or a reason to lie about people who you believe wronged you." Objection. Withdrawn. No further questions. Sarah left the stand looking shaken, and Elise felt for her. Testifying was brutal even when you had nothing to hide. On the 3rd week, Rachel Voss took the stand. The courtroom was packed. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for, the insider who'd betrayed the operation, the woman who'd recruited Sophia and was now testifying against her former boss. Rachel was sworn in, took her seat, and looked at Hollis with an expression that was equal parts resolve and terror. "Ms. Voss," Hollis began, "you've pleaded guilty to conspiracy to obstruct justice under a cooperation agreement with the government. Is that correct?" "Yes." "And you understand that your testimony today is part of that agreement?" "Yes." "Tell the jury, what was your role at Threshold Solutions?" Rachel took a breath. "I was director of operations. I managed the 3 residential facilities. I recruited witnesses. I coordinated with Dr. Tate on therapeutic protocols. And I reported directly to Maxwell Crane." "How many witnesses did you personally recruit?" 43. A murmur went through the courtroom. "And what did recruiting involve?" "I'd identify witnesses in upcoming trials, usually through contacts in courts or prosecutors' offices. I'd research their backgrounds, their vulnerabilities. Then I'd approach them as a concerned advocate, tell them I'd heard about their case, offer support services, make them feel like someone finally understood what they were going through." "Did you tell them the support services included convincing them not to testify?" "No. I told them we'd help them make informed choices, but the entire system was designed to lead them toward one choice, withdrawal." Hollis walked Rachel through specific cases. Diana Pierce, Marcus Webb, Jennifer Wade, Sophia Reeves, With each one, Rachel described the recruitment, the intake process, the therapeutic interventions that systematically undermined witnesses' resolve. Why did you do it? Hollis asked. Why recruit 43 people if you knew it was wrong? Rachel's eyes filled with tears. Because Maxwell convinced me it wasn't wrong. He told me we were saving people from a brutal system. That we were giving them permission to choose healing over punishment. And I wanted to believe him. I wanted to be part of something noble. When did you realize it wasn't noble? When I saw Sophia Reeves's face after she'd been at New Horizon for 3 weeks. She looked hollowed out, like we'd taken something essential from her and replaced it with our version of what she should want. That's when I knew we weren't helping people. We were remaking them. Hollis let that answer sit with the jury for a moment, then moved on to the database, the financial records, the emails showing consciousness of guilt. By the time she finished, Rachel had provided a devastating insider account of systematic witness tampering dressed up as therapeutic care. Then came Brennan's cross-examination. He stood slowly, walked to the witness stand, and looked at Rachel with something between pity and contempt. Ms. Voss, you're testifying today to avoid prison time, correct? I'm testifying because it's the truth. That's not what I asked. You're testifying to avoid prison time. Yes. You pleaded guilty to conspiracy. That carries a potential sentence of 5 years. But under your cooperation agreement, the government is recommending probation. Correct. Yes. So you have every incentive to tell the government what they want to hear. To paint Mr. Crane as a criminal mastermind and yourself as a naive employee who didn't know better. That's not what I'm doing. No. You just told this jury you recruited 43 witnesses. That you knew the system was designed to lead them toward withdrawal. That sounds like someone who knew exactly what she was doing and is now blaming her boss to save herself. Rachel's hands clenched. I'm taking responsibility for my actions. But Maxwell created the system. Maxwell built the operation. Maxwell believed he had the right to decide for people what they needed. Did he hold a gun to your head and make you recruit those 43 witnesses? No. Did he threaten you? Coerce you? Force you to do anything against your will? No, but... So you made choices, just like the witnesses made choices. And now you're here, trying to avoid the consequences of your choices by blaming someone else. Objection, Hollis said. Counsel is testifying. Sustained. Brennan continued for 2 more hours, attacking every aspect of Rachel's testimony. Her motivations, her credibility, her claim that witnesses were manipulated when she herself admitted no one was threatened or coerced. By the time he finished, he'd planted enough doubt to make the jury question whether Rachel was a credible witness or a co-conspirator trying to save herself. Rachel left the stand looking destroyed, and Elise wanted to tell her she'd done the right thing. But the truth was complicated, because Rachel had helped build the operation, had recruited dozens of witnesses, had convinced herself that harm was help. Testifying didn't erase that. It just meant she was trying to make it right. Whether that was enough was up to the jury to decide. That night, Elise sat in her apartment and watched the news coverage. Every network was analyzing Rachel's testimony, legal experts debating whether her cooperation was credible or calculated. Her phone rang. Sophia. I watched the news, Sophia said. They're saying Ms. Voss might not be believable because she's trying to avoid prison. That's a fair criticism. But it doesn't make what she said untrue. How do I know what's true anymore? Everyone keeps saying different things about the same events. Mr. Crane says he helped me. Ms. Voss says she manipulated me. You say I made my own choice. Who's right? Elise thought carefully. You are. You're the only one who knows what you experienced. And the jury's job is to listen to all these different versions and decide which one fits the evidence. What if they decide wrong? Then we live with it. That's how the system works. It's not perfect, but it's what we have. Sophia was quiet for a moment. I testify next week, right? Yes. Wednesday. I'm scared. I know. But you've done this before. You testified to the grand jury. You can do it again. What if I fall apart on the stand? What if I prove Mr. Crane right, that I'm too fragile to testify? Then you fall apart, and you keep going anyway. Because being fragile doesn't mean being weak. It means being human. After they hung up, Elise stood at her window and thought about the week ahead. Sophia's testimony. The defense's cross-examination. The moment when a 17-year-old girl would have to convince 12 strangers that her voice mattered enough to listen to. It was too much to ask of anyone, but someone had to ask it, because without witnesses, there was no accountability. Without accountability, there was no justice. And without justice, people like Maxwell Crane would keep building empires on the lie that silence was safety. Elise pulled out the silver bracelet and held it up to the light. Tomorrow, the bird would fly again. And this time, the whole world would be watching. Chapter 14, Testimony. Sophia Reeves took the stand on a Wednesday morning in late March, wearing a navy blue dress that Ellen Marquez had helped her pick out. She looked younger than 17, small in the witness box, her hands gripping the edge of the wooden rail like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. Elise sat in her usual spot in the gallery, Claire beside her for moral support. They'd arrived early, claiming seats before the courtroom filled with reporters and observers who'd been following the trial's every development. Judge Foster looked at Sophia with something close to gentleness. "Ms. Reeves, please state your name for the record." Sophia Marie Reeves. Her voice was barely audible. "You'll need to speak up so the jury can hear you." Sophia nodded and leaned closer to the microphone. Sophia Marie Reeves. "Thank you. Ms. Hollis, you may proceed." Patricia Hollis stood and walked slowly toward the witness box, her posture deliberately non-threatening. She'd spent hours prepping Sophia for this moment, but everyone knew that preparation only went so far. The real test was whether Sophia could hold herself together under pressure. "Sophia, I know this is difficult," Hollis began. "We're going to take it slowly, okay? If you need a break at any point, just let me know." "Okay, let's start with some background. How old are you?" 17. "I'll be 18 in June." "Where do you live now?" "In a group home in Queens, with a social worker and 5 other teenagers." "And before that, where were you living when you first met Ms. Morgan?" Sophia took a breath. "I was in foster care. I'd been moved around a lot. Different families, different schools. By the time I was 14, I'd stopped trying to fit in anywhere." "What happened when you were 14? This was the hard part. The trafficking." Sophia's hands tightened on the rail. "I ran away from a foster home in Syracuse. I thought I could make it on my own. But I didn't have money or a place to stay. I met these men at a bus station who said they could help me. They said they had a place I could crash, that they'd help me get a job." "What happened instead?" Sophia's voice dropped. "They didn't help me. They sold me. To other men. For 3 years." The courtroom was silent. Even the reporters had stopped typing. Hollis moved closer. "Eventually, you were found by law enforcement. Is that correct?" "Yes. There was a raid. The police took me to a hospital. Then to a shelter. That's where I met Ms. Morgan. She was the prosecutor assigned to my case." "How did you feel about testifying?" "Scared. But I wanted to do it. I wanted those men punished for what they did to me and to the other girls." "Did Ms. Morgan pressure you to testify?" "No. She told me it was my choice. She explained what would happen in court, the questions, the cross-examination, all of it. She was honest about how hard it would be, but she said my voice mattered, that what I had to say could help other girls." "Did you believe her?" "Yes. And I wanted to believe myself, that I was strong enough to face those men." Hollis pulled up a document on the courtroom screens. "Is this a letter you wrote?" Sophia looked at the screen, and her eyes filled with tears. "Yes. I wrote that to my mom. She died when I was 12. Can you read the highlighted portion for the jury?" Sophia's voice trembled but held. "I'm going to testify. I know it's scary. I know it's going to hurt. But if I don't, those men are going to keep doing this to other girls. And I can't live with that." "When did you write this?" 3 days before I was supposed to testify. Before I went to New Horizon. What happened the night before trial?" Sophia closed her eyes. "A woman came to the safe house where I was staying. Her name was Rachel Voss. She said she was from an organization that helps witnesses. She said she'd heard about my case and wanted to make sure I was okay." "What did she say to you?" "She said testifying was my choice. But she also said that cross-examination would be brutal. That the defense attorneys would ask about my past, about drugs I'd used, about things I'd done to survive. She said they'd try to make me look like I was lying, like I deserved what happened to me. How did that make you feel? Terrified. I'd been scared before, but she made it sound so much worse than I'd imagined. She said even Ms. Morgan couldn't protect me from what the defense would do to my credibility. What did she offer? She said there was a place I could go, a facility where I could heal without having to face the men who hurt me. She said I could take time to recover, that I didn't have to make my trauma into evidence. Hollis paused, letting that sink in. What did you decide? I got in her car. At 4:47 in the morning. I left the safe house and went with her to New Horizon. Did you tell anyone you were leaving? No. Rachel said it was better if I just went. That if I told Ms. Morgan or the U.S. Marshals, they'd try to talk me out of it. And when you got to New Horizon, what happened? Sophia wiped her eyes. At first, it felt like relief. Like I'd made the brave choice to choose myself over the trial. The facility was nice. Comfortable. Everyone was kind. Dr. Tate started therapy sessions with me right away. What were those sessions like? He'd ask about the trial, about what I was feeling. And every time I said I was scared, he'd say, "That's your body telling you that testifying isn't safe. Your trauma is trying to protect you." He'd say things like, "You've already survived so much. You don't have to survive the courtroom, too." Did he ever explicitly tell you not to testify? No. He'd say it was my choice. But then he'd spend the next hour explaining why choosing not to testify was the healthy choice. The brave choice. The choice that honored my healing. How did you feel after 3 weeks at New Horizon? Sophia's voice broke. Confused. I didn't know what I wanted anymore. I'd come there because I was scared of testifying. But by the 3rd week, I was scared of everything. Scared of leaving. Scared of staying. Scared that I'd never know what I really wanted because everyone kept telling me what I should want. Hollis approached the witness box. Sophia, did you reach out to Ms. Morgan? Yes. I used a computer in the library. I sent her an email saying I wanted out. Why? Because I realized what was happening. Dr. Tate wasn't helping me decide. He was deciding for me and then convincing me it was my choice. And I was tired of other people making choices for me. What happened when you left New Horizon? Ms. Morgan helped arrange it. She had someone pick me up at 3 a.m. She took me to a shelter where I could think without anyone telling me what to think. And for the first time in months, I felt like my thoughts were actually mine. Hollis returned to her table and picked up a piece of paper. Sophia, the trial against the men who trafficked you never happened. Those men were released. How does that make you feel? Sophia looked directly at the jury. It makes me angry. And sad. And guilty. Because if I testified, maybe they'd be in prison. Maybe they wouldn't have hurt anyone else. Do you blame yourself for that? Sometimes. But I also blame the people who convinced me that my fear mattered more than my voice. I was 14 years old when those men found me. I didn't have a choice then. But when I was ready to testify, when I finally had a choice, someone took it away by making me think silence was strength. Hollis let that answer resonate. One final question. If you could go back to that morning when Rachel Voss came to the safe house, would you make a different choice? Sophia didn't hesitate. Yes. I'd testify. Because even if the defense attorneys tore me apart, even if the jury didn't believe me, I'd know I tried. I'd know my voice mattered. And no one could take that from me. Thank you, Sophia. No further questions. Judge Foster called a 15-minute recess before cross-examination. Elise found Sophia in the witness waiting room. Ellen Marquez rubbing her back while she cried. You did amazing, Elise said. Sophia looked up, her face blotchy and red. I'm not done yet. Mr. Brennan hasn't even started. I know. But you told your truth. That's the hard part. The cross-examination is just him trying to poke holes in what you said. And there are no holes. You were honest. What if I fall apart? Then you fall apart. And Judge Foster will give you a break. And you'll come back and keep going. Ellen added, remember what we practiced. Short answers. Don't let him put words in your mouth. If you don't understand a question, say so. And Sophia, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be honest. When they returned to the courtroom, Brennan was already at the podium, reviewing his notes. He looked up as Sophia took the stand again, his expression carefully neutral. Ms. Reeves, he began, his tone gentle, I know this is difficult for you. I'll try to be brief. Sophia nodded but said nothing. You testified that Rachel Voss came to the safe house the night before trial. Did she threaten you? No. Did she force you to get in her car? No. Did she say anything that wasn't true? About cross-examination being brutal, about defense attorneys attacking your credibility? Sophia hesitated. No. Those things are true. So when she told you that testifying would be traumatic, she was being honest? Yes, but... Yes or no, please. She was being honest. Yes. And when you got into her car at 4:47 a.m., you did so voluntarily? I thought I was making a choice, but... That's not what I asked. Did you get into the car voluntarily? Sophia's hands clenched. Yes. No one forced you? No. And at New Horizon, were you locked in your room? No. Were you prevented from leaving? No, but... Yes or no? Were you prevented from leaving? Not physically. Brennan walked closer to the witness box. Ms. Reeves, you testified that Dr. Tate spent hours explaining why not testifying was the healthy choice. Did he ever say you weren't allowed to testify? No. But he made it seem like... Did he ever say you weren't allowed to testify? Sophia's voice rose. No. But that's how manipulation works. You don't tell someone what to do. You make them think they chose it themselves. Objection, Brennan said. The witness is not an expert on manipulation. Overruled. She can describe her experience. Brennan changed tactics. You said you emailed Ms. Morgan asking to leave. But you'd been at New Horizon for 3 weeks. If you wanted to leave so badly, why did you wait 3 weeks? Because I was confused. Dr. Tate had convinced me that leaving would be a mistake. Or maybe you were genuinely uncertain. Maybe you were weighing your options and decided, after 3 weeks of therapy, that you wanted to leave. That's not manipulation. That's deliberation. That's not what it felt like. But you can't know for certain whether your feelings were manipulated or genuine, can you? Sophia faltered. I know what I felt. But feelings aren't facts, are they? You felt confused. You felt scared. But that doesn't mean Mr. Crane or Dr. Tate did anything wrong. It might just mean you were processing trauma. Elise watched Sophia struggling, watched Brennan systematically dismantling her testimony by forcing her into yes or no answers that stripped away context. Ms. Reeves, you testified that you feel guilty because the men who trafficked you were released. But they weren't released because of Mr. Crane. They were released because the prosecution's case was weak without your testimony. Isn't that correct? Yes. So the responsibility for those men walking free lies with the justice system, not with my client. Your client convinced me not to testify. Did he? Or did you make a choice, regret it, and now you're blaming someone else for your decision? Objection. Hollis stood. Counsel is badgering the witness. Sustained. Mr. Brennan, move on. Brennan consulted his notes. One final question, Ms. Reeves. You said that if you could go back, you'd choose to testify. But you're here today, testifying in a federal trial. Doesn't that prove you found your voice after all? Sophia stared at him. This is different. How? Because this time, no one convinced me to stay silent first. Brennan smiled slightly. But someone had to convince you to speak, didn't they? Ms. Morgan helped you leave New Horizon. She encouraged you to testify to the grand jury. She's been supporting you throughout this process. So isn't it possible that you're testifying now because Ms. Morgan manipulated you the same way you claim my client did? Sophia's eyes flashed. No. No. How can you be sure? Because Ms. Morgan asked me what I wanted. She didn't tell me what I should want. She gave me information and let me decide. That's the difference. But that's exactly what Mr. Crane did. He gave you information, that testifying would be traumatic, that you had other options, and let you decide. No. He spent 3 weeks making sure I'd decide his way. Or he spent 3 weeks helping you process your trauma and come to a decision that prioritized your well-being. You can't know which is true, can you? Sophia's voice broke. I know what I felt. I felt trapped. Feelings aren't facts, Ms. Reeves. No further questions. Sophia left the stand crying, and the judge called another recess. In the hallway, Elise found Sophia with Ellen, still shaking. I failed, Sophia said. He made me sound like I was just confused. Like nothing Mr. Crane did was wrong. You didn't fail, Elise said firmly. You told the truth. Brennan's job is to poke holes. But the jury heard you. They heard you say you felt trapped. They heard you say you wanted to testify, and someone convinced you otherwise. That's what matters. But what if they believe him? What if they think I was just making my own choices, and now I'm blaming other people? Then we live with it. But Sophia, you showed up. You testified. You used your voice, even though it was hard. Even though Brennan tried to twist your words. That's courage. And no verdict can take that away from you. Claire, who'd been watching quietly, added, "For what it's worth, I believed you. And I think the jury did too." Sophia wiped her eyes. "I hope you're right." The prosecution rested its case that afternoon. Over 3 weeks, they presented 40 witnesses, hundreds of documents, and hours of testimony establishing a pattern of systematic witness tampering. Now it was the defense's turn. Brennan called character witnesses, donors to the Renewal Trust, former clients who swore Crane had saved their lives, therapeutic experts who defended Tate's methods as accepted clinical practice. He called Maxwell Crane himself. Crane took the stand with the same dignified composure he'd maintained throughout the trial. He told the jury about Emily, about watching his sister be destroyed by the justice system, about dedicating his life to making sure no one else suffered the same fate. "I built Threshold Solutions because I saw a need," Crane testified. "People who are asked to testify in criminal trials are often traumatized. The system provides almost no support, so I created an alternative, a place where people could heal without having to choose between their well-being and justice." "Did you ever tell anyone not to testify?" Brennan asked. "Never. Every person who came through our program was told repeatedly that the choice was theirs. We provided information, therapeutic support, and alternatives. But the decision was always theirs to make." "What about Sophia Reeves specifically?" "Sophia came to us in crisis. She was terrified of testifying. Rachel Voss offered her support, and Sophia chose to accept. At New Horizon, Dr. Tate helped her process her trauma. And when she decided to leave, we didn't stop her. She left voluntarily, just as she'd arrived voluntarily. On cross-examination, Hollis was surgical. Mr. Crane, you testified that people who came through your program were told the choice was theirs. But you also maintained detailed records of 127 individuals, documented their therapeutic progress, tracked their decisions. That's not supporting voluntary choices. That's managing an operation. We kept records for professional accountability. You kept records because you were running a business that charged $200,000 per resident, funded by your foundation, structured to remove witnesses from criminal proceedings. We charged appropriate fees for intensive therapeutic care." Hollis pulled up an email. "This is a message you sent to Rachel Voss. You write, 'Target high-profile cases where witness testimony is essential. Those are the situations where our intervention has the most impact.' That sounds less like therapy and more like strategic obstruction. I meant our therapeutic intervention would have the most impact in helping traumatized witnesses, or your operation would have the most impact in collapsing prosecutions." Objection. Argumentative. Sustained. Hollis continued for 2 more hours, methodically deconstructing Crane's defense. By the time she finished, she'd established that Crane's operation was systematic, documented, and strategically targeted at cases where witness testimony was crucial. The defense rested the following day. Closing arguments took place on a Friday. Both sides had 2 hours to make their final case to the jury. Brennan went first, painting Crane as a compassionate man who'd built an organization to fix a broken system. "This case is about a prosecutor who couldn't accept that witnesses have the right to say no," Brennan concluded. "Ms. Morgan wanted Sophia Reeves to testify. When Sophia chose not to, Ms. Morgan convinced herself there must be something sinister at work. But the evidence shows something simpler. People make choices. Sometimes they regret those choices, but that doesn't make the choice illegal." Hollis's closing was quieter but more devastating. "Choice requires information and freedom," she said. "The evidence shows that Mr. Crane's organization provided information carefully curated to lead toward one outcome. And it shows that witnesses at his facilities felt free to leave until they actually tried to. That's not choice. That's control disguised as compassion." She walked the jury through the evidence, one final time. The database, the financial records, Rachel's testimony about recruiting strategies. Sophia's account of feeling trapped. At the beginning of this trial, I asked you a question. Did Maxwell Crane give people choices, or did he make choices for them? The evidence has answered that question. He made choices. He convinced traumatized people that silence was strength, and he called it healing. She paused. Witnesses matter. Their voices matter. And anyone who systematically silences them, no matter how noble they believe their intentions, has obstructed justice. Find these defendants guilty. Send a message that compassion doesn't excuse obstruction, and that every voice, no matter how broken, deserves to be heard. Judge Foster gave the jury their instructions and sent them to deliberate at 3:47 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. Now came the hardest part, waiting. Chapter 15, Verdict. The jury deliberated for 4 days. 4 days of Elise checking her phone every 15 minutes. 4 days of reporters camping outside the courthouse, speculating about what the delay meant. 4 days of legal experts on cable news debating whether a long deliberation favored the prosecution or defense. Long deliberations usually mean the jury is divided. David Kern told Elise over coffee on the 3rd day. They're probably arguing about intent. Whether Crane genuinely believed he was helping people. Does intent matter if the outcome is obstruction? Legally, yes. Intent is an element of the crime. If the jury believes Crane thought he was providing legitimate therapeutic services, they might acquit even if they think the services were problematic. Elise stared into her coffee. So we could lose. After everything. We could, but we might also win. That's the thing about trials. They're unpredictable. On the 4th day, at 2:17 p.m., the call came. The jury had reached a verdict. The courtroom filled within 30 minutes. Elise sat in her usual spot, Claire beside her, Ben 3 rows back with his notebook. Sophia was in the witness room with Ellen, choosing not to watch in person. I can't be there when they read it, she told Elise that morning. If they acquit him, if they decide what he did was okay, I don't think I can watch. Maxwell Crane entered with his legal team, looking calm but older somehow. The past month of trial had worn on him, the daily scrutiny, the testimony painting him as a manipulator rather than a savior. He sat with his hands folded, waiting. Rachel Voss entered separately, sitting at the prosecution table despite being a defendant. Her cooperation agreement meant she'd already pleaded guilty. Today's verdict would only affect Crane and Tate. Dr. Tate looked genuinely confused, like he still couldn't understand how therapy had become a crime. At 2:47 p.m., Judge Foster called the court to order. Has the jury reached a verdict? The foreperson, a retired teacher named Margaretson, stood. We have, Your Honor. Please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. The bailiff carried a folded piece of paper to Judge Foster, who reviewed it without expression, then handed it back. The defendant will rise. Crane stood. Tate stood. The courtroom held its breath. On count 1, witness tampering regarding Sophia Reeves. How do you find? Guilty. Elise felt Claire grip her hand. On count 2, witness tampering regarding Marcus Webb. How do you find? Guilty. On count 3, witness tampering regarding Diana Pierce. How do you find? Guilty. The foreperson continued through all 23 counts. Guilty on 19. Not guilty on 4, cases where the evidence had been weaker, where witnesses hadn't testified, or where the connection to Crane's organization was circumstantial. When it was over, Maxwell Crane had been convicted on 19 federal charges. Dr. Tate had been convicted on 12. Judge Foster thanked the jury and set sentencing for 8 weeks out. Crane's attorneys immediately moved for bail pending appeal, which Foster granted over the prosecution's objection. Mr. Crane has appeared at every proceeding, Foster said. He's not a flight risk. Bail is continued under existing conditions. The gavel fell. The trial was over. Outside the courthouse, Patricia Hollis gave a brief statement to the press. Today's verdict affirms a fundamental principle: compassion does not excuse obstruction. Maxwell Crane built an organization that systematically removed witnesses from criminal proceedings. The jury heard the evidence and found that what he did was not therapy, it was witness tampering. This verdict sends a clear message that no one, no matter how wealthy or well-intentioned, is above the law. Reporters shouted questions. Hollis answered a few, then stepped aside for Elise. Ms. Morgan, this investigation started with you looking for a missing witness. How does it feel to see it end in conviction? Elise thought about how to answer. About Sophia, about Teresa Moss, about the 127 names in the database, and the 42 cases that had collapsed. It feels like accountability, she said finally. Not justice. Justice would mean the cases that collapsed could be retried, that the defendants who walked free would face consequences. But accountability is what we have. And it matters. What's next for Sophia Reeves? Sophia is building a life that isn't defined by what happened to her. She's in school. She's healing. And she's learning that her voice matters, not because a jury validated it, but because she chose to use it. Do you have any message for other witnesses who might be in similar situations? Elise looked directly at the cameras. If someone is telling you that silence is strength, that your voice doesn't matter, that speaking up will destroy you, question it. Ask yourself, who benefits from your silence? And then make your own choice. Really your own. Not one that's been carefully constructed for you. She stepped away from the microphones and found Ben waiting by his car. Hell of a verdict, he said. 19 out of 23. Could have been better. Could have been a lot worse. Brennan's good. He made it close. They drove to the group home in Queens where Sophia was waiting. Ellen Marquez met them at the door. She watched the news. Ellen said quietly. She knows. Sophia was in the common room, staring at a television showing replay footage of the verdict. When she saw Elise, she stood. They convicted him. On 19 counts. Is that good? It's justice. Imperfect but real. Sophia sat back down. I thought I'd feel better. I thought when the jury said guilty, it would feel like, I don't know, vindication. But I just feel tired. Elise sat beside her. That's normal. Trials don't fix trauma. They just provide accountability. What happens now? Sentencing in 8 weeks. The judge will hear from victims, consider the evidence, and decide Crane's sentence. He's facing 10 to 20 years. Will I have to testify again? Only if you want to. Victims can submit impact statements. You can write one, read it in court, or skip it entirely. Your choice. Sophia was quiet for a long moment. I want to write one, but I don't want to read it. Is that okay? Completely okay. What should I say? Whatever you need to say. There's no right answer. That night, Sophia sat at the desk in her room and began to write. It took 3 hours and 4 false starts, but eventually she had something that felt true. Your Honor, my name is Sophia Reeves. I'm 17 years old. When I was 14, I was trafficked by men who didn't care that I was a child. When I was 16, I agreed to testify against those men because I wanted them punished for what they did. Maxwell Crane convinced me not to testify. He didn't threaten me. He didn't force me. He just made me believe that silence was the brave choice. That protecting myself mattered more than protecting other girls. Because I didn't testify, those men were released. I don't know where they are now. I don't know if they've hurt anyone else. But I know that if they have, part of that is on me. I also know that part of it is on Mr. Crane. He built a system that told traumatized people their voices didn't matter. He made millions of dollars convincing witnesses that justice was less important than comfort. I'm not saying the legal system is perfect. I'm not saying testifying is easy. I'm saying that witnesses deserve to make real choices, not choices that have been manufactured for them. Mr. Crane took my choice away. He convinced me I was making a decision when really he was making it for me. I hope the court gives him a sentence that reflects the harm he caused. Not just to me, but to every witness who disappeared, every case that collapsed, every perpetrator who walked free because someone convinced a victim that silence was safety. I survived what those men did to me. I'll survive what Mr. Crane did to me too. But I shouldn't have had to survive both. Thank you. Sophia Reeves. She printed it, sealed it in an envelope, and gave it to Ellen to submit to the court. The sentencing hearing took place 8 weeks later, on a warm May morning. The courtroom was packed again. Victims, reporters, legal observers, and people who'd followed the case from beginning to end. Judge Foster had received 43 victim impact statements. He read them aloud, one by one. Some were angry. Some were grateful that Crane had been held accountable. Some were conflicted, acknowledging that Crane's program had helped them even as it harmed others. When he reached Sophia's, He read it slowly, giving each word weight. Then he addressed Maxwell Crane directly. Mr. Crane, I've presided over many cases in my career. I've seen defendants who were clearly guilty and defendants who were clearly innocent. You're neither. You're something more complicated. A man who genuinely believed he was helping people and used that belief to justify systematic obstruction of justice. Foster paused, reviewing his notes. The evidence showed that your organization removed 127 witnesses from legal proceedings over 8 years. 42 cases collapsed as a direct result. Hundreds of victims were denied justice because you decided their voices mattered less than your vision of healing. I don't doubt that some people were genuinely helped by your program. I don't doubt that you believed you were doing the right thing. But your intentions don't excuse your actions. You built an empire on the lie that silence protects people. What it actually does is protect perpetrators. Foster looked at the sentencing guidelines. The prosecution has recommended 20 years. The defense has recommended probation with community service. I'm sentencing you to 12 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release. During that release, you are prohibited from operating any organization that provides services to witnesses or victims of crime. Crane showed no reaction. He simply nodded, as if he'd expected this. For Dr. Tate, Foster was more lenient. Dr. Tate, you were less culpable than Mr. Crane, but you were still complicit. You used your expertise to manipulate vulnerable people. 7 years in federal prison, 3 years supervised release, and permanent revocation of your clinical license. Tate looked devastated, but said nothing. Rachel Voss, who'd already pleaded guilty, received her sentence last. Ms. Voss, your cooperation was substantial and credible. Without your testimony, this conviction might not have been possible. But you also recruited 43 witnesses. You built the infrastructure that made this operation possible. 3 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years probation. You are prohibited from working in victim services or witness advocacy for life. Rachel closed her eyes. 3 years was lenient given what she'd done, but it was still 3 years. Judge Foster brought down his gavel. This court is adjourned. Outside, Elise found Sophia and Ellen on the courthouse steps. Sophia had attended the sentencing in person this time, wanting to see Crane's face when the sentence was read. 12 years, Sophia said. Is that enough? I don't know if any sentence would feel like enough. But it's accountability, and it means he can't do this to anyone else. What about the men who trafficked me? What about them? Elise had been dreading this question. The state case is still dismissed. Double jeopardy applies. They can't be retried. But the FBI is investigating whether there are federal charges that could apply. Trafficking across state lines. I don't know if it'll result in prosecution, but they're looking. Sophia nodded slowly. So they might never face justice. They might not. And I'm sorry. That's the part of the system that's broken. When cases collapse because witnesses disappear, those defendants often walk free forever. Then what was the point? If Mr. Crane goes to prison, but the men who actually hurt me don't. Elise thought carefully. The point is that you used your voice. You testified. You helped convict someone who was systematically silencing witnesses. You didn't get justice for yourself, but you might have created it for someone else. Sophia wiped her eyes. I wish that felt like enough. I know. Me too. They stood on the courthouse steps, watching the city move around them. Reporters packing up their equipment. Lawyers heading to their next cases. People who had no idea what had just happened inside that building, who would never know about the 17-year-old girl who testified against a billionaire and won. Ben approached, notebook in hand. I'm filing the story tonight. Front page tomorrow. You want to see it before it runs. Just make sure you get Sophia's name right. And make sure people understand, this wasn't about revenge. It was about accountability. I will. As they walked toward the subway, Sophia asked, What happens to me now? I mean, the trial's over. Mr. Crane is sentenced. Do I just go back to normal? You define normal, Elise said. You're almost 18. You'll age out of foster care soon. You can choose where you live, what you study, who you become. For the first time in your life, the future is actually yours. That's terrifying. It is. But it's also freedom. They parted at the subway station. Elise watched Sophia disappear into the crowd, a 17-year-old girl carrying a backpack and a trauma she'd learned to survive. Claire appeared beside her. "You did good, Elise." "I helped." Sophia did good. The jury did good. The system worked, barely. But it worked. That has to count for something. They rode the subway back to Brooklyn in silence, emerging into late afternoon sunlight that turned the city golden. Elise's phone buzzed. A text from Martin Reese. "Congratulations on the verdict. When you're ready to come back to work, we have cases waiting." She thought about responding, but instead pocketed the phone and kept walking. Because she'd been working for months. Years, really, if she counted the 7 years since Teresa Moss died. Tonight, she was going to rest. Tomorrow, she'd decide what came next. That evening, Elise sat in her apartment and pulled out the old case file. Teresa Moss, the case that had started everything. The FBI's forensic team had enhanced the video from Teresa's recantation. The reflection in the mirror was clearer now, clear enough to confirm it was Maxwell Crane, standing just out of frame while Teresa delivered the statement that would set her killer free. Elise had submitted the evidence to the state prosecutor handling Teresa's case. They were reviewing whether it warranted reopening the investigation into her death. It wouldn't bring Teresa back, but it might provide answers. And sometimes, answers were the closest thing to justice you could get. Elise pulled out the silver bracelet and held it up to the light. The bird's wings caught the evening sun, casting shadows that moved with her breathing. She thought about Sophia, about Teresa, about all the witnesses who'd been told their voices didn't matter. And she thought about the fact that sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the system worked. Sometimes witnesses testified. Sometimes juries convicted. Sometimes judges sentenced. Sometimes justice was possible. Not perfect. Not complete. But possible. And that had to be enough. Elise set down the bracelet, closed the case file, and allowed herself, for the first time in 7 years, to let go. Teresa could rest. Sophia could heal. And Elise could finally move forward. Outside, the city hummed with its endless motion. Inside, a prosecutor who'd lost everything to find the truth had discovered something more valuable than vindication. Peace. Not the absence of pain, but the presence of purpose fulfilled. That night, Elise slept without nightmares. And when she woke the next morning, she began to build the future she'd been too busy fighting to imagine. A future where witnesses mattered, where voices were heard, where the truth, messy, complicated, imperfect, was worth fighting for, and where one prosecutor's refusal to give up had changed the system, just a little, just enough. Epilogue, Voices. 18 months later, the conference room at the Southern District was too small for the number of people who'd shown up. Elise stood at the front, next to a projector screen displaying the logo for the Witness Advocacy and Protection Initiative, a program she'd spent the past year building with funding from a coalition of nonprofits, victim rights organizations, and a grant from the Justice Department. "The goal is simple," she told the assembled prosecutors, victim advocates, and social workers. "We provide genuine support to witnesses without manufacturing their decisions. Therapy, yes. Safety planning, yes. But always with transparency. Always with the witness's agency at the center." She clicked to the next slide, which showed statistics. Since the initiative launched 6 months ago, they'd supported 43 witnesses. 37 had chosen to testify. 6 had chosen not to, and their decisions had been documented, reviewed, and respected. "The difference between our program and what Maxwell Crane built is informed consent," Elise continued. "We tell witnesses the truth about what testifying costs. We also tell them the truth about what silence costs. Then we support whatever decision they make." A prosecutor from Brooklyn raised her hand. "What about cases that collapse because witnesses choose not to testify? Then they collapse, and we figure out how to build better cases that don't rely solely on traumatized witnesses carrying the entire burden of proof." Elise paused. The system has to change. Witnesses shouldn't be the only thing standing between criminals and acquittal. But while we work on fixing the system, we owe witnesses honest choices. After the presentation, Martin Reese approached. "That was good. The AG's office is impressed with the early results. Early results are easy. The test is whether it scales. It will, because you're running it." Martin handed her a file. "New case. Witness in a fraud prosecution is getting cold feet." She's been contacted by someone claiming to offer therapeutic support. I thought you'd want to look into it. Elise opened the file and felt familiar dread. The someone was an organization called Renewal Services, different name, same model. Crane's in prison, she said. Who's running this? We don't know yet. Could be former employees. Could be someone inspired by his model. Either way, it's the same pattern. Elise closed the file. I'll look into it. Because the work was never finished. There would always be people who thought they knew better than witnesses what witnesses needed. Always organizations that confuse compassion with control. But now there were also people like Elise who'd learned the difference and were willing to fight for it. That evening, Elise met Sophia at a coffee shop in Manhattan. Sophia had aged out of foster care 3 months ago and was living in a shared apartment in the Bronx, working part-time at a bookstore while taking classes at community college. She looked different, older, more confident, her hair longer and dyed a shade of auburn that caught the light. She wore a silver bracelet on her wrist, the bird charm that Elise had given her after the trial ended. How's school? Elise asked. Hard, but good. I'm taking psychology. I want to understand why people make the choices they make. Sophia smiled. My professor keeps asking if I have personal experience with trauma. I keep saying no. You don't have to hide what you survived. I know, but sometimes I like being just another student. Not the girl who testified against a billionaire. Not a survivor. Just Sophia. They talked about classes, about Sophia's roommates, about the mundane details of building a normal life. Then Sophia pulled out her phone and showed Elise an email. I got this last week. From a reporter who wants to do a documentary about the trial. They want me to be the central voice. They're offering money. Elise read the email. The offer was substantial, enough to cover Sophia's tuition for 2 years. What do you want to do? I don't know. Part of me wants to tell the story, make sure people understand what happened. But part of me just wants to move on. Both of those are valid. That's not helpful advice. Elise smiled. You're right. Okay, here's what I think. If you do it, make sure they tell the whole story. Not just the trial, not just the trafficking, but also the recovery, the hard work of building a life after trauma, the fact that you're not defined by what happened to you. And if I say no, then you say no. Your story is yours. You get to decide who hears it. Sophia pocketed her phone. I'll think about it. They finished their coffee and walked toward the subway. On the corner, a woman was handing out flyers for a missing person, a teenage girl who'd been gone for 3 weeks. Sophia took a flyer, studied the girl's face, and handed it to Elise. Do you think she ran away or was taken? I don't know, but someone's looking for her. That's what matters. They parted at the subway entrance. Elise watched Sophia disappear into the crowd. A young woman carrying textbooks and trauma in equal measure, learning to live with both. A week later, Elise received a call from Agent Nora Finch. We reopened the Teresa Moss case, Nora said, based on the enhanced video showing Crane at her recantation. We've been digging into her death. And the Las Vegas medical examiner ruled it an accidental overdose. But we found financial records showing a $50,000 payment from one of Crane's shell companies to an account in Teresa's name 3 days before she died. Elise felt her chest tighten. He paid her. Looks like it. We're interviewing people who knew her in Vegas, building a timeline. If we can prove Crane's payment was connected to her recantation, and if we can show her death wasn't accidental, we might have a case. After all this time, murder has no statute of limitations, and conspiracy to obstruct justice leading to wrongful death is prosecutable even years later. Nora paused. It's a long shot, but I thought you'd want to know we're trying. After they hung up, Elise pulled out the old case file one more time. Teresa's photo stared back at her, a young woman who tried to do the right thing and paid for it with her life. If Nora's investigation led to charges, if they could prove Crane had paid Teresa to recant and that the payment had led to her death, it wouldn't bring her back. But it would mean her story mattered, that she'd been seen, heard, remembered, and sometimes that was the most justice the system could offer. 6 months later, Elise stood in a small courtroom in New Jersey for a hearing she'd been waiting 7 years to attend. The defendant, the man who'd been acquitted after Teresa recanted, had been rearrested based on new evidence. Not Teresa's testimony, which was lost forever, but DNA evidence that had been retested with newer technology. Evidence that definitively placed him at the crime scene. He was convicted on all counts. Sentenced to 25 years to life. It wasn't because of Teresa, but it was in spite of what had been done to Teresa. And that felt like a kind of justice. After the hearing, Elise drove to a cemetery in Hoboken where Teresa was buried. She'd never visited before, hadn't known where the grave was until Nora sent her the information. The headstone was simple. Teresa and Moss, 1994 to 2017, beloved daughter. Elise set down flowers and pulled out the silver bird bracelet she'd been carrying. She placed it gently on the stone. "I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner," she said quietly. "I'm sorry I let him convince me your recantation was real. But we got him, Teresa. We got Crane. And we got the man who killed you. It took too long. But we got them." She stood there for a long time, watching the wind move through the trees, feeling the weight she'd carried for 7 years, finally beginning to lift. Not gone. Never gone. But lighter. 2 years after the trial, Elise sat in her office at the Southern District, the same office she cleaned out when she was fired, now reoccupied with new case files, new witnesses, new fights. Her phone rang. "Sophia. Ms. Morgan, I made a decision about the documentary. And I'm doing it, but on my terms. I get to review every cut. I get to approve what they use. And I get to tell the whole story, not just the trauma but the recovery. That sounds right. There's one more thing. I want you to be in it. I want you to explain why you kept looking for me. Why you didn't give up." Elise thought about it, about how much she fought to stay in the background, to make this about Sophia rather than herself. But maybe that was wrong. Maybe witnesses needed to see that prosecutors were human too. That they made mistakes, carried guilt, fought for redemption. "Okay," she said. "I'll do it. Thank you. For everything. I know I don't say it enough, but you saved my life. You saved your own life, Sophia. I just gave you information. You gave me more than that. You gave me permission to believe my voice mattered." After they hung up, Elise stood at her window and looked out at the city. The same view she'd had for 15 years. The same skyline. But everything felt different now. Because she'd learned what mattered. Not winning every case. Not following every rule. Not building a perfect career. What mattered was showing up. Listening. Giving people the truth and the choice to decide what to do with it. That was the work. Imperfect. Exhausting. Never finished. But worth it. 5 years after the trial. The documentary premiered at a film festival in New York. Elise and Sophia attended together, sitting in the back row while the audience watched their story unfold on screen. It was called Voices, and it chronicled everything. Sophia's trafficking, her decision to testify, her disappearance to New Horizon, Elise's investigation, the trial, and the aftermath. But the final 15 minutes focused on what came next. Sophia in college, studying psychology, working with other survivors. Elise building the Witness Advocacy Initiative, supporting hundreds of witnesses and making informed choices. And interviews with other people touched by the case. Marcus Webb, who'd become an advocate for white-collar crime victims. Jennifer Wade, who'd written a book about her experience at New Horizon and her journey to understanding how choices could be manufactured. Sarah Chun, who'd gone back to school and was now a licensed therapist specializing in trauma, doing the work Tate should have done, honestly. The credits rolled. The audience applauded. At the Q&A afterward, a woman in the third row asked Sophia, "Do you regret testifying against Maxwell Crane?" Sophia thought about it. "No, because it gave me something I'd never had before, agency. Real agency. The ability to make a choice that was actually mine and know it was mine. That's worth more than comfort." Another question. "What do you want people to take away from this film?" Sophia looked at Elise, then back at the audience. "I want people to understand that there's a difference between helping someone and making choices for them. Even when you think you know what's best. Especially when you think you know what's best." After the screening, Elise and Sophia stood on the sidewalk outside the theater, watching people stream past. "Thank you," Sophia said, "for fighting for me when I couldn't fight for myself." "You were always fighting," Elise said, "even when you didn't know it." They hugged, and Sophia walked toward the subway, a 22-year-old woman who'd survived trafficking, manipulation, and a trial, and was building a life defined not by what had been done to her, but by what she chose to do next. Elise watched her go, then pulled out her phone and called Claire. "The premiere was good," she told her sister. "Really good. I'm proud of you," Claire said. "Both of you." "Thanks. How's the baby?" "Exhausting." "Perfect. Keeps asking when Aunt Elise is coming to visit." "This weekend." "We'll be here." Elise hung up and started walking toward the subway. But halfway there she stopped, because across the street, taped to a telephone pole, was a missing person flyer. A teenage boy this time. Gone for 2 weeks. Parents desperate. Elise took a photo of the flyer, sent it to Nora Finch with a message. "Can you look into this?" Then she continued walking, knowing the work was never finished, knowing there would always be more witnesses, more cases, more people who needed someone to believe them. But also knowing she wasn't alone anymore. There was Sophia, building her own advocacy work. There was Ben, writing stories that held power accountable. There was Nora, investigating cases that others ignored. There was Rachel, serving her sentence but writing letters to former residents, apologizing and encouraging them to speak their truths. There was a whole network of people who'd learned the same lesson Elise had, that witnesses mattered, that voices mattered, that the truth, however messy, was worth fighting for. And together, they were changing the system. Slowly, imperfectly, but genuinely. Elise stepped onto the subway and found a seat. She pulled out the silver bracelet. Sophia had returned it after the documentary wrapped, saying Elise should keep it as a reminder. The bird's wings caught the fluorescent light, still frozen mid-flight, but somehow suggesting motion anyway. Elise thought about Teresa Moss, about Sophia Reeves, about all the witnesses who'd been told their voices didn't matter and fought to use them anyway. And she thought about the fact that sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the system worked. Sometimes people listened. Sometimes justice was possible. Not perfect, not complete, but possible. And that was enough. Outside, the city rushed past. Inside, a prosecutor who'd lost her job to find the truth sat quietly, holding a bracelet that symbolized both captivity and flight, both silence and song. The train pulled into her stop. Elise stood, pocketed the bracelet, and stepped onto the platform. Tomorrow, there would be new cases, new witnesses, new fights. But tonight, she was going to visit her sister, hold her nephew, and remember what she was fighting for. A world where every voice mattered, where every witness was heard, where the truth, messy, complicated, imperfect, was always worth the cost of seeking it. Elise climbed the stairs and emerged into the Brooklyn night, the city lights spreading before her like a constellation of stories waiting to be told. And she was ready to listen and